Welcome everybody, it's the classic 24 Hours of Daytona, and here we are in the collecting area about to see our first group of cars make their way to the grid. It's beautiful, absolutely fantastic weather here in Florida, and the Daytona Motor Speedway has never looked better. Just look at the array of cars that are going to kick off this event. I'll go through the format of the event in a moment, but right now we're going to see these cars onto the grid. They're going to form up in 2x2 formation, and that's going to give us an opportunity to get down there and talk to the people inside the cars, because we're about an hour away from the event starting. The first of our groups, our groups C and D, and as you can see, quite an eclectic mix of race cars. We've got our grid sheet in front of us, and we're about to go racing. Ryan West is our cameraman today, so Ryan, onto the grid and just capture this atmosphere. Are you going to walk with us? Let's walk with us. Come on, boys. We've got one more. Look at this Brumos Porsche. Brumos liveried Porsche. Some of the crews will go out, but Ryan and I are going to take you onto the grid to kick off the 2023 Daytona Classic. The 24 Hours of Daytona, the history of Daytona, paying homage to that magic event. And we've got cars from all the way down the eras. We've got them from the 50s and 60s all the way through to some very, very contemporary race cars. In fact, later on in the day, you're going to see some DPIs, Cadillac DPIs. We've got 3 Cadillac DPIs that raced only in 2022. And I'm going to probably mention this fact many times, everybody, but the DPI in 2022, the fastest sports car in the world, they went 2 to 3 seconds quicker in a direct comparison to the WEC hypercar when we did Super Sebring last year. And we're going to see 3 of those Cadillac DPIs out on the banking at Daytona, just like you would do at the Rolex not that long ago. But right now, it's all about Group C and D. Now then, they're going to let us onto the grid, Ryan. So we're going to move out there. And what a sight to behold. Look at the first car we've got lining up on pole position. It's Lars-Erik Nielsen in the 1990 Porsche 962. And then, oh, you know what? It's a bit of an overload here, isn't it? Because behind him, we've got the Group 44 Jaguar. It's Doug Smith and James Gouet who's going to be in the Jaguar XJR7. This is the 1985 car. And they're just moving down this left-hand side of the grid to the car that I actually saw win the very first race I covered here in the United States, the 1998 inaugural Petite Le Mans. We'll come to that in a moment, because Ryan, I think, is falling in love with the Group 44 Jaguar, and why not? But just look at this Ferrari. Look at this, Ryan. Get a look at this. The 333 SP Ferrari. This is the car that was campaigned by Freddie Leinhardt for the Lister team. Didier Tay shared the car with Mauro Baldi and him. And this is a car from 1999. This car, or a car like this, the 333 SP, V12 Ferrari engine car, this is the car that won the inaugural Petite Le Mans all the way back in 1998. That led to the American Le Mans series becoming perhaps the one of the most biggest, if not the biggest, series in the world for quite some time. This car, however, this was campaigned by Freddie Leinhardt, and Freddie campaigned this car in 99, 2000 and 2001, mainly in the American Le Mans series, but then took the car off and took the car to Grand Am, where he campaigned the car for a considerable time. Now then, let's have a word with one of the most important people at this event. This chap here, Dorsey Schroeder. Dorsey, you are the competitions director for this event. Can you believe it was way back in 2014 when we kicked this event off, and it, you know, the idea was to pay homage, to pay tribute to the Rolex 24. Here we are, 9 years later, we're still doing it, but hasn't it grown?
Time flies, you know, every one of these years has been fantastic. COVID, of course, got in the way for quite a while. It's really good to see the Great Britain cars come back again. It's been a while since we've had this many. It's all good.
Now, a lot of you will remember Dorsey as a driver, of course, in the likes of the American Le Mans series, which I've just been speaking about. Dorsey, when you see these cars down here on the grid, you've got to have a bit of an itch to get back into one.
Yeah, and occasionally I do get back into one, but it's so neat because I don't consider them vintage. I guess I must be part of it.
Yeah, that's me too. I'm as old as you as well. Thanks, Dorsey. What are you looking for today? What's your role today?
Well, we're just hoping everybody, keeps it clean on this first couple of laps out and sets a rhythm, gets going, gets a good rhythm, and stays clean all night. Put on a good show for the people.
Yeah, we don't want any yellows, do we?
No, no.
No yellows. Okay, let's have a further wander down the grid. As we get into this, guys, we're going to have the drivers appear when we get closer to the event starting. What this gives us is an opportunity to perhaps see some of the cars up close. I mean, the number 88 here, this is Bill Heifner's Chevrolet Camaro. It's a Trans Am car, and this is Bill getting out. Do you want me to give you a hand, Bill?
Big guy trying to get out of a small car. Hey, it's great to be here. This is awesome, man. What a great event. This is the sixth time I've been here, and you guys put on a great show. Couldn't be happier. Looking forward to a good run. So just hang on and go.
These cars, these Trans Am cars. I'm from the UK, so I didn't get to see much Trans Am in the day, other than on YouTube. But these cars are absolutely the absolute real deal, aren't they? The Trans Am era.
They're a hoot to drive. It takes a little effort, though.
Yeah.
But no, this one goes into turn one about 195. So it's great, and it's a thrill to be here. So I'm thrilled to do it, and looking forward to it.
So, Bill, it's effectively a 168-minute event.
Yeah.
It's a race over 168 minutes, split into four sections, four
Correct.
segments, as we call it. So, are you sharing the car with anyone?
Nope, it's just me.
Wow, so you're going to go through the night as well?
Yeah, at 76 years old.
Well,
So-
you're not ever going to lose that passion, though.
Thank you so much. This is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bill. Bill, in the beautiful Camaro Trans Am car, an era of motorsport that I only ever seen from afar. But having seen them here at the HSR events, they are absolutely a sight to behold. The weather is beautiful. It's hot and sunny. Hence, I've got my cap on, everybody back home in England, enjoying the November weather in the UK and wherever you are around the world, because this is the year that we're able to bring the Daytona Classic to pretty much the whole world. And I hope everyone who's tuned in, you call it tuned in these days, or is it logged on? Everyone who's logged on. Let's have a look. Hey, mate, how are you? Were you here in some sort of
No, I just came
official capacity, James?
I came here to see you, Joe.
James Edmonds here, who has worked for Sean Creech Motorsport at the Rolex 24 and other IMSA events, keeps me stocked up with water, don't you, mate?
I do my best. It's good to see you.
No fire suit, though, this time, so I don't need so much water. James Edmonds there, who's part of the sport, of course. Part of the sport in a big way. Let's have a word with a good friend of mine, Ray Schaefer, from Porsche. I don't know if Ray's still working for Porsche. Let's have a word. Let's dive in there. Ray Schaefer, how are you, man? How are you? Good to see you.
Awesome. Great to see you and all the HSR friends here. What an event.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we've been going since 2014, the inaugural one. Seems like only yesterday. However, next year will be 10 years.
10 years already. Oh, my gosh. I remember the first one.
Yeah. So what are you racing this weekend? You're in this 944?
This is our 1988 944 Turbo Cup, one of the 38 cars that were built originally for the Rothmans Porsche Turbo Cup series in Canada. Yeah, there's 4 of them here in the race this weekend.
Right, yeah, I saw them, and they are great. I love the front-engine Porsches. Tell us a little bit about what it's like to drive this car around this track. I mean, you know, we the spectators can only sort of speculate as to what it must be like on the banking.
Well, without a doubt. I mean, the seat that we have to watch these 962s and other high-performance racing cars go around us is amazing. But from the driver's seat, being in the banking, it's an incredible view coming through the tri-oval, the start finish into turn one. I mean, there's so much. It's an iconic track. There's just so much to enjoy about racing around the Daytona 24-hour road course. Just awesome. Thank you, HSR.
And I call it the HSR time machine. It really is, isn't it? It absolutely is.
Without a doubt. I remember watching those broadcasts of the racing in the 1980s and 90s on television, and now I'm sitting in the car. I'm getting that in-car view, if you will, and it's phenomenal.
Ray, you are sharing a grid with a Group 44 Jaguar and a 962 Porsche. Those guys are going to loom large in your mirrors. What's the tactic of dealing with that kind of traffic?
You know, actually, you keep looking at the mirrors, and you just kind of plan. You know where they're going to get you because the speed differences are so great, but they do a great job of getting around us. And I think at nighttime, actually, with the lights and the focus of the darkness, it's actually a little bit even easier to see them coming.
Is there an etiquette of how to, where you position the car for regarding that?
Basically, when you're driving a car like a showroom stock car like these Turbo Cups, and you've got prototypes on the track, you just want to be predictable. You just run your line. They're faster, they can brake better, they can get around you, so you just do your thing and they'll get around you.
Yeah, hopefully. Ray, have a great event. It's great to see you. I'm sorry I've took the deal now to catch up to you. I've seen you at the dining, but we'll catch up with Ray later. I want to talk to the 965 numbered Porsche. It's a Brumos livery. I'm not sure what the provenance is on this car, the 962. Daniel Mayer, Sebastian Koppenweiler. Is this your car, guys? So who have I got? Which one are you? Tell me.
That's Sebastian. I'm Daniel.
Daniel, Sebastian.
Yeah, he's going.
He's the spokesman. Sebastian, you are the spokesman. Tell me, this car with the Brumos livery, which is local to Daytona and the Florida area, is this an original Brumos car?
No, unfortunately, it's not. But we build it up, and we like the Brumos so much that we thought it's worth building a car up in this color scheme as well.
It absolutely is, and we appreciate you doing it, guys, because especially here in Florida, the Brumos brand, the Brumos Porsche, was renowned, and to see this car racing again, it kind of, Hurley Haywood comes to mind, Peter Gregg in those colours. Is that what you were familiar with, and is that where the choice came?
Yes, obviously. So, especially if you come from abroad, we both race for Austria here, and we thought this can be the nicest honor we can give to locals here to at least have a car prepared in the local colors.
Well, you've done a cracking job. What are you hoping to get out of this event? I mean, is it just the fact that you're here at Daytona racing this car?
Yeah, it's the first time we're out with this car, so we'll have to see how it goes. For now, it has been a lot of testing, but we're happy to get the race started now, and we see what comes.
Yeah, and are you guys going to swap in the pit stop here?
Definitely.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to go through each segment swapping?
Each segment we swap.
Right. Okay, guys, brilliant, great stuff. And once again, thank you so much for bringing that car out in that livery, the Brumos Porsche, synonymous with the Florida region, based up in Jacksonville, and a team that brought out and brought Hurley Haywood to the world of international motor racing. Hurley Haywood, Le Mans winner in 1977 in that Martini Porsche, and it was all about the grounding he got here in the United States, in Florida. Just bringing the international flags out now for the grid formalities. Some cars being pushed onto the grid now. Job car. Yes, an Alex Job car. Now, I'm old enough. Sorry, which one of the drivers are you? Are you Theo or TJ?
I'm Theo, and I'm the only driver. I'm the only driver this weekend.
Oh, you're so right. You're doing the whole event.
TJ is behind me.
All right. So you guys are just doing the drive as a one driver event.
Correct.
Wow. Is that not going to be a bit grueling?
I don't know. We'll see. He's sharing the car with Tomasino, a friend of mine, so he's double up. But I'm going to try to do it myself.
Now, this is an Alex Job car that I remember. I'm old enough to remember this car racing in period in the American Le Mans series and the Grand Am series.
This is the 90. This is actually a 100% replica of the car that won the 12 hours of Sebring and the 24 hours of Daytona in 1999. So the 36 hours of Florida. The three real cars are owned by a famous collector here, so we'll never be able to get our hands on it. But since we had so many modifications in the car when Alex ran these cars, we thought it was right to build one and show it out here. And this has all the tricks that the real car has, and some. And we call it the AGR RSR 004. So it's not real history, but it is based on one of the most successful cars that Alex ran.
And I think, Theo, as well, you've just actually sort of put the icing on the cake. You've had Alex Job give you all of that engineering, let's call it trickery, that Alex Job engineering did to those Porsches, and he's been quite open and willing to do that to this car.
Well, Alex is still very involved. He may be retired from pro racing, but he walks into the shop at least a few times a week. His old crew, or part of his old crew, is still working for me now because I took over the company, and we focus on the restorations only. But so we still have the old guys working for it, and as you can see, they magic comes out of their hands. So I'm very proud and very happy with the whole situation over there.
We're delighted, Theo, that you've brought this car out to race here at Daytona. And that's exactly what it is. We really do appreciate it. Talking of Alex Job teams, he was working for Alex Job back in the day. Tim, you won't remember Alex working for Alex?
I do remember working for Alex.
What have we got now? What have you got somewhere for me to go?
Just the grid walk's open.
All right, so I'm announcing the grid walk is open to the members of the public. Come down. I'm sorry, everybody else around the world, you're not going to be able to come and enjoy the Florida sunshine, but everybody here at the track can. They can next year. Absolutely, Tim. Absolutely. Why don't you get yourself some tickets for an airplane ride as well? And why wouldn't you want to be in Florida in November? Look at the sky. It's beautiful. It's sunshine. The temperature's what would you say, 75 degrees, which is about 26 degrees in our money. So it is an absolutely perfect event. There was some rain that was going to be, that was forecast. However, that seems to have blown by, and it's left perfect conditions. There's going to be no transitioning from wet to dry tracks. That's going to take away the headache of what tyres to put the cars out on and the like. So, it's going to be one of those days where consistent track time. I've already spoke to Matt. It's his weekend off. A man of all you people in America who watch motorsport in the United States, Matt here is on his weekend off. And where would he be? At a racetrack. Matt, it's great to see you.
It's great to be here. Great to see you. You can just feel the vibe. Last year was my very first Classic 24, so I had to put it on the calendar for this year because I had so much fun. And you look at the number of cars that have turned out this year, much larger than last year, and you can just feel it all building and building. I love what HSR does. And you look at all the iconic cars, the Jaguar, the 962s. When I was a kid, we'd camp out down in Turn 4. And my buddies that I'd camp with ended up having a car, Spirit of Daytona, the Fliss family. They won a bunch of races at IMSA. Now they're the MX5 Cup programs, and the Mazda Historic programs. So just this is where you want to come and sit back and just go, wow, look at that car. I remember that in the Horseshoe. And just so much cool history. It's fun.
I call it the HSR time machine. Because like you've just described, it's taking you back to your childhood of being out there, and here we are seeing the same cars run this track.
It's like a TV show on Quantum Leap at CBS where you leap back in time, and that's exactly what it is. When you see all the iconic names on the side of the car, it makes you feel like you're a kid again.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm bouncing here. Thanks, Matt. Great. Have a great weekend. Are you staying up all night?
I don't know if I'll be staying up all night.
Yeah, me too. Back there, you'll recognise off the IMSA TV coverage and the like. Now then, I want to find some drivers to talk to, especially the drivers who are going to drive this Ferrari. There's none. You know what? You can't exactly blame them for not wanting to be around. The temperature's beginning to rise. I think we're going to see highs of maybe 29 degrees. In fact, where's he going? No, he's not. He's not one of our drivers. Let's head down to the front of the grid. I want to have a look at this Porsche 962. Perhaps one of the most iconic sports cars in the history of endurance racing. The period of 1982 through to 1993 was the halcyon days of the Group C era, and this car was perhaps the most iconic car of that era. The 962, a derivative of the 956 that came out in 1982. This is a car that had to be developed for the IMSA series, for the United States series. Now then, Ryan, I want to just focus on this panel here. How do you tell the difference between a Porsche 956 and a Porsche 962? The 962 has this extended panel. On the 956, the door is much closer to the wheel. Now, the reason for that is the United States had a regulation that the driver's feet line, where the pedals are, on the 956, were about here, in front of the front axle. That wasn't allowed in the United States. They had to push the driver back, and what Porsche did was extend the chassis so that the driver's feet came back behind the axle. That's one of the features, perhaps the easiest feature that you can tell the difference between a 962 and a 956. But look at this, fantastic. Lars-Erik Nielsen will be the driver. He's not sharing the car, and you can't really blame him for that. Right, sir, who are you?
Mark Raffoff from IMSA.
Mark Raffoff, of course you are. Uh, Mark, you're not old enough to remember Group C or GTP as it was over here.
No, actually, I started at IMSA in 1974, so I go all the way back to RSs and RSRs.
So
So
you do.
I was the race director for the 80s, yeah.
Wow. So, all right. So it was called GTP. We've resurrected GTP for 2023. But going back to those early 1980s and mid 80s when we saw these cars battling it out on the likes of here at Daytona, but I remember them on the Miami street course. I mean, phenomenal era of sports car racing.
Well, those years had the most diverse schedule in motorsports anywhere at any time. We had 4 or 5 street tracks. We had all the big tracks like Riverside, Daytona, Sebring.
Riverside.
Oh, yeah, Riverside. These ran at Riverside. Road America, and then we had Laguna Seca, Sonoma, Portland, Lime Rock. I mean, we just had a great schedule of 24, 12, 6, 500 miles. I think 6 or 7 of them were 6-hour, 500-mile, 1,000 Ks, most ports. So, yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah. Talking about the resurrection of the term, of the moniker GTP for 2023, you've been around, like you say, since the 70s. Is there any real difference between motor racing in the 70s and motor racing in the 20s?
Yeah, I mean, technically in the 70s and the 80s and somewhat into the early 90s with GTP, there were set up that if it didn't say you couldn't, you could. So there was a lot of individual team development and all. You could have 5 962s and they wouldn't all be the same. And then now, because of homologation and BOP, it's the exact opposite. If it doesn't say that you can, you cannot. So yes, there is a big difference.
So there was a lot of creative engineering went into these cars, wasn't it? Part of the American Le Mans series was Rob Dyson's team, and I coined the phrase Dysonized because Rob would get a car from various manufacturers, including the Porsche 962, and he would put his engineering prowess.
That's the legacy of IMSA of old. Is back to 935s, even the RSRs in the 70s. There would be 10 of them, but everybody had their own version, different whale tail, different track, different tire sizes. All that was allowed because it didn't say you couldn't. So, but nowadays you have to run, for instance, a GT car exactly as it's homologated by the manufacturer, which is not always as much fun.
Yeah, that was my next question, Mark. Do you miss that aspect of that creative engineering?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think what drives this is the cars are cool, but what people do with them, and particularly here in the United States, we're just a country of hot rodders. We always got a better idea. So it was great to see them apply that philosophy to this kind of equipment.
Why do you think the rule makers came in and stifled things?
It's kind of difficult to control that. Kind of a little bit of a freewheeling attitude towards it, which is, okay, you see some things and you go, maybe that's not good for everybody to do. And then you say, okay, we won't be allowing this anymore. And I think everybody, particularly the Europeans, because of the nature of what they do of series that run in different countries with different resources, trying to keep track of it, became pretty hard to do. We're lucky because we got a lot of races in a big country with a lot of great racetracks, and so we could manage this. And we did very well. I mean, the competition back then was great. Even though there were dominant cars as there are now, they were dominant for a lot of other reasons, not necessarily technically.
Yeah. We saw some great drivers come through that era, didn't we? Give me some of the. Have you got a best driver that you could, in your opinion, you could say, yes, he was up there, he was the best?
Probably Al Hobart, because he won championships in GT cars at IMSA. He won championships in the March. He ran Can-Am, NASCAR, Indy 500 rookie, 3 championships in 962s. He became Porsche Motorsports, so he was probably the dominant driver, engineer, businessman. But when you look at the list of people who drove these cars in the 80s, you had Brabham, you had Robinson, you had Jochen Mass, you had Klaus Ludwig, you had Bob Wallach, you had the best drivers on the planet, Bobby Rahal. Everybody wanted to drive these cars because they were so cool to drive.
Yeah, I mean, the names you've just said there, Mark, that's like choosing your favorite child, isn't it? It's almost impossible.
It was a decade of superstars. Yeah. They were fantastic. Fangio, P.J. Jones, and the Toyotas. All those Willie T. Ribbs, all those guys made their mark in these big, some of them, many of them in GT cars first, and then moved up into the prototypes. But that decade was special. Not that 90s weren't and the 70s weren't, but it was a great time for racing in this country.
Are you here in any kind of official capacity, or?
Not really. I mean, I'm the resident historian in IMSA. I'm still the director of competition for IMSA today. So after almost 50 years, I'm still doing it, which means I must know something about what we're doing. But I come because I like the cars, I like the people, and that's really the driving force, the people that keep this history and this legacy going are really, really important to us today. And the interest today, particularly with renaming GTP sort of V2, is really astounding because people now who haven't had a chance to see these cars run and listen to them and see them spit flames out the exhaust pipe and all that cool stuff have a chance because of the guys that own them bring them out here and run them on the racetrack.
Mark, I think you've just coined it. Everything I was wanting to say. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Mark Raffoff. Kevin Doran, another man from who's got a massively colourful history. We talked there, Kevin, about creative engineering in IMSA and GTP. You were at the forefront of that creative engineering at one point.
A little bit, yeah. In the mid 80s, I was at Hobart Racing and ran the 962 like we have in front of us here. Great car. And then even later into the early 90s, Nissan GTP, Ferrari 333, you still could play with the car, do a little bit of creative engineering. And then as time went on, the cars started to become homologated and less freedom to change things, but the cars are really good these days, and it's kind of hard to beat them.
I mean, there's a 333 SP Ferrari on this grid right now, and I do remember you running that car. When we talk about creative engineering, Porsche built this car at Weissach, and Porsche engineers designed this car. Then you guys come along, and you kind of sort of develop it. I mean, what areas of the car would you be able to develop?
In the Hobart era, there was no part of the car that was untouched, really. We went to the roof intercooler, then we had side intercooler, twin turbo. There was from the turbo boost system to all the aerodynamics. I mean, spent days and days of straight line aero testing with noses and nose wings and different rear wings and just all different cooler combinations. Little bit of geometry, although the Porsche geometry was fantastic. And the car was originally delivered with a spool in the rear end, and we did probably a year's worth of differential testing and to settle in on a proper differential. So there was always something going with the Porsche days. And then the 333 that's here was one of mine from '99. And about the same thing on that car. We did nothing to the engine. Ferrari kept the engine pretty locked down, but it was also really good. But we did side pods and splitters and wings and just front end geometry, just all sorts of things were changed. So it was a lot of fun times, and clever guys could play with the car.
I mean, what you've just said there, Kevin, maybe that was the reason behind a very much tight homologation, because everything you've just said there had a cost element to it, didn't it?
It did, and time goes on, and there's fewer of the guys that could build their own cars and knew how to address those items. So in today's world, I think most race teams wouldn't be able to really run those old cars very well, but they can run the current car extremely well. So it's just a different technique, a different animal today.
Yeah. What capacity are you here at the Classic Daytona, Kevin?
I'm actually taking care of the 333 you mentioned.
Really, like old days?
Yeah, it's just like the old days. It's one of my old cars, and Graham's just got the car recently, and we're just having a good old time with it. And got some of the old guys back from the Momo Lista team with me here this weekend. Don and Martin were with me for years and years, and they're back working on the car with us. So we're having a good old time.
So you brought out the setup sheets, dusted them off, brought them out here?
I absolutely did. I got the 1998 and the 1999 three-ring binder with me, and at home when we went to do the setup, I just opened it up to the Daytona page, and I was like, it was good enough to win in '98. It should be good enough today. Yeah. And we haven't changed anything on the setup since we've been here.
Wow, that's fabulous. Kevin, it's great to see you here. Have a great weekend. I'm sure you will, running that Ferrari 333 SP. What we got next, Tim? Who have we got next? Let's have a wander about. Let's have a look at this car that's qualified second on the grid, which is the Ford Mustang, Ford engine, V8 power. Have we got any drivers? Have a look at this one, Ryan. This is another Trans Am spec car. This is just a plastic decal, by the way, everybody. That's just to make it look like its road-going version. But this 5.7 litre Ford V8 under there, it's a tube frame car. Let's have a word with Dan. Dan Breswick, you're in this car, aren't you?
I am, sir.
Are you starting it?
I am.
So Dan Brasfield, Darren, is it?
Dan, anything you want to.
All right, okay. Dan, we love the Trans Am era. We love the Trans Am spec of car. We love the sound of that, any kind of V8, but the Ford V8 especially.
Well, I mean, that's where I started racing, was in Trans Am in 1981. So this is like coming home to me. And I think there's no other era of cars to race that I drove. I drove 962s, Indy, IMSA prototype stuff. But my heart has always been with the big bore Mustangs and Camaros.
That enjoyable. Yeah.
This specific car I won in 2002, and to be reunited with it is very special.
Are you Ray?
I'm Ray.
Oh, Ray Bonthron. You're sharing the car.
Yep.
You're not wearing fire suits, though.
I'm getting ready to put mine on.
Ah, right, okay. Well, I'll not keep you too long. So Darren's going to start the car, and Ray, you're going to finish the car in this first segment, yeah?
Well, he'll probably stay in the whole segment. I'm going to start do the night race, the first night race, and go from there, and we'll see how we're doing at that point.
Happy under the lights here at Daytona. It's well floodlit. It's like daylight, isn't it?
It's pretty close. Just a touch. It's dark. That's all I can say. It's a little dark, but it's a blast. It's a blast.
These cars are a proper driver's car, aren't they, Darren? I mean, we talk about that V8 power. It's through, tube frame chassis. That's a racing car. That's a prototype racing car.
100%. These cars do everything that the 962s do. We just weigh a little more, but everything, the brakes, the whole car throughout, road racing sports car.
We've got about 25 minutes before this event gets underway. Are you putting any thought towards the first turn? It's a 168-minute, remember.
I got a bet with Dan Binks if I can push into turn one, so we'll see how that goes. But
what's he going to give you for that?
One beer.
It's worth going for. Absolutely. One beer. Darren and Ron here for the Mustang Trans Am car. They're going to be starting the car. And just watch out for these two going into that first turn. Best of luck, guys. Have a great weekend. And now then, I just saw our president a moment ago. Where's he gone? David Hinton, who is one of the people who put this together, this event together, was here a second ago. So I'm going to go and look for him. There he is. You heard me. David, congratulations. You've done it again, mate.
Not me. It's a team.
Well, okay, you're the figurehead and you're the one with the microphone. So tell me, how much effort, how much, what's the logistics of putting all this together?
You probably don't want to know. No, it's, we have a small team, but we got some great help from IMSA. My big teammate, John Doonan, big help, gives us what we need. And, we kind of come up with a plan for this event. Many ago, I try and talk as many people come into this as I could. This gentleman was at Rennsport reunion back in September and convinced him to bring the 962 here, which is one of the highlight cars. We've got people who come year after year, just love the event. So, but no, I got such a great team with Lynn and Rick and Frank on the grid. I mean, they're all wonderful, wonderful workers. And this is a lot of work. I can't tell you how much work this is leading up to it and then during it. A lot of lack of sleep, a lot of questions, but it's worth it. When you're actually here and see all the people, it's like, yeah, okay, that was good.
When you see this grid, David, and we look down and we've got a packed grid, the fans are on the grid, the cars are lined up for the first segment, Group C and D. We've once again, I think we've created an event, and with the advent of a live stream, we're able to take this to the world now, aren't we? There's people all over the world are going to be tuning in and seeing what Daytona Classic's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of the next logical step was to, try and get the message out more. We want more cars, we want more spectators, and we have a group for everything. So if you're sitting at home and think, I'd like to do that, I'm pretty sure we can find a home for your car. So the reason C&D start is every year I like to move it up so each group gets to experience the fanfare before the start of the race. So after C&D, then we'll go to A, and then B, and then E, F, and G. So, and then for the second races, we go back in the normal order of A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Yeah.
So it all makes sense to me.
It actually makes sense to me. And again, commendable from your team. And we've already had many races this weekend. We've been on track, I think, all day from Thursday, all day Thursday, all day Friday. We had night practice on Thursday, didn't we? And then, we started at 8:30 racing. We've had a few checkered flags already. But the team behind HSR's organisation, as slick as you would expect, like at the very highest levels of professional motorsport.
Absolutely. And the main reason we're on time all the time is Steve DeBreck in the tower. He's our chief steward, and the job he does is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the guy's the best. Yeah. And he keeps us on time. I think maybe we got 5 minutes behind one time this weekend up to now. I shouldn't jinx myself, but that's been about it. Yeah. But no, Stevie does an awesome job, and timing and scoring up there, trying to keep a track of everybody. Like I said at the beginning, it takes a big team to put this on.
Yeah. Well, it's so far so good, my friend. We've got to go through all the way to tomorrow. Now, if you're sat at home and you're looking at this grid and you're thinking, I've got a classic race car in the garage, why aren't you here? Florida in November. Why wouldn't you want to be? I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? The rain's not here. The sun's come out for us. Why would you want to be anywhere else? So catch you later, David. Thank you. David Hinton there, the president of HSR. Now then, the Group 44 Jaguar. Where's Tim Pendergast? Tim, you're my resident expert on the Group 44 Jaguar because you had some connection with Bob Tullius, who ran this car, the history of the Group 44 team. So I think it's only right. And the driver, Doug Smith. Doug, how are you? Last time I saw you, you're now the R8. Well, that was a while ago. So Doug Smith here is going to drive this Group 44 Jaguar. Doug, I've seen you race some quite an eclectic mix of prototypes, to be honest. Tell me, how does this sort of thing fare with that collection of prototypes you've driven?
From a heartstrings point of view, this is the car I literally grew up idolizing. Everything Group 44. We got to spend some really awesome quality time with Bob Tullius yesterday, and it's goosebumps moments kind of thing. And I've been fortunate to be involved with this car and Mary Rogers for 20 plus years. And the best way I can describe this Jag is you met your childhood hero and he didn't hit on your mom. It is an amazing the amount of connection that people have walking through the paddock and the stories that are attached to this team, this car, and I mean, as Bob said, it didn't always win the race, but it won the beauty, popularity, and the singing contest. So unfortunately today we're here for display purposes. One of our colleagues, my co-driver and a few of the other guys have taken ill, so we're a little bit down on personnel, and we have a standing agreement with the gentleman who owns the car, so we're going to have it out here for everybody to be on display. Unfortunately, it's going to stay on display. We're going to not be able to run. The car is ready to rock and roll, and we do what we could to keep that Porsche honest. I don't know if that would work too well, but we've got to kind of, respect the history here and not stress things that shouldn't be stressed because of circumstances out of our control. So it's a little bit of a bummer, but HSR always puts on a great event here. We love it every year. And to be honest, in doing this race in the Audi versus this car, you work about 3/4 as hard to go about 8 seconds slower in this one, but damn, it's cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Doug. It is a massive shame that the cars are going to run, but hey, thanks for bringing it out onto the grid. We at least get a chance to talk about it. And Tim, thanks, Doug. I want to talk to you about this car. Now, this car, everybody, this was the proving ground that Jaguar back in the UK saw this car race over Ian GTP and thought, we can do that. That's effectively one of our cars being represented.
Yeah, this was funded by Jaguar of North America, and Tim Dale.
Yeah.
And they were using it as an advertising campaign for Jaguar. And so Jaguar in the UK, who had been doing touring car racing with Walkinshaw, decided let's go to this Group C thing because Group 44 went to Le Mans twice, in 1985 and 1986. And it was a huge thing to the fans, or 1984, 1985, but it was a huge thing, very positive impact on the fans, especially since a lot of Le Mans fans are Brits. So Jaguar decided Walkinshaw could build a car to run Group C, which was obviously rather successful since they won Le Mans a couple times. They won, several races over there. Completely different car, but it was built to a completely different set of rules. Yeah. So, in this program ended at the end of '87. which is really when Walkinshaw's program took off. And then they came to America in '88. The Walkinshaw team did, and they ran there until 1993 at the end of the GTP era.
That would have been the Castrol livery Jag and the Bud Light livery Jag that actually won this event here last year overall. Well, it completed the most laps.
Correct. Yeah, that's the XJR 16 of Malcolm Ross and Corey Fergus, who are in a Cadillac DPI this weekend. Yeah. They were going to run the Jag, but the engine had lifed out, and they decided to save it instead of doing anything to hurt the engine. So, but yeah, so I mean, you know, this was a big thing in America, the Tullius cars, and it was popular with the fans. Jag did it. So
this is what kicked it off. Tim, what have you got for us? What's coming next? Well, so have I got to announce that? Right, it's an official announcement coming up now. This is the bit I love. So, am I clearing this grid? Yes, you are. I am clearing this grid. So, attention everyone in the pit lane. Can we please clear the grid? Can we please clear the grid? We're getting close to engine starting and the like and getting this event underway. So if you wouldn't mind, please clearing the grid. But before they do, I want to go and have a chat to a potential fan. There's a man with a Lime Rock Park t-shirt on. Is that your local track, sir?
It is.
You've come a long way then.
Connecticut, yes.
He's all the way from Connecticut. That's a flight. That's a plane flight. Not
landed right here.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
So is this your first time at the Daytona Classic?
No, sir.
How many times have you been?
This is my second.
The second. Here last year?
19.
19. Yes. So I'm going to ask you a simple question. All those people watching at home, what would you say to them? Why are they at home and not here?
Get your butts here.
I think we can say that, can't we? I think we can. Yeah, it's a great event, isn't it, from fans?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So tell me, what's the best bit?
I'm sorry?
What's the best bit about the event?
The whole thing.
Yeah,
the whole.
Really?
Yes.
You really? What was your name again?
Beau Gaudet.
Beau Gaudet.
Yes, sir.
Beau Gaudet, all the way from Connecticut. Cracking track you've got there, mine, Beau, up in Connecticut. Great stuff. That's quite a way. What we got next, Tim?
Well, since you don't want to be the official announcer, I will. We need all non-essential personnel to clear the grid, please. All non-essential personnel, please clear the grid.
What are you talking about? That was just different words with the same message. Oh, okay. Right, we're going to go back up front because we've got the official bit coming next. Next, Tim. What time is the invocation then?
We've still got a few minutes.
All right, okay. Let's talk to somebody. Who have we got? Who have we got? Nielsen. Right, Ryan's with me. Lars, just want to... This guy to your right reckons he's going to be into the first turn. I'm not sort of building this up, but what do you say to that?
He'll be first, but I'll be first out, so that's an easy one.
Yeah. Brilliant to bring this 962 out here. It's got such a rich history, both this side of the Atlantic and in Europe. You're European, aren't you? Are you Swiss?
Very Danish.
Danish, sorry. Yeah, so brilliant to bring. Of course he is. Lars Nielsen.
Yeah,
stupid thing to say.
Maybe you could say Christina Nielsen would help someone.
Yeah.
They know
She
that's my daughter.
No way, you're
Absolutely.
Christina's father.
Yes, I am.
So it's not her fault she's into racing. Then you're the pro. It's genetic.
On her feet, so she couldn't drive it.
Has she driven this 962?
What?
Has she driven this car?
No. When I bought it, I asked her on a text message, "Would you like to drive with me?" And immediately she came back and said, "Yes." And about 10 seconds later, it came back another question. So, how many pedals are there? 3. Okay, I'll stand back.
You know what I thought you were going to say, Lars? I thought you were going to say how much you're going to pay me. Christina Nielsen, of course, is a professional race driver. I'm going to let you get your kit on because you're about to start, aren't you? But it's great to talk to you, and it's great to have that 962 here. The man who's going to drive it. I'm going to look at Tim now and see how far we are from the invocation and the national anthem, of course, to kick things off. If we look down that grid there, Ryan, what a sense of an event this is. Like I say, I can't emphasize how warm the weather conditions are. It's literally perfect. Got a bit of slight weather, cloud cover, just keeping a little bit of cool element to the track. It's down to 26 degrees, but it's still beautiful and warm. And more importantly, for our competitors, there is no rain forecast. However, it is Florida, and that could change in the next 5 minutes. So there's always precipitation not very far. So hopefully the rain will hold off. How far out are we, Tim, from the invocation? 50, 40 drives to cars, 51. Yeah, we've got a couple of minutes. What was it, Rick? 5 minutes, okay. Right, Ryan. We've got our drivers getting into the cars. Let's bring in our commentators, who for this afternoon will be... Oh, we've got somebody to talk to. Who have we got?
Greg Gregory driving the
Greg
Chevron
Gregory.
B26.
Right, of course he is. Greg Gregory. Gray, I love your car. I absolutely adore your car. Gray's out in the bright yellow Chevron B26. You guys have had some great success with HRC, our events, and especially the big ones.
Yeah, we have. We've had a really nice lucky streak here, and fingers crossed it doesn't all go sideways this time, but we love these events, and this is my favorite event in the world. I always say if there's one more vintage race I had to do in my life, this is it.
Really?
It is the most amazing event. Just everything about it. It's just...
The Chevron B26 that you brought out to race, that from the mid-70s 2-litre sports cars at the time in the World Sports Car Championship and around the world, those cars were... They were known for an attrition element, weren't they? So, that's still the case, isn't it? Even though with modern engineering.
Yeah, I mean, you got a pretty highly stressed little 2-liter 4-cylinder motor out there, and running around this place for 24 hours straight would be way too big an ask. But to do it 4 times for the 47 minutes or whatever it is, with some of the, we prep it really well. We look after it, and fortunately, we've had really good success with it here. Our finishing rate's very good. And
the other thing, Gray, I want to talk to you about, none of this modern paddle shift stuff, is it?
No,
3 pedals, stick shift. You have to have the dexterity of a ballet dancer to drive these cars back in the period.
Yeah, the footwork is very important. Luckily, with the Hewlett gearboxes, we don't have to use the clutch on track, but yeah, you still got to match the revs, and you got to be very precise with it, because you can get a box full of neutrals in a hurry if you muck it all up.
That's what causes the sweat, isn't it? The focus and the concentration on getting that aspect of that's proper driving, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's definitely a big part of it, and the footwork is very critical. But the car is very easy to drive and very fun to drive. It's a really, really fun car to drive. It doesn't ever do anything sort of untoward or unexpected, and they're just marvelous cars. Derek Bennett was an absolute genius and just built fabulous race cars.
Well, I'm not that far from where Derek Bennett built those cars. Great, thanks again for bringing the B26 out. We look forward to seeing it. We can't miss you. Your bright yellow. What a standard of preparation on that car as well. What have we got next, Tim?
Please, all drivers to your cars.
Please, all drivers to your cars from Tim. When's the invocation then? Are we... Okay, we're going to hand it off in a moment to the circuit PA, where we'll stay with it, and we'll listen to the invocation, and we'll see the national anthem being sung, and we're only seconds away from that, so we'll wait for that to happen, and then we'll go quiet on this mic, and then literally bringing you down onto the grid here for the start of the Daytona Classic for 2023. 24 hours of Daytona being paid tribute, if you like, of the Rolex 24 and the Daytona 24 hours. So we're about to get things underway then. 24 hours of motor racing. We're kicking off with Group C and D. Each group gets 4 segments, 168 minutes of total race time, 42-minute race segments, each race starting on the top of the hour, and all of the race times aggregated, amalgamated to give us an overall race time, and that gives us the winners of our very fabulous BRM chronographs to the winners of each of our classes here at the Daytona Classic. The BRM watch is what we're racing for, and of course the accolade, the honour of this man's got a microphone for somebody. It's not me, is it?
Run this.
You're introducing.
So let me introduce now for the invocation.
Color guard, Embry-Riddle.
Color guard is Embry-Riddle Air Force. The color guard in position. The ROTC color guard in position.
Are coming onto the grid now. And now the invocation, please welcome Kelly Barkle onto the grid. Kelly.
Let's pray. God, thank you so much for creating this environment that we can come and enjoy and just have fun in your presence. That you are so big enough to create this arena, yet you're still so small to fit in our hearts. We thank you for the event organizers, for the volunteers, for the teams, the drivers, every person that makes this possible. And God, we pray that you would be in each car, driving with them. Lord, that you would help them to go fast and safe, that it would be exciting, Lord, and just exhilarating, and that we would just honor you as we watch and have a great time. Bless everything that goes on, that this would be the safest place and the most fun 24 hours in Daytona. Lord, we love you and thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now the national anthem to be sung by national recording artist Stephanie Varone.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the
Lars Erik Nielsen works this wonderful Group C and D grid round for the parade lap behind the pace car. And we've already seen, and thank you, Joe Bradley, for that fabulous look at the cars, hearing some of the stories about the drivers, about what's going on there, some faces from the past as well, which is always interesting, because I think once a petrol head, always a petrol head, and that when there are people coming back here to look at, even work on cars that they were involved in 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. And so lovely to see all that. And welcome to the live stream, which will be running now right the way through until 10 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. And then we kick off again at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But we'll be bringing you all the news, and Joe will remain down trackside. He'll be looking at things that are happening in the paddock, in the pits, and that will be generally making a nuisance of himself down in the paddock. My name's Paul Tarsi, and I am joined up here in the tower by Jeff Wright. Jeff, this is a lovely event.
Definitely a lovely event. We have a little bit of a cloud cover, kind of cooling things down a little bit. It was sun was shining earlier, which is beautiful here in Florida, and a typical thing, but it's cooled off a little bit now with the cloud cover. We are glad. Look at the crowd out there. Look at the participation we have with the fans, spectators that have come out here to Daytona International Speedway for the 9th running of the HSR Classic 24-Hour at Daytona, presented by IMSA. We're glad you're here. Thanks for coming out. We are on a pace lap now for Group C and D as we get set for the first round of that. Once these groups run, we'll go back in letter order for the remainder of the event. So, and again, they'll be at the top of the hour, so you can follow along with the schedule. Teams will be following along with that as well. And we are getting set for the first 42-minute segment of 4 for each of these groups. C and D are the only two that are running together. Every other group will run alone. Lights are out on the pace car as they work their way through the Le Mans chicane. The next time you see the pace car at the tri-oval, he's going to dock off right before that on the pit lane, and we'll be racing here, Paul.
Is there anything that is more appropriate to be leading the first grid round here at Daytona than a Porsche 962? It's looking wonderful. It is in many ways the archetypal sports racing car of all time, and that car is going to be leading round. He's going to be on the driver's left-hand side, fastest side of the track as the cars go down. We've heard that Darren Brasfield and Ray Bonthron are of the mind that when the pace car pulls off, which it does now, that it's going to be that big Mustang that's going to lead into turn 1.
The green flag already.
Be the case? Yes, it is. That it's the black Mustang that goes down into turn 1. That Lars Erik said he might be first in, but I'm going to be first out, and that may well be the case. But the grid goes through very neatly and tidily. But look at the number 771 of Andrew and Mike Jordan up in 3rd place, leading the leading 911 car out there, but being pressed very, very hard now by the car behind him. That absolutely nothing in it between the two cars at the front. That certainly Lars Erik did not get to come out of turn 1 in first place, and it still isn't in first place through the Western Horseshoe and down into turn 6, the long left-hander, which will take them out onto the banking, and we'll see the cars then tip into the banking and the fastest part. Now, is this going to be a question where the Mustang just has the grunt, just being able to pull away properly from that purpose-built sports racing car, the Porsche 962, which is behind him?
Well, Lars admitted during the grid walk that the Mustang would be first, but he was starting first, so he had the pole position in the Porsche 962. But he admitted that the Mustang would be out front in kind of a kind of went ahead and told everybody that's the way it's going to be, and look at that now. But here comes the 962 up on the high banks in NASCAR Tournament 3. Has a low line there as the Mustang up on the about mid-track there through the NASCAR turns 3 and 4. They come into the tri-oval, and when they got the green flag, it was pretty much right where they are right now, which it seemed to me a little bit early, but there's a start zone there, what they call a restart zone here at Daytona, and that's when the green flag came out. So they got the green flag a little bit early there and went racing. They are now motoring away from the rest of the field. There's a good 2-car battle for the 3rd position.
But make no mistake, these are historic racing cars. These are cars which have history, they have provenance, they have all of those things, but they are not being treated like museum pieces. They are being treated like the out-and-out race cars that they are. And those 2 cars at the front giving absolutely nothing away to each other, and a similar battle for 3rd and 4th place.
Paul, we see the 969 car came down on pit lane during the warm-up lap, during the pace lap, and that is Terry Miller in the 86 Porsche 944 Turbo car, and unfortunately heading back to the garage area.
Oh, that's a real shame.
So, now typically, that car did not take the green, so they would not be permitted to do a pit stop at that point. So, and that was called out by race control, but as it turns out, there's actually something more serious wrong with that car. So hopefully they can get it figured out and come back out for the remainder of the rounds, but going out this early is going to cost them a lot of time. Leaders working out of the Le Mans chicane into NASCAR 3.
And the format of each of these races is exactly the same. 42 minutes in duration with a mandatory 3-minute pit stop. That's for 3 minutes from pit in to pit out. Doesn't matter if you're a single driver or if you're driving 2 people in the same car and you're doing a driver stop. You have to be in pit lane for 3 minutes. That is from crossing the line on the way into the pit lane to crossing the line on the way out. So teams have been spending a bit of time yesterday and even on Thursday timing their car 35 miles an hour speed limit in the pit lane. So you can't come tearing in and lock all the wheels up. You have to come in, and it's therefore the pit procedure is exactly the same for everyone. But the number 96 car still in the lead across the stripe. That time round the gap was 2.4 seconds. Doesn't look anything like that to me now as they come into turn 6 once again. The 962 really tucked up behind that Mustang, and I think this may well be that we're going to see a change. The Porsche makes the decision to go high, and the Mustang has a problem. The Mustang has a problem pulling out of the lead, running round NASCAR turns 1 and 2 very, very low down. The 962 has broken away completely, and the cars in 2nd and 3rd are going to overtake as well. So the
we talked about some drama early on, a little bit early this morning,
but this is very early on. The car is still moving. Hopefully he's going to be able to get that back to pit lane, but we now have that battle in the which was for 3rd and 4th place. Mike and Andrew Jordan are now up to 2nd in this race, a long way behind the 962 in their production-based cars, but the battle for what is now 2nd well and truly joined as they come up towards the tri-oval. There's nothing between those 2 cars, but we now have Steve Dunn really tucked into the slipstream of the Jordan car. Can't make it work, and actually goes wide into turn 1, simply outbraked himself because maybe he went a bit light in the clean air, of dirty air behind the Jordan car. Those 2 now battling for 2nd place, having had that handed to them on a plate. I'm just looking to see if I can see our erstwhile leader. Yes, he's now into pit lane, very, very slowly. Yes. There's nothing hanging off, and there's no steam or any nasties there, but the car is to a point. Jeff Wright has the binoculars on that car, and we'll have to wait and see now if there is anything. It's always worrying with these sorts of things. Do you dive in and try and do something? They can, of course, use this as an opportunity for their 3-minute pit stop if they A, want to, and B, can. But if it's something minor, there's a wire that's come off or something like that, then they can use this as part of their 3-minute pit stop, except in this situation, it's too early. But nonetheless, we'll just have a look and see. Jeff, what can you see?
They have gone to the left side of the car, taking the tires, taking the wheels off there, so they will do a tire change, a wheel change there on the left rear, and looks like the front as well. Driver's side front, so they are working on that side now. Some cool drink of water going to the driver while they work on that. Again, this will count for their 3-minute pit stop.
Yeah, because there isn't a pit window too early, is there? I was thinking that there was, but there isn't that pit stop. It just has to be in the first 30 minutes of the race, I think, Jeff.
29 minutes they have to be in. And this, earlier we saw the 1-hour race, and that was they had to be in by the 40-minute mark. This race is only 42 minutes, so they have to be initiated. Pit stops have to be initiated by the 29-minute mark. You can take as long as you want, but you only have to remain on pit lane for a mandatory 3 minutes. And that being said, we were talking about the pit lane a few moments ago. When they come down below the double yellow line and head towards pit lane, there's a yellow line right there at the start of pit lane, and there's a little, probably about a 50 or 60 foot section, and then there's a bold white line, and that's where the timing starts. There's some sandwich boards, as we call them, that indicate 35 mile per hour, and that pit timing starts. And you'll see them get on the binders right there, get on the brakes, and once they get past that bold white line, that is where the time starts. And they have, again, we saw it earlier today and yesterday, they were doing the pacing themselves down pit lane to see how long should it take us to get to our spot, how long do we need to be there, how long from that point to the end of the line, which is, you get to the other end, there's another sandwich board there and indicating that pit timing stops or pit timing ends, and then they can open up the throttle and get going again. But if they break the speed limit, there are radar guns out there that they are checking. If they break the speed limit, they'll get penalized for that. If they're too early on their pit stops, too quick on it, they will get penalized for that as well.
And the our erstwhile leader, the Mustang, now having the right rear tire and wheel changed, so it doesn't look good. It certainly doesn't look good. But what a fantastic race we're having for second. Let's not lose sight of that. Our leader is getting ready to be home and hosed, but the number 771 and the 111, that's the Mike and Andrew Jordan 911 and Steve Dunn's 911, that those two cars are absolutely at it as much as they can. And Steve Dunn is now looking down the inside as they go up to the Western Horseshoe. Can he make that stick? He's poking the nose just as far as he dare. The Mustang is back into the race, so whether this is going to be a let's see if that works moment, or whether they are confident that they fixed it. He's done his pit stop, don't forget, so although it was more than 3 minutes, that certainly is going to just help it a little bit, but well out of contention now, of course. Our leader in the Porsche 962 has a 21-second lead over everybody else, and that's such a wonderful sight of that car going through NASCAR turn 4 and down towards us here in the tower. A wonderful looking car. Those cars appeared in all sorts of colors in period. Everybody remembers, of course, the Rothmans cars in the World Championship, and then you had the Lowenbrow car in the US. There was there were so many different liveries that they used, and sometimes the same car would race in maybe 4 or 5 different liveries in a single year, because those were customer cars that the Rothmans works team were just that. They were run by the factory, but everything else, they were selling cars. And if you wanted to go racing, then providing that you had A, the money, and B, that you could guarantee to Porsche that you were going to run it properly, you could go and buy a Porsche 962 and race it in whichever side of the pond you chose to. The car going now back out onto NASCAR turn 1, first banked turn, and then into 2, and then we'll be running along the back stretch, the other side for us here of Lake Lloyd, which is a large area of water, which was actually created by when they first built the Speedway, and they needed the soil out of that to create the banked surface. So it sort of gave up the soil in the middle of the racetrack so that we could have these glorious banking all the way around.
Talking about the Rothmans Porsche, that we had the 5.5 car come in a moment ago. That is Ray Schaefer, and unfortunately, directly back to the garage. So he was excited about being here. He's been here since the first running of this back in 2014, and unfortunately having some issues with that Rothmans 944. So there were 4 of them running here. They had those with the spec built cars and customer cars, and they had the series running back in the day. And he said there were 4 of them running here this weekend, and unfortunately he's having some problems. So hopefully they can get that going again and get back out for the remainder of the event. Right now, though, Lars Eric Nielsen leading in the Porsche 962. A great battle going between Graham Edelman in the 27, the Andrew Jordan and Mike Jordan car 771, and right behind them, number 111, Steve Dunn, and then Nicholas Karenjlin in the 76 over 99, Simon Evans and Bill Heifner in the number 88. There's Karenjlin and Simon Evans battling for the 5th position here as we work.
So what we have, Jeff, is a battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th between the Ferrari 333 and the 2 Porsche 911s of the Jordans and Steve Dunn. So that is now the battle for 2nd place. The Ferrari has come up through the field, and the 2 squabbling Porsches maybe have even just held each other up just a little bit, because the glorious blood red Ferrari is now out onto the banking. That the difference between the 1st and 2nd, kind of about 28 seconds, which is a very long one to do. We've already had 15 minutes of this race. So, as we say, they are 42 minutes in length, and each race will start at the top of the hour. So that gives us just 15 minutes to get all the cars in and off the racetrack, and then to get the next grid out. The Brumos Porsche, Brumos coloured Porsche, goes out onto the racetrack. Our leader going through the International Horseshoe, which is behind the paddock area for people watching on the live stream. And thank you for joining us here at Daytona. This is the first time that we've ever done a live stream from this event, and that all congratulations to HSR for what they have done in terms of taking a big deep breath and a big step by commissioning the live stream from Driver's Eye, the TV company who are producing this, and we're just talking about it, but we'll do our best to do that. So Ferrari is in 2nd place, and what better way to start this race than 1st place Porsche, 2nd place Ferrari? I don't think there's much better than that. When we first heard that the Lister Ferrari was going to be the one that was running here, I think everybody said, oh yes, that's absolutely great. Don't forget as well that these are aggregate races, so it's not a series of different races that they are adding to the same thing. So if Lars-Erik Nielsen continues his winning way and runs half a minute ahead by the end of the race, or even more, then that's fine. But that puts him half a minute ahead on aggregate, and what that would mean would be that the Ferrari would have to be quicker again. We seem to have lost the Ferrari. Oh, there it is. Yep, that's fine. A quirk of the timing screen, but yeah. So Ferrari's still there in 31 seconds now, down on our leader, who is still doing excellent times. Last time round, 1 minute 52.9, and the Ferrari did 1:53.8. So the Porsche is still the fastest car on the track, with the Mike and Andrew Jordan 771 car still in third place. They did a 1:55.4. So that's a very good, solid, representative time. Now, one of the things that we've seen at this event in the past is that, particularly with the front runners, they will leave their pit stop until the very last, if they can get away with it, because what they are going to do is to see if there is a caution, full course yellows, because clearly, as in all forms of motorsport, if you pit during that, then all your competitors are actually out there going much more slowly than otherwise be the case. So everybody probably is going to stay out there as much as they can. We've had 19 minutes of this 42-minute race, so it's going to be very much a question of, I don't think we're going to see anybody, Jeff, in the next sort of 5 or 10 minutes, but I could be wrong and have been.
You were wrong one at a time, right? You were wrong once, and then you thought you were wrong again, but you were mistaken. Correct. We see a couple of cars on pit lane right now, but I agree with you. We're not going to see the most of them until another 10 minutes or so, but it's really kind of a gamble because you don't know what's going to happen out there. Everything could be running well, but they do have to be in within 10 minutes from now. So we are 19 minutes into the race. They have to be in by the 29-minute mark, at least initiated their pit stop. So that means past that white line I was talking about a little bit earlier on pit lane. They must be on pit lane by that time. And as Joe mentioned earlier in the broadcast, it's as close as a tenth of a second. If you miss it by a tenth of a second, you're going to get a 30-second penalty added on to whatever time you were late. So it's
and we are seeing a few cars come in now. Not too many, but looking down. 35 miles an hour must seem incredibly slow after you've been herring around the banked turns 3 and 4, and then you come in and you've got to slow down to 35 and drive down pit lane, and then you've got to sit there for 3 minutes, even if there's nothing to do.
And most of the drivers are probably not going to fuel. If they do need any fuel, the driver has to get out. We see the number 80 car down there, and they are doing the driver change. Martin Lauber, Alan Turpins. Not sure which driver started off. I'll try to get a beat on that in just a moment, but they are doing a driver change and then some window service. I don't think anything else actually happened with that, but if there is fueling going on with the car, the driver must be out. A lot of times the driver gets out and turns into a crew member, like I was talking about earlier. Number 76 car down on pit lane as well. That is the Nick Carangelin car, 2008 Porsche 997-1. Nothing really going on with that car, just the door open, cooling off a little bit.
I think it's probably worth mentioning that with that great battle for third and fourth between the 771 and the 111, which crosses the start-finish line now, that those two have been stuck together by a long piece of string ever since the first lap of this race. Now, if they pit together, they come out together, and nothing changes. If one gets in before the other, maybe they're going to get a bit of clear air, going to get a bit of clear track, and break away from this battle. But right now, it's I think it's Andrew Jordan in there at the moment, and Steve Dunn in the fourth place 111 car. That they are potentially just holding each other up just a little bit. They are only 5 seconds behind the Ferrari. But it's not a long way, bearing in mind the difference in the cars.
The Rouge just getting back underway now in the number 23 off of pit lane. A few more pit colors as well. And here comes is that the leader coming in?
Yep, that's the leader. That's the leader.
So Nilsson coming in the 962. Again, you see him get to that yellow line and really get on the brakes. And I think the timing starts right there at the bold white line. He's at the far end of pit lane. There's only 40 stalls on pit lane. He's about the 35 mark right there, and now comes to a stop. And they go to checking the tire pressures on that machine. Does not appear to be any driver change going on. He is listed as the only driver on that car.
And for our European viewers, pits in Daytona are very different from what we would expect in the UK. There is no pit building as such. That you have basically just the pit wall and then perhaps an awning behind it, whereas in Europe particularly you'll see a pit building with, to all intents and purposes, a workshop.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a garage, I guess. Walk out of the garage, right there, pit wall's right there, and you have protection from the elements, if you will.
Yeah. The 111 car is in, so they have split up because Andrew Jordan is not in this time round. But this is going to be interesting because that could be everything or nothing. That it could be that is going to put them really, really close together or separate them out quite nicely. And Andrew will be going as hard as he possibly can now out there to make the most of his time without the Steve Dunn car being right with him. That very, very long 3 minutes. Doesn't seem to be any activity. Very minor bit of work behind the right-hand door, but that's about all. But the work continues. The official keeping an eye on exactly what's going on with that car.
Here comes the 969 car from returning to the race from the garage area. That's one of the Rothman's Porsches I was talking about. So we've had 2 of those go out so far in this race. So the 969 able to get back underway. We'll look for the whistle. Well, the same for the number 55 of Ray Schaefer. Talking about the 880 car, I think that's another one of the Rothman's Porsches. Martin Lauber, Alan Turpin's. Alan Turpin's behind the wheel now. See Lauber down there on the pit wall. So he took the first stint. Now Alan Turpin's behind the wheel of that car. Here comes the 96.
I was right that with the Jordan car, that was Andrew in the car, because there's his father suited and booted and ready to take over in the bright orange skid lid. So he's going to be in for that. Andrew works his way out of the car a bit. Can see the 111 still stopped in the pits, working his 3 minutes. Andrew's out, takes his hat off, helps his dad get in and belt it in. 111 back in the race. So right now, the leading car is Graham Edelman in the Ferrari 333 SP. And that we heard from Tim Pendergast that the 333 was was actually, the first one was built by Ferrari, but the subsequent cars, again customer cars, were built by outside contractors. And we have the just coming down pit lane right now, pulling into his pit. We have the
that's the 42 car.
Yeah, in sort of quasi Rothman's livery, but not quite. The 42 car is the fab car. Now, no, it's not a Porsche. It looks like a Porsche, and it looks very much like a Porsche 962, but it's actually the fab car, which was built here in the US, but with Porsche engine and a lot of other Porsche bits. Now, enjoy this car, because after this event, it is going to be retired. So this is its last event. And
did you buy it, Paul? You're going to put it in your home museum?
If I'd bought it, it would be here next year. I promise you that.
Thank you very much.
But no, it's obviously some cars get to that point that they probably are going to need to be in a museum or be completely rebuilt. And I know a lot of people you talk to will say, if you completely rebuild it, you lose all the history.
Right.
So it's the last weekend for that fab car.
Well, we saw that with the 44 Jaguar too. You were talking about it was at the end of its engine life. I guess it's spent the engine as much as it could be spent. So didn't want to get out here and have any other or further damages to it. So he was on the grid for the grid walk, but decided to not participate in the race. He took it back to the garage. That is a beautiful and historical car there.
Yeah,
44.
James Gouet is unwell as well, and I don't think that Doug Smith fancied doing all the driving himself. There's some people relish it. Some people take a slightly different view and think that all of that racing, 168 minutes of racing, a lot of them in the hot weather, maybe just a little bit too much. So. Incidentally, thank you for bringing it on the grid, because it was just great to see it, and you can still go and see it in the paddock. So that we're now just over the 29 minutes. So if you haven't done it, you can't pit now, because that's too late. And the Ferrari just about made it. So Ferrari's stopped in his pit space. Car down there. And again, that sort of unhurried look. It's almost, you can tell by the body language of people exactly what they feel about the car. There it goes back into the race. The car working its way across the 3 lanes of the pit lane. Lane 1 is the far left side, and that's for just before you pull into your pit. The middle lane is the transition lane, and the far right hand side is obviously the speed that you need to get up to speed as soon as you've crossed that blend line and back into the race. The Ferrari moving down through the end of the pit road, which is around the inside of turn 1, and we've seen over the years plenty of names, famous people, as well as others, just get that wrong coming out of the pits and clobber the wall before they even get back onto the racetrack. But the Ferrari doing a bit of settling in, not doing anything silly around the international horseshoe, but nonetheless therefore getting up to speed as he goes into the western horseshoe, the long right-hander, before he then, and he's got nobody around him, that he'll be getting round there, moving then over to the right-hand side of the road to pull into turn 6 and then up onto this famous Daytona banking that so many people have driven, so many people want to drive, and I think everybody that you talk to says that it's just one of those places that you have to do. If you're a racing driver, you really need to do something at Daytona.
A few years ago, my sister came up from Palm Beach, and we were able to get her and a couple other people I know a ride in the pace car, which was not the Nissan Z at the time. It was a little bit larger car, so a little more accommodating for several people. But the pace car driver got them a ride, gave them a ride on the pace lap, and it was I haven't even done that. I haven't been on the banking here at Daytona, so they were really excited when they got out of the car. So that was really neat. So definitely a bucket list maybe. I want to take a ride at Daytona on the banking. So
yeah, I have done that pace car lap, and it's amazing. I did it in front of this field, in fact, the Group C field, and there were 2 or 3 Porsche 962s in that particular race.
Nice.
To look out of the rear window of that pace car and see the snarling pack, the pressure that's there from these people who. The pace car's going as fast as it can, and it dares, but nonetheless, the competitors are saying, "Get on with it, move over." Fabulous experience.
Kind of like I was coming into the track this morning. There was a slow car, but it's like move over. We're less than 10 minutes away from the conclusion of this first segment of 4. As Paul mentioned, it's an aggregate score here. There's 4 segments of 42 minutes with a 3-minute mandatory pit stop. This one we're 8.5 minutes away from that. There's a waving situation over turn 5. Looks like a car off over in the wall over there now. Full course caution coming out. Oh, there it is over there out of 6. It looks like that is turn 6.
Right. Can't identify the car from here.
That is the 969 over there. That's that Rothman's Porsche that was back in the garage for a period of time, and now coming. Looks like he missed the turn at 1, based on how the track goes over there at 6. 6 is where they come out of the infield and up onto the high banks. So he missed the turn at turn 1 and ends up spinning there apparently a couple of times, and he has parked it. So the full course yellow coming out, as I've said a couple of times already this week, wherever that car is, another car can obviously make it out there. So that car becomes part of an impact zone, we call it here in the States. And I'm assuming it might be the same over in the UK, Paul, but they're in a bad spot. So if he ended up there, somebody else could end up there. So therefore, he becomes an obstacle on the racetrack, even though he's not actually on the race circuit.
No,
he's still considered to be.
He's probably 100 feet or more off the racetrack. But you're absolutely right, and that in days of yore, if you had a spin, if you had a mechanical breakdown, first thing a driver would do is undo the belts and run away. These days, the safest place to be is in the car.
Yeah, you want to be in the cage.
Yeah, inside the cage, and so in the driver's briefing that we had a couple of days ago, that it was very much, if you are marooned for whatever reason, stay there until you're told not to. And so the driver of that car staying firmly put, full course yellow, with 36 minutes run of this race. I hope we'll get running again, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, Paul, there is another incident out there. That I heard the turn 5 call from race control, and we can't see it because of the scoring pylon there. But right at the end, right before the turn 6, a left-hander that heads up onto the banking, there's a situation right there. It's just out of our view because of the scoring pylon, the beautiful digital scoring pylon with the HSR logos and digital scoring there for everybody to keep up with. So that is out of our view, but now I see that the safety safety trucks are over there and the ambulance. So they are taking care of that situation, which is separate from what we are seeing in clear view down at the turn 1, between turns 1 and 6.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right that we've got 2 separate incidents that the course vehicles are attending to. That first one at the beginning of turn 6, the other car, which is just marooned in the middle of the pavement, is not getting the attention yet, but no doubt the crews will be out there very shortly. So the vehicle is now out to that car as well. But this is the pace car has picked up the leader, but that at least will keep some order into what's happening. Our leader, Lars-Erik Nielsen, in the glorious, I can't say Porsche 962 without saying glorious in front of it, because it is, and that the driver from Denmark, owner and driver from Denmark, is doing what he said he'd do, but sadly we didn't see the Mustang fulfill the battle again there. Second place, as they last crossed the stripe, was Mike Jordan, the number 771, in his Porsche, and he was very, very close to Steve Dunn, who was in third place. Those two being much less than half a second between those two cars. So we talked about whether their differing pit stops would separate them. It didn't. It's as simple as that. And so we have these cars running through, but that the course cars are still on track, and I think that's going to be a bit of a while before we see any of these things moved. The field going past the beginning of turn 6 very, very slowly indeed. Course workers on track and directing those cars to come through very, very slowly. But this is the first of our HSR Classic 24 Hours at Daytona, presented by IMSA Races. This will carry on now throughout the rest of today and the first part of tomorrow. So everybody gets their own race in the light, dark, and dark again, and then light tomorrow. So the pace car goes across, and we have a checker. So that will be the order for this race. Now, interestingly, one of the things that we have is that because of the full course yellow, that at the front of the field, Lars-Erik Nielsen is now only 7.7 seconds ahead of Mike Jordan, with Steve Dunn 0.4 seconds behind Mike Jordan. So the first three cars, their aggregate scores, and that's what they're going to take into the second part of this race.
Lost any advantage he had.
It's completely gone. Where we can see the second and third cars, which are actually 1, 2, 3, 7th, 8th, and 9th, I think, in that train. But they are very close together. But they're still attending to that incident down at turn 6. And that we'll be getting the cars to come down into pit lane very shortly. Once the train has made its way down through this slowing down lap to make their way. Obviously no podiums, nothing like that at this stage. That joy will happen tomorrow, but for now this is just the first part of what this is all about. And don't forget also, as we've talked about, that there is a time change. The clock's changed tonight, so be careful that you don't get caught out by that. That for all of our viewers and listeners in the UK, that happened last weekend, so you're okay. You can just carry on running through. But we have the strange situation on our program of having 2 races which both start at 1 a.m. One is the Group G before the clocks go back, and the other one is back to the reset of Group A, which is after the clocks go back. So we have 2 races starting at 1 a.m, which is slightly confusing. There is still some work going on over at turn 6. Cars will be working their way back now.
Copy.
The pace car is on the back stretch.
10 seconds to go.
They're on their way back to the paddock, and Joe Bradley.
Hey guys, what a great start it is to the event, isn't it? We're down here in the pre-grid on the collecting area. I've got the Monster in front of me. This is a car that was built by Derek Drinkwater, who's the man behind the wheel. It's a replica of the car that Briggs Cunningham took to Le Mans in 1950. Yes, look at this car. This car was at Le Mans in 1950, and it was designed like that to cut through the air, the sleekness, the aerodynamics. We're all about getting down that Mulsanne straight as fast as possible. And if you can imagine in 1950, this car appearing on the grid at Le Mans, I mean, it looks science fiction. And you know what? If you put this car next to any contemporary prototype, open-top prototype sports car, like the Pescarolo that we've got here this weekend, conceptually, there isn't much difference. So I'm gonna try and dive in and have a quick word with Derek. He's got his helmet on, so I may have to shout. Derek, firstly, I want to thank you for A, building this thing, and B, bringing it out to Daytona.
It's an honour to be here. I mean, everyone's been fantastic, helping out, telling us what to do, and I'm just so excited to get on that track in a minute.
What is it, Derek, that made you think I'm going to build a replica of Le Monstre?
Well, originally, just racing at Le Mans was the most thing that I wanted to do. But after racing the other car, because I've got the saloon, I wanted to build this, and my other half said you're a nut, and then she suggested coming here, and now I know I'm a nut.
Yes, I think that's pretty clear. What was it about? I mean, when you think about it, back in the day when Briggs Cunningham, commissioned this car to be built, it was quite science fiction in its design and the way it was built in comparison to the other cars in that era.
He was a man before his time for racing, and I'm honoured to walk in his shoes. I'm just a little person with a very big man's shoes.
Derek, I was speaking to you the other day. You're just happy to be here, drive the car around, make it to the finish. It's not about where you finish, it's about being here for you, I think.
It's about being here, and actually the times I'm doing, I'm going to be a lot slower than everyone else, but I'm going to try my hardest to show people what the original can do.
Fine, but Derek, it's a pleasure. Enjoy your first segment for Group A. Group A is the next segment of races that we've got out here. And from one legend to another, Mr. Scott Atherton, who was at the time that I was involved in the American Le Mans Series, my boss, I suppose, Scott. Welcome back to Daytona again. It's your day off, because every day's your day off. You've retired, haven't you?
Yeah, technically that's true, but once a race fan, always a race fan. And I was a fan of this stuff long before I was sitting behind the desk at IMSA.
Yes, indeed. Scott, you were behind the American Le Mans series in what was called the halcyon period of sports car racing. Not just in America, though, because at that time, the early 2000s, the American Le Mans series was a world championship in effect, just not in name.
You're exactly right, and we enjoyed that period immensely because we had things going on here in North America. I don't know if you recall, but we actually launched the European Le Mans series as well. Unfortunately, that didn't work out, but I think it became the catalyst to put things back on track in Europe. And now, of course, you look at what's happening with what IMSA is doing, what the ACO is doing. It's history repeating in that you've got the same technical rules and regulations here in North America that you've got in Europe, at Le Mans, and in the WEC. So yeah, that's the way it was back in the American Le Mans Series era, and it's great to have it back that way.
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you miss all this?
Immensely. I don't miss the travel. I don't miss the headaches. I don't miss the constant battles about BOP. Yes. I miss the people. So it's kind of fun to walk the paddock here, see a lot of people I've known for many, many years, and just enjoy it. That's what this type of racing's all about, and I'm happy to be here.
We're happy to have you here, Scott. I'm going to ask you a question like I ask any other fan. If you could take a car away from this event and put it in your garage at home, which one would it be?
Oh.
Difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, man, that's like trying to pick your favorite child, I'm a huge fan of old Porsches. I'm a huge fan of Lola T70s. You've got a plethora of them here. Yeah, if I had to pick one, I'd jump in one of these T70s and take it home.
I'm with you on that. Scott, great to see you again. He looks very healthy, Mr. Atherton. Retirement doing you well, Scott. Absolutely, enjoying the Florida sunshine. We are going to head further up to this grid of cars. And like Scott said, the Lola T70 is one of his favourites, certainly one of my favourites, and I concur with him. Picking a favourite to take home, that's like picking your favourite child, and it's an impossible question to answer. We have got Lola T70s on the grid. We've got a great entry from Gerard Lopez, he's brought along a bit of a superstar, really. 3-time Le Mans winner, Marcel Fassler, world champion, world endurance champion in 2012. Mr. Fassler was, and he's out of the car at the moment, so I'm maybe going to dive in and get a chat to him and see what that Lola T70 is about. Mr. Fassler, how are you, Marcel? So this man here, 3-time winner, world endurance champion in 2012, Marcel. Little bit different than Lola T70. Tell us about it.
Very different than what I was used to. To be honest, it's a real great fun car. But I also have to be honest, it took a while for me to get flat in the banking because everything I have raced before, it was always getting more stable the faster I go. And this one is actually different. It's the opposite. It goes even more loose a little bit. So it was but now I'm pretty used to it, and I'm pretty comfortable in it. It makes really big fun for me. So it's also my very first time here with a historic car. So
what you're telling me, Marcel, is what I saw of you on Thursday. You weren't quite used to the car, and yet I think you were the quickest in the group. So you're used to it. You're going to be even faster.
Yeah, I think I have also a really good car, to be honest. This T70 is pretty fast, and I still feel that there is some potential on the driving side, but I have to learn a lot in this historic thing. So I know that it's a different kind of racing. You have to go survive the 24 hours, and so you also have to take a little bit speed out and everything to, be careful to the gearbox and everything. So it's another approach.
Great stuff. Gerard, to start the car in your second. Thanks. Marcel Fassler there, 3-time Le Mans winner and world endurance champion. Right now, I was told there was someone else to talk to. Where's my production assistant? There he is. What's he got for us? Adrian Newey is in the car. Could I have a quick word with Adrian? Adrian, it's great to have you back at Daytona. You're looking forward to this event?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. Really like the spirit of the racing out here. Really friendly atmosphere. Daytona's kind of 40 years ago. I don't know how that happened, but this is the first time I had a big result when we came here with a GTP car. It's kind of what launched my career, so it's great to be back.
And I know you'd rather be here than in Brazil, so I don't blame you for being behind the wheel of this. Have a great event. Adrian Newey in this beautiful GT40 here. A car he owned, he's campaigned here in the past, and we look forward to seeing how Adrian goes. That's us down at about to get the cars released, and I don't know what Ryan's pointing at there. You pointed at some tape. Oh, for aero, of course, yeah. So Ryan reckons this little bit of tape on there. I think it's this. That's actually to stop the Zeus fastener popping out. But I'll take Ryan's play on the aero. Guys, we're going to be drowned out here, so we'll leave the pre-grid now as these cars are about to roll out, and we'll continue later on.
Thank you, Joe. Some lovely mouth-watering cars on that grid. The Gerard Lopez Marcel Fessler car is going to be the fastest in this group so far. In that 1969 Lola T70, that's the Mark III-B, which was the car with the roof, and that they ran very, very successfully. Again, a customer car, but then we have Tony Seiler in the Lola T165. Then we have Damon DeSantis, and he'll be in another Lola T70. That's the pale green one you see there. And then Alan Roeder, and he'll be in the Shelby CSX, which is a 2002 stroke 65 car. Then Adrian Newey and Jim Farley in the Ford GT40. Craig Watkins will be in the number 46 Porsche 911 from 1968. And then Robert Spence, number 63, will be in the another 911, bit newer, 1972. So just the 50 years. Craig Sutherland and Kevin Wheeler in their 1973 911, and then the first of the Porsche 914-6s, Daniel Caggiano and Richard Stewart Milne. They are 9th. 10th is going to be Scott Leader, but the car's now coming out onto the racetrack, looking great. The far end of the strip, we've got the Cadillac from Derek Drinkwater that we just heard about, and we'll undoubtedly talk more about that over the course of this broadcast. But he's besides almost everything else, that car has got drum brakes, and only drum brakes. And so one of the things that Derek was explaining to me the other day was that if a car comes past him and that he and then jumps on the brakes, he's got no chance of stopping. And and that he said that as he crosses the start-finish line, he is starting to brake for turn 1, which is about, what, 300-400 yards?
Probably about that.
Yeah, and that he's having to do that. Car's now out on track.
Yeah, we see them on the screen here on the live feed, and we hear the engines down there as we have our cameraman Ryan down there with Joe Bradley, and they're getting a good up-close look at the cars as they leave the grid. What a beautiful sight that is. See, this is a teacher to everyone that's listening in around the world, really, that this is where you need to be next time. The live feed is cool, but you need to be here live next time. So make plans for that next year to come out to the 10th running next year of the Classic 24-Hour at Daytona presented by IMSA.
I love the fact that as the Le Monstre came out onto pit road, he had to pull right over to the right-hand side because that car has got such a dreadful lock that he had to make it as wide as he possibly could. But car's now out onto onto the racetrack. You know the way it works by now, ladies and gentlemen. So 42 minutes, they will come around behind the pace car, rolling start, which is obviously the way it happens here in the USA, but might be a bit different for some of our worldwide viewers, and that they will then run for 42 minutes, mandatory 3-minute pit stop, whether you are more than one driver or not. If you're driving on your own, you can stay in the car, unless, of course, there's refueling, Jeff, because then you have to get out, don't you?
And that's just a safety thing there.
Yeah.
If there's a flare-up, the driver's still strapped into the car, that's not going to be good if there's a flare-up during fueling. So that is more so just a safety thing. You don't see that in other forms of racing, but for this, most of the pro races, you don't see the driver getting out of the car. He stays in the car for fueling.
Yeah.
As what I can see, like Formula One, NASCAR, all those drivers, there's no getting out of the car during the fueling, but it's a different type of series. This is, of course, we want everybody to leave here in good shape. So, certainly this is a safety thing.
And that most of these cars would not have a dry brake fuel system. They're just pouring it in out of milk bottles. So
right. We saw one yesterday. The crew had a big 5-gallon jug and then one of those large red funnels, and going into, I think it was the back of Camaro, the way they had it set up, and he's just pouring it in there, and it seemed like it was taking forever.
Yeah, and that's the way it is. They banned Formula One refueling some years ago now because there were some very nasty accidents, notably one which happened to Jos Verstappen, who was Max's father, where his car caught fire in a big way. His Benetton caught fire in a big way, I think at Hockenheim, and that was kind of the catalyst that said this really isn't worth the risk. So we don't see much of that these days. Obviously, we do in endurance racing very much more, but here, if you're going to fuel it, you have to fuel an empty car, a car with nobody in it. So it's the Lola T70 of Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler who lead around. Field forming up into 2x2 formation, just as they should. It's going to be the 5 litres of the Lola T70 against 5.8 of Tony Siler's Lola T165. Pace car pulls off, holding steady now, and then off they go, and it is the number 60 car into a very well managed lead there. Tony Siler in second place, so they're running exactly as they ran off the line. The pale green Damon DeSantis Lola T70 in third place, and then we have the Adrian Newey Ford GT40, the white car, which is in fourth place. White car with the red stripe, and we can see them there going around the International Horseshoe.
Alok Runa in the 5th position in the Shelby CSX 65 Shelby CSX, followed by the 68 Porsche 911 of Craig Watkins. Then we have Robert Spence in the 6.3. That is a 72 Porsche 911, and then the 73 Porsche 911 ST of Sutherland and Wheeler. That's number 41 car.
We have a spinner. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's okay,
Jeff, but we have a spinner which is was our third place car, and we can see that on our live stream pictures that we have car facing in the right direction, but he went all the way round, and he's now got all to do. He's given himself a huge amount to do. That was at the Western Horseshoe, so he's now got to get back up with those people that we were expecting to see. So Gerard Lopez can breathe a bit more easily.
The big question was that the boss man? Was that David Hinton or was that Damon DeSantis? Quickly back underway, and you can see him on the backstretch out of NASCAR 2, and reeling in another car there. Gets on the brakes. He has his work cut out for him now as they work into the Le Mans chicane. And it's put him back to just about 3 or 4 from the back of the field. See the Le Mans truck coming there and backstretch into the Le Mans chicane. One more car behind that car. And they work around through NASCAR 3 and 4 now as the leaders cross the stripe. Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler, then Seiler, Adrian Newey, Jim Frawley in the number 5 car, along Root and Craig Watkins rounding out the top 5.
Great little battle for 5th and 6th place between Craig Watkins and Robert Spence. Gap between those two cars is 67 thousandths of a second. So that's a really great one. Our leader, however, currently has a 5.5 second lead over Tony Seiler in that open top Lola T165. Car built for the early days of the Can-Am series. And now we're seeing Adrian Newey, who Joe Bradley spoke to just before the cars came out. Adrian in 3rd place, and then right behind him we have Alan Roeder in that Shelby CSX. CSX being the chassis numbers of all the Cobras that were built, because it stood for Carroll Shelby Export when they were sent out from the UK. But our leader, he's very, very comfortably off now. That last time around was 5.4 seconds. It's looking quite a lot more than that now. So he crosses the start-finish line now. Tony Seiler is still only just coming into the tri-oval, so he's 9.3. That's a huge difference in that car. It was interesting that Marcel was talking about the fact that he's having to learn a new way of driving with these cars from the 1960s. This is a 1969 car, and that in a modern day prototype, the faster you go, the more it sticks to the ground. So therefore there's no question of doing anything other than driving it as fast as you can. With a car from 1969, that is not the case. That you can very easily fall off simply because you're driving too fast, and that the downforce in something like that G70 is not sufficient to get you out of trouble. Many a young driver has come into things like endurance prototype and had to learn that you can go through some fairly difficult corners flat, because that's the faster you go, the more it sticks to the road. But we're now 5 minutes into this race, and that we're looking to see where the original 3rd place car, the number 3, is sitting, giving himself a huge amount of work to do to catch up with that. See that car now on the banking through NASCAR turn 2. So it just seemed that it might have been tyres weren't fully warmed as he went round that Western Horseshoe. It may have been that there was a degree of contact. I don't think there was, but it could have happened. But we just saw the car sitting there facing in the wrong direction, which is always a nasty thing for any driver to be faced with. And
look in the wrong direction and seeing a car coming right at you as well. So I think that's Hinton behind the wheel, Mr. David Hinton. Trying to look on the pit lane to see if I see the co-driver DeSantis down there. Haven't spotted him yet, but I'm pretty sure, I feel pretty confident that it might be David Hinton there behind the wheel of that number 27.
Okay, well, in that case, he's got some explaining to do when he gets back, hasn't he?
Yes. Yes, you ask him first.
Yeah, okay. I'll stand behind you when I do it.
Okay. What were you thinking, boss man? But he's really on the move. You see him catching up with a couple of Porsches there out of the International Horseshoe, turn 3. Now through the kink at 4. See if he makes it through this time. Been a couple laps good right now since he spun, but
we're 7 minutes into this race. Same principle as the first race, that everybody has to have a pit stop, irrespective of whether they are a single driver or whether they're changing and any other things that they need to do. But they have to have a pit stop. It has to be a minimum of 3 minutes from pit in to pit out, and that any work they do is entirely up to them. David Hinton will assume it's David. Now past those other 2 cars, clawing his way back up the field. I think probably if you train your binoculars carefully enough on that, you can see the steam coming out of his ears, Jeff. He will not be pleased with himself.
Let me try that.
And
I don't know if we can see well enough into the car to determine that, but
Tony Seiler into pit lane, who was our second place man. That puts Adrian Newey up to second. Seiler, that's quite an early stop, I think, for that car. And it's conversations happening with the driver, but maybe that's just one of those, is everything all right? Doesn't seem to be a lot of activity there, but you've got the binoculars there. Jeff, what do you think?
Hey guys, I'm down here with the Tony Seiler Lola. We've got the car in, Tony Seiler not sharing the car. And why would you share the car? This beautiful T165, we're having some attention in the cockpit. Something is being, some gaffer tape being applied. It's not, in fact, it's not being applied in the usual fashion. The actual roll is being used to sit Tony further forward. So I think there's an issue with his seat, maybe coming a bit loose. We can see from Ryan's camera, I think, what's happening there. They're trying to find a spacer. So it looks to me as though Tony's seat may have come adrift a little. Nothing happening with regards to tyres. It's just down to the comfort of the driver here by the looks of it. So hopefully they can find something that'll bridge the gap. Car absolutely beautiful. Look at the V8, the Chevrolet V8 engine, just with those inlet trumpets protruding from the rear bodywork. That's a massive amount of power and engine that is basically strapped to Tony Seiler's backside, quite literally. He's still conferring with his crew down here. So from what I can gather, guys, Tony's a little bit uncomfortable. Whether or not a seat mount has broken so that he's kind of turned askew in the seat. But right now, we'll leave it at that. The team are going to try and find some sort of wedge. They've even brought an old sort of paper roll folded in 2. He's been given the work to fire this up. So whatever it is, it's a bit of a quick fix. And we're about to hear this Chevy V8 fire. The Lola T165 heading back out into the race.
And yeah, it does sound fabulous, but I don't think I want to be driving around Daytona with a loose seat, and that clearly he's a bit unhappy about that. Providing he can make it through to the rest of this part of the event, then they can work on that and get that repaired before those cars come out into the next their next part, which is not going to be till 8 o'clock. So therefore, they've got plenty of time to work on it. They've got 5 hours to do that. So
great work from pit lane down there by Joe Bradley, and Ryder, cameraman, and great sounds here at Daytona. So yeah, plenty of time to get that worked out, but they're okay with it for right now. And yeah, you certainly want to have a solid seat when, as Joe said, you have that big V8 engine strapped to your backside, literally. Could be a little unnerving there if you're slipping and sliding around. It's bad enough the car slipping and sliding, but if you're slipping and sliding inside the car, certainly not a good feeling here at Daytona, especially.
And we continue now with the Lopez Fassler car still in the lead, with Adrian Newey, Jim Farley still showing as second place. Then we're going to see Alan Roeder in third. The gap between first and second, however, is now 38 seconds. So undoubtedly the number 60 car doing a great job there. And we're...
Hey guys, I've got Jim Farley here, who's sharing Adrian Newey's Ford GT40. Jim, firstly, as the CEO of Ford Motor Company, here you are.
What am I doing here?
One of the pride and joy of the company.
Yeah, well, this is what we do. We just settled the UAW strike, so I thought it'd be a good idea to come. And Adrian, Joe Macari was going to co-drive, but I have a GT40 in Europe, so he and I are friends, and we thought it'd be fun event.
So you're here in your, what I call civilian clothes.
Yes.
So you're not taking part in this first segment?
No, we're going to, he does one section, one whole race. I'll do the night, so at 8 p.m. and 1 a.m., and he'll do tomorrow morning.
And we were just saying that's an eyesight thing, is that right? Who's got the better eyes for the night time?
We played Rochelle, so we decided that way.
Yeah. Great stuff, Jim. I'll leave you to, what time is Adrian due in? How many laps?
I think about 3 or 4 more laps he should come in for his 3-minute pit stop. Yeah, thanks for everything you guys do. You're awesome.
Oh, man, well, thanks for bringing your cars out.
Yeah, I mean, is there a better way to spend money than here?
That's right, absolutely right. And we appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. Jim Farley.
What a star.
Superstar right here at Daytona. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Randy, I agree. Is there a better way or better place to spend money than right here at Daytona?
The number 27 Lola that we saw, which I think Jeff is convinced now is going to be David Hinton in that car, that we saw spin right at the beginning of the race, that is now has worked his way back up to 4th place. So he's done an excellent job. He's 2 minutes down on the leader, but nonetheless an excellent job of working his way through the field. He's quite a bit down on Alan Roeder, but nonetheless he's doing what he can do. But let's say it's David, and his last lap was a personal best of 156.8. Alan Roeder is 201.3. So certainly he will be catching him. The Newey car is 2 minutes 2.5. So it's the 27 Lola T70 is currently the fastest car on the track.
Moving it out there. Jim Farley mentioned what better place to spend money, and you don't have to spend as much money, but if you have a few dollars in your pocket, make your way over to the HSR merchandise tent located just inside the fan zone. You can get some Classic 24, HSR Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by IMSA merchandise. Olivia told me that items were going quickly, so I'm not sure what the quantity is right now, but she's been selling. They're selling like hotcakes, as they say. So if you have a chance to come over to the infield, to the fan zone, step inside there and see Olivia. She's located just to the right in the white tent there, the HSR merchandise tent. You can get standard HSR merchandise, and also, as you want to get the hot items, the HSR Classic 24 at Daytona. You have hats, shirts, jackets, vests, all kind of merchandise, great looking merchandise here at the 9th running of the HSR Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by IMSA. Make sure you stop by there and visit her.
However, if you're listening to this in in somewhere like Australia or Europe, then I'm sorry for you because you can't have one.
I wonder if HSR ships. We'll have to,
Yeah, well,
wonder if they could place an order online.
There's the thing for everybody who's listening to us and letting us know what's going on. If you'd like one, let us know because we'll see what we can do.
I think Joe's going to do a feature on the merchandise a little bit later, and some other spots of interest around the infield. So hopefully we'll get by there and get a look at that, and at least can share that with everyone around the world.
The pale green car, the number 27, is now in the pit. So that will give us a chance to have a look and maybe see who is in the car. Jeff Wright got the well-worn binoculars now out and checking to see what that is. They have got the engine cover open, which is never a good sign, even with a mandatory 3-minute pit stop. But they've got that engine cover open. Driver's door is open. These cars very much from a time when nearly all sports racing cars were right-hand drive, and that had been the case since the 40s and 50s and 60s. But it's nonetheless. I think with a bit of luck we can get Joe Bradley down there to have a look at what's going on. But he can tell us what's going on. Joe, what have you got?
T70 in front of me. Look at this. Yes, not good news when the engine cover comes up like this. I'm going to see if I can peek inside, see what they're doing. Alternator belt on. Plug leads. They are fiddling with what looks like an engine issue with the plug leads. Fiddling with the plug leads. Maybe it's a bit of a misfire. I know we've got English Mike from the Heritage Motorsports team that are running this car, so we'll maybe get some insight when they get the car out. Now, plenty of time, because it's a 5-minute mandatory. Got an issue, then they can maybe get behind it and get it rectified. I'm just having another peek under the bonnet, Ryan, and see where it is. Yeah, they're fiddling with plug leads. Bit of a shake of the head there from the chief mechanic. We'll get the answer to the question as to exactly what's wrong when the car, if indeed the car resumes. So for now, gentlemen, if you leave this with me, and I'll get back to you when I get an answer for it.
Leave that with you, Joe, and thank you for your detective work already. The Cadillac Le Monstre is in for its stop, having a little bit of attention to the right front end there, which of course we can't see anything about because there is no wheel arch on that car. There's no opening at all. The whole of the front of the car is enclosed.
It's like a big boat.
Yeah.
What if that thing actually floats? You think it would float?
But evidently, when Derek got the car off the transport at Port Everglades and drove it up here last week, somebody said to him, "Does it float?" But the car, yep, that's all looking very, very unperturbed, which is absolutely great. And again, with your binoculars, you can probably see whether Derek is wearing his full face helmet. He's been sporting a very, very retro crash helmet. The Jaguar XK E-Type comes into pit lane. There's not much activity happening with the T70. I'm not sure if that's good or bad.
What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, I've got Damon DeSantis, who has got out of the T70. There's obviously an issue, which we thought. Damon, before you disappear, sir, that looks bad news. What's the crack?
I don't know. It was running fine. I spun out on the first lap, but everything ran fine after that. And then I don't know, it just lost speed. I have no idea why. They can't figure it out and can't fix it here. So we're losing precious track time, but maybe we'll get back out there.
Yeah, just, you know, when something like this happened, I mean, the Lola T70, they were renowned in that period for attrition, wasn't it? It was a factor. And here we are emulating that very thing from period. But does that take the pressure off for the rest of this event? Because now it's just go out there and drive.
No, absolutely not, because you don't know, with the other Lolas out there, like you said, they could have an issue, so you got to stay in it to win it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So that's a shame that we're not going to be seeing that car in any of the remainder of this race, but nonetheless, sounding pretty positive that they can get it fixed and up and running for later in the day.
You'll say what a great attitude from Damon. So you have to stay in it to get somewhere, because anybody, you never know it. This is early on. This is, if you're going to have a problem, even though you don't really want to have it early, I think it's better to have it earlier than later. So that's my opinion. It's never good to have a problem, obviously, at any time. But if you're going to have it, you don't want to run the whole series 4 segments and then find out in the last 10 minutes your car breaks. So that would be certainly a heartbreaker. This is heartbreaking as well, but at least there's time to possibly recover from that. There's still a lot of minutes left remaining here for this segment, and they're out in this segment, but there's 3 more segments. There are 3 more segments they can get back into it and possibly gain some ground. So great attitude to have the will to stay in it.
Yeah, and all credit to them for that, because I think it's nice to see, but the car is slightly sadly pushed away and will be worked on over the course of the next few hours to see if they can get that sorted out.
And
good discussion from Joe Bradley as well.
And I was incorrect. It was actually Damon really pedaling the car around, so he's doing a great job there.
Yeah, I'm just writing my letter of apology to David Hinton as we speak. But I quite like being up here doing this race commentary, and so I don't want to upset the boss. So, dear David,
we don't want to upset him. Keep him in happy spirits. So if the boss is happy, everybody's happy. Correct?
That's usually the way.
Usually how we like to say it. So
yeah, the Jaguar back into the field.
We're about 5 minutes away from the window closing. We've just hit the 24-minute mark. Cars have to be on pit lane by the 29-minute mark. We have several cars on there now. Looks like the 5-2 car down there, as well as the number 7 Camaro, the 7-1 Camaro, if you will. 52, Don Myers. Upstream, the 127 car also on pit lane, as we're, as I said, getting close to the pit window closing. 127 is the Philip Needs Bill Blair Lotus Elan.
Alan Roeder is in the pits in that, I think the word is brutal, Shelby. It's in our sight with the T70 fairly close behind it, but the T70 is all swoopy and gentle lines, and that Alan Roeder isn't. The leader into the pits.
The T70 will, well, I guess they're trying to, well, they're pushing it up just a little bit. 3.5 having some issues with the tail light coming loose, hanging off the back of that car. It's the number 60 car in on pit lane, and that is the Gerard Lopez Marcel Fassler T70 Mark 3B. Beautiful machine there. That is your leader,
and that's a driver change as well.
Yeah, driver change going on there. 42-minute race, so to get about 20 minutes in, or a little bit more than that.
The car being readied, and again a very unhurried pit stop. Crew member down on his knees, getting old driver out, new driver in, door shut. Now they'll go away and check, bleed out some air out of the tyres perhaps, checking tyre pressures. That sort of yellow, greeny yellow Shelby is at a stop, and nothing is happening to that car at all, which is always a good sign. But looks like they're just talking about the weather as that goes on.
Well, they have a lot to talk about because it's beautiful weather here at Daytona today. It's been beautiful pretty much throughout the week. We've had some clouds here and there, and we've had some rain yesterday, but overall it's been, we'll give it a 97 maybe, 98.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that fair?
I think that sounds very...
It's still an A. We'll give it an A.
Yeah, give it an A. That's about right. Right.
So looking at the number 35 car, they had the tail light hanging off of that car. Now pit lane really busy as we have gotten down to the under 2 minutes before the pit window closes. And there are 6 cars right there in the line behind the number 27 car. That car is disabled now, but they have to leave the car there. The issue with that is they can't just get the car all the way unless it will run under its own power. But the reason they leave the cars there is because during the pit stops, it's too busy on pit lane for any crews to be out there pushing the car. Makes it too dangerous. Porsche coming down into pit stall. That's the number 72 car. They quickly go to work on that car. The 41 sets on pit lane. The 181 Camaro of Baton pulls into pit stall 22, and they start checking tires immediately on that. Drinking water going to the driver. The 133 car is a 914.6. That car has spun twice in this race. Been doing well the last several laps, but early on in the race spun over in turn 1 and also spun out of turn 6, which is basically the same area, just back to back over there, right before the turn 1, NASCAR turn 1. And we're going to go down to pit lane, Joe.
Yeah, we've got Adrian Newey in that Ford GT40. This is no replica, everybody. This is the real deal. It's a car that was campaigned in the 1960s to take Le Mans victory away from Ferrari. We've saw the film. I'm not sure what it's called over here. Le Mans 66 is what it was called in the UK. Now we know that Adrian's not going to be handing over the car to his teammate Jim Farley. Going to take over the car and do the complete segment of the race tonight when it gets dark. So we've got this 5-minute mandatory. Adrian Newey, nothing going on the car, not even any tyre pressures being bled to rectify and optimize the tyre pressure. So the team very happy with how it's going, and now just a little bit of conversation going on with one of Adrian's teams. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward affair for the number 5 GT40, and it should be getting underway in a few minutes.
Thank you, Joe, and it certainly looks very, very relaxed, which is kind of interesting because we know that Adrian Newey is an absolute perfectionist, so that car must just be absolutely perfect, and it's as simple as that, isn't it? But car came in the lead, but that's clearly going to change quite quickly, and that we're going to see the Lopez and Fassler car, which has now gone back out into the race and is crossing the start-finish line now.
We hear the sound of that car coming back to life as they get ready to head back onto the course. Joe and Ryan and Tim, the camera team, right down there on pit lane, right up close to the action and getting some great shots and great sounds here at Daytona.
And as Joe says, that's nothing other than a very real car. That has history, that has Le Mans history, and it raced over here as well. Just ticking over gently. Interesting to hear that Adrian is going to do both this race and the last race, and that Jim Farley will do what many people would say was the more difficult side of being the darkness. Lovely noise, and the just looking at the Cadillac Monstra, it clearly is not as fast as the other cars on track, but when that car is running down the back stretch, it's doing 130 miles an hour, which just doesn't bear thinking about. It's a ridiculous speed.
I wonder how much it moves around. That was the aerodynamic back in the 50s, I guess, when that car was made. Was it the 50s?
1950.
So I wonder how much aerodynamic it actually is. Is it moving around a lot? Is it actually aerodynamic? Certainly not aerodynamic by today's standards.
Well, I
wonder how much it moves around.
I had quite a long chat to Derek on our Historic Racing News podcast, and that he was saying that it gets quite light at 130. The steering gets quite light at 130, and it just goes to show how things have changed. That in 1950, if you were designing an aerodynamic car, the only thing you wanted to do was get through the air quickly, and that's what you did. So the more it was like a bullet, the better. Whereas by the time, and looking at some of these cars, the T70s in particular perhaps, that they are looking at downforce, they're looking at using the air far more. So yeah, the Le Monstre is very much about just get through the air. Now that means that when you get to high top speeds, yeah, it's going to build up air underneath the car, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. But that car was doing the 3.5 miles of the Mulsanne Straight in 1950, which would have been flat out as well. So this is nothing new for that car's design. And as we talk about it, crosses the line in front of us now, and as we said, he'll be fairly hard on the brakes now to try and get that car round turn 1. Lopez Fassler car is back to the top, as we would expect. Tony Seiler, in spite of his problems with the seat in that car, is sitting in second place. And the Adrian Newey Jim Farley car, currently driven by Adrian Newey, is in third.
I just got some news about that car. We talked earlier about the pit stops, and they must be 3 minutes on pit lane. And as relaxed as that pit stop appeared, apparently they were a little bit short on the pit stop by 3.7 seconds, I think is what I heard from race control. So they're going to get, unfortunately, a 30-second penalty added to that. So
Which car?
The number 5 car.
Oh, right.
So we are...
Now that's very un-Newey-like, but 30 seconds will drop him certainly one place on current checking. So we've got this with 35 minutes already run. Each race in this Classic 24 hours at Daytona, presented by IMSA. Each of these races 42 minutes long. So from them crossing the line at the beginning of the race, the flag will come out at 42 minutes to bring that to an end.
The short time on the number 5 car during the pit stop, that cost them 30 seconds. And we also had, there's also a speed limit on pit lane of 35 mile per hour. And the 5.2 car was up over, I think, 42 miles per hour as they came down pit lane. So that actually equates to a 40-second penalty for that car. So if you're shorter than pit stop, you get a 30-second penalty plus your time. If you speed on pit lane, it's 40 seconds that you get penalized with. So the 5.2 car is going to get 40 seconds added at the end of the race. And that car currently down in the 13th position as we have reached the 15. We have about 5.5 minutes. About 5.5 minutes remaining in this race. It's 36:28 elapsed now.
Dawn Myers has undone much of the good work that she's done so far in this race. The number 52, currently in 13th place, but again, she's going to drop down at least one place with that penalty, and maybe even two. It's so easy to do, so easy that people can come off that high-speed banking down to 35 miles an hour. A big ask, as we say. Alan Roeder Tony Seiler crosses the line in front of us. The gap between first and second is currently pretty impressive, 68.7 seconds. And Adrian Newey is actually coming into our sight now. And he's 25 seconds further down the road again. But he sits 1 minute 34 seconds behind our leader, the Lopez Fassler Lola T70. We have a car stopped.
La Mancha car is what we're hearing. Trying to locate them out there. How can you miss it, right? But over in the 5-6 area.
Can't see anything currently, but as you said earlier on, Jeff, that the scoring tower gets kind of in the way of a bit of that.
Yeah, I think that's where he is, right there behind the scoring pylon. We also have, I just noticed over in turn 5 at the pull off over there, the 46 car has pulled off over there at the gate at 5. So they are stationary yellow at the turn 5 station. The big loop around there, that's the West Horseshoe, as they call it here at Daytona. So right there where the number 72 car is, I think is where the La Mancha car is kind of parked out of our view. One of the corner workers out there talking to the driver and making sure he's okay. But local yellow at the turn 5 area.
That's a shame, but let's hope that it's repairable, that it's not something that means we're not going to see that car again. So I just love seeing that car on the banking. It's almost bigger than anything else we see this week.
I was watching that a moment ago, and a Porsche was going by it. That car's twice the size of the Porsche.
Yeah, those big slab sides that it's got as well. And,
I'm sure it moved that Porsche around a little bit as the Porsche went by. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 40 minutes, very nearly, so just 2 minutes left to run of this race. Lopez and Fassler at the front, as we expected, and Tony Seiler is then in second place in the in his Lola T165 Can-Am car, and then Adrian Newey, Jim Farley, at least on the road, are sitting there in third place with Alan Roeder, who was in fourth with the Cobra. The field very spread out now as we come into the last minute and a half of this race. We'll just see how that's going to pan out. Lopez and Fassler, they are probably at the point where they could push it round for the fourth race in a row. Just get the crew to push it round a few times, because they are going to have a huge lead by the time they get to that. But Joe's been talking about things that are going on in the infield, and I know that he's intending to get out and have a look at some of those things. Car coming down straight very slowly.
That slow car on the trial, well, Paul.
It's the 165. So that's our second place car. And he looked as if he was actually going to cross that double yellow line and go into pit lane, and then thought better of it. The last lap of this race, and Tony Seiler, for whatever reason, going very, very slowly. Adrian Newey, I think, is going to pass him. Maybe that seat has collapsed entirely. Looking now for our leader to home into view. Lovely white T70 with the red and the blue stripes. Coming right now out of NASCAR turn 4, and he will be collecting the checkered flag. Right now he can see the flag, so Lopez and Fassler win this section of the event for the Classic 24 Group A. And there, crossing the line now, is Adrian Newey in the number 5 Ford GT40, and we're looking out for Tony Seiler, who is coming around very, very slowly through turn 4. Really don't know what's wrong with that car, but it's very, very slow. As far over to driver's left as he can be to keep out of the way of anybody else. He's overtaken by the 133 Porsche. Number 17 crosses the line, but it's Alan Roeder who gets there before him. So Roeder gets 3rd place, the number 79 car, and 4th, a very, very unwell motor car with that T165 Lola. So a last lap drama is what we got there. And so it's number 60 from number 5, 60 Lopez Fassler from number 5, Newey and Farley, and then Alan Roeder, number 79, and 17 Tony Seiler. 5th will be Chris Bayton in the 181 car, the Camaro, and then 6th will be the number 63 Robert Spence car. So that's a good mixture of cars, but some drama right down there on the final lap of that. Adrian Newey, as we know, has a penalty though, because Jeff, you said that he's got a penalty for not being stopped in or not being in pit lane for long enough.
Yeah, just by 3.7 seconds, I think is what I heard from race control. So unfortunately, the 3.7 seconds will cost them an additional 30.
Yeah, and
we did have a couple of cars. There's the Seiler car now as we look at him. Good deal for him to stay in it and at least finish the race in 4th. But yeah, unfortunately for the number 5 car, it's going to cost him 30 seconds.
So that means that Alan Roeder will actually move up the list, and that he will finish in 2nd place, and that then we'll see Newey finish in 3rd. The as Jeff Wright said, the 165, the T165 Tony Seiler car, number 17, has actually pulled off at the International Horseshoe. Now, that says to me that that's not the seat. That couldn't be something as simple as that. It's not going to be the seat that does that. It's something altogether more serious. So the cars making their way back to the paddock. Once again, just to remind you that there are no podium celebrations or anything, because these are all part of that. And
Joe's in the pit. What do you have for us, Joe?
You know what? Doesn't matter what you race, whether it be a kart at the very sort of start of the journey in motorsport or to Formula One. It's all about these things behind me. The tyres. It always comes down to the tyres. We talk about the tyres a lot. Now then, this is a brand new slick tyre. See these little dots here? That tells you how much rubber's on the tyre. You might not have wondered what those dots are for. When those dots disappear, there is no rubber on this tyre. You might think, well, it's a bald tyre. Well, it's not bald. Well, it is bald. It hasn't got a tread. But the rubber there is what melts into the road, and all of this melted rubber, the surface of the tyre here, is what we call graining. And basically the tyre being worn. Now this is a horrible used rubber that I can't pull off there. Thankfully this tyre hasn't just come off a car, or else I'd be burning my hands. Because once these things come in, like when we see the car's pit stop, I would not be able to put my hand like that, because that would be literally melting rubber. Now, the man behind supplying tyres to the Daytona Classic is that man there, Dave Handy. Come on in, Dave. Great to see you, mate. Great to see you, mate. All right, it looks like a logistical nightmare, because you guys have been literally working flat out since what? Tuesday, Wednesday?
Tuesday morning. We loaded in here at 9 o'clock Tuesday morning. Started a setup, but it started months before that. I mean, when you talk about logistics and stuff, I mean, people started calling in their orders a couple of months ago, because we asked people to, give us an idea of what we're going to need and what do we need to bring, so that we have our, supplies on board. So then we have to load 5 trailers out here.
Wow, look at that, Ryan.
Starting at the one over here on the left, the Sasco trailer, and then the Goodyear trailer next to it, and then my stacker, and then another trailer full of Goodyear tires. And so we're carrying, 4 or 5 different brands, from Michelin's to Goodyear's to Pirelli's to Avon's to Toyo's to Hoosiers. So it's, as you say, it's a logistical nightmare to begin with.
And Dave, you're not catering for a spec formula where all the cars are on this. I bet you wish you were. You've got everything from treaded tyres from a car that was made in 1950s to literally a car that was running in the IMSA WeatherTech series literally 2 years ago. So the variation in tyres is massive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got Avons for the Le Monstre out there, and you say all the way up to the current LMP2 and LMP3 cars that are running, that ran in IMSA last year, and that'll run in the HSR LMP3 series they're starting for next year. So it's a broad range, and we probably brought 2,000 tires down with us. We've mounted and balanced about 1,500 tires this week already. You can see they come in here, they check in with me, and then they go through the line here to the bead breaker, to the mounters, down to the inflation cages, then to the balancers at the end, and then they come out the other side and sit down there and wait for the crews to come pick them up.
So what is the process? So I'm here with a team, I'm running a race car. It's the process for I bring my wheels and tyres to Sasco Sports down here, and it's a bit like sort of going to the local tyre dealer. You bring your tyres. Dave, can I have 4 Michelins to fit blah blah blah? Is it as simple as that?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. I mean, the only thing that we ask the teams, and they're really great at doing, that the local tire dealer doesn't do, is to clean the wheels up before they bring them over. Let the air out of them, strip the old weights off, so that it just helps the process to go quicker. Yeah. So they come over and they say, hey, I'm here to get the 3rd set of tires that I ordered for this weekend. We load the stuff up and it goes on through here and comes out the other end. So the teams are great to work with. HSR is great to work with. This event for us has been just spectacular over the years. We'll be here, I won't say all night, but we'll be here a fair part of the night to make sure that everybody's got what they need. And then we'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning and finish it up.
And that was my next question, actually, Dave. So tomorrow morning from 7 o'clock, we go into the last race segments for each of the classes. So surely their tyre needs have been catered for by then. So, your into the night and into tomorrow morning, your day and your workload starts to tail off, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's already, as you could say, as I said, it started to taper off. Teams are, they're into their first stint. They've got 3 more to go. And by tomorrow morning, when we get here at 6 o'clock, we'll start doing a lot of dismounting of old tires so the teams can take bare wheels home to service them over the winter. And all the scrap goes into these trailers over here. This is the 3rd one that we've loaded up with scrap already this weekend.
Where do they go to? What happens to them?
There's a company called John Burgett Used Race Tires up in Illinois that takes all our old tires, and they sort through them and clean up the decent ones that are still used, and they sell them off to autocrossers and club guys and stuff as used race tires. And they can buy, a tire like this that is $700 or $800. They could buy it for $100 and use it at a local club event or autocross and that type of thing.
So you basically scrub all the sort of the pickup off and recycle them and they still have a bit of competitive life. I didn't know that.
Yep, absolutely. So they do have a life after here instead of just ending up in a grinder somewhere or in a playground and mixed in with whatever that they end up recycling with. So that's again just another big logistical part of the whole thing is getting all this this stuff that comes off out of here, and we've got great partners that we work with that make all this happen and keep it kind of moving along pretty efficiently. So I say we'll get here about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and we'll start stripping stuff down and we'll start cleaning up our area and putting stuff away so that hopefully by noon or so we can roll out of here and head home.
Oh, I was going to say have a beer, but you've got to drive up. Now, Dave, I'm talking to Dave Handy, Sasco Sports Tyre Man, but I also know Dave Handy, the very, very quick racing driver, because this guy is no slouch, and I've seen you at many HSR events. So right here you are, cars going round, Dave. You must be itching to get behind the wheel.
Well, I'll tell you, this is one of the racetracks that I have never driven at. And,
no way!
And in all my years of driving, I just haven't had the right opportunity. I'd love to drive here, but I'd love to do it in something really fast and, something real competitive. And maybe next year, we'll see.
Hang on. David Hinton, Dave Handy needs a drive. Sorted, mate. Thanks for telling us. Great insight, Dave. Great insight. And we'll leave you guys to get back to work and maybe grab a cup of tea before the next batch turns up. Dave Handy, everybody. Thank you, mate.
Take care.
Excellent job there, Joe Bradley. That I've learned a bit about tyres in the last few minutes, so thank you for that. We're waiting for Group B to come out onto the racetrack. They will be with us very shortly. All of our races are, as you know, due to start at the top of the hour and run for 42 minutes, and then that will work us all the way through. Group B is our 3rd race of the Classic 24 Hours at Daytona, brought to you by IMSA and HSR. The pace car is lined up and ready to lead this field out onto the racetrack. Some interesting and very pretty cars that are coming out now. Although this is, in HSR terms, Group B, these are very largely what we would know from years gone by as Group 4 and Group 5 cars. So the field is going to be led out by the 1979 Di Tommaso Pantera 5.8 litre car from Ralph Kalleners and Detlef von der Dijk. And as I can see, the slightly forlorn Cadillac Le Monstre coming back on the back of a flatbed. Don't want to see that, but let's hope it's nothing too much.
Cars coming off the grid now as Ryan has, our cameraman has a nice shot of them coming off and heading on into the chute and on the pit lane. Look at all the spectators there and just crew members and people that are in the area, because the garage area is open, so you can come in and look at this. So everyone wants to be right there and watch the cars go out from the grid.
This is very much a a mixture of all sorts of different events. I mean, it's a motor race. Yeah, it's a motor race. We know that, but it's also a car show. It's also a carnival. It's a meeting of old friends. There are so many different things, and the atmosphere. A lot of people have talked about this. The atmosphere here is just amazing, and it reminds me very much of how Le Mans Classic used to be 10 plus years ago. To my mind, Le Mans Classic has got too big now, and they had over 200,000 people there this year.
Wow!
And that's
talk about a carnival.
Yeah, very much the carnival. But this is the way that Le Mans Classic used to be when I used to love it. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm enjoying it. We've got 13 cars in this. Joe.
Yeah, I thought you'd be interested, guys, in Le Monstre being brought off the flatbed. The rear overhang of the car is going to cause a bit of a problem here if we don't get some blocks of wood under those rear ones. They are managing to get it off, though. Derek Drinkwater is the basically the man in charge of bringing the car off. But it's you know what? When I was teaching motorsport engineering back in England at Gateshead College, one of the biggest exercises I used to give to people was how to get a race car that is broken without any wheels on and off a flatbed, because that's one of the big things that you're going to do a lot of, and that's what we're seeing now. So we'll get a chat to Derek once the way, guys.
Thank you, Joe, because I think we'd all like to know what's happening there. We can see the car being pushed off the flatbed. It's very low and very long overhangs. Derek restarts the car, that's a good sign. But meanwhile, our current grid for Group B, the race 3 of this HSR Classic 24 Hours at Daytona, is now on the back stretch, the other side of Lake Lloyd, and the safety car going quite slowly and backing them up nicely so that we get a nice clean start when they come around. But they've first of all got to go through NASCAR's turn 3 and 4. That just to remind any of our international listeners and viewers that the Daytona Speedway here has a very impressive inland in the middle of the oval track, and that's being used for all of the races here at this event. So they are that you get the best of all worlds, and there's also the chicane out on the back before NASCAR turn 3. Cars nicely formed up into order. It's going to be about Ralph Kalliner's in the Pantera and Greg Gregory in that Chevron B26. They're side by side, 2 yellow cars. The power goes down, and it is of course the Pantera that gets the power down before Greg Gregory can do it. The Porsche 935 A3 is right there as well. Mike Smith and Dave Smith came up from 4th to 3rd, but as they come out now, it is the Chevron which has made its mark. That Chevron, only just a little 2-litre engine, but beautifully engineered and very much a dual-like car. The car is out there pulling away very well from Le Mans veteran Ralph Kalliner's in the Tommaso Panther, of course. As they go into turn 6. He's got a very healthy lead. Pantera again is pretty good. We see a change there for 3rd. The Mike Smith, Dave Smith car being pushed down to 4th. Now out onto the back straight, and we're going to see the motor race breaking out, because that Chevron is very, very handleable, handles beautifully, sticks to the road well, good aero, but it's going to be the power of the Tommaso Pantera, this 1979 car. And Joe Bradley, what have you got for us?
On the Le Monstre, just spoke to Derek. I'm hoping to get a word with him in a moment, but it's the left-hand front wheel. He felt he had a puncture. You'll probably be able to see from the live stream that the tyre is indeed got air in it, and it's not a puncture. So we think it might be a collapsed wheel bearing. Derek here on the jack with period overalls, I'll have you. When he jacks that car up, if we keep the camera on the front wheel, Ryan, we might see it wobble out of position. It looks pretty, yeah, see that little bit of movement there? So the bearing is filled. We've got a filled wheel bearing there as Derek goes to work on the jack. Derek, that wheel didn't half wobble. Look at that. That's it. There it is. Is that a wheel stud broken?
I'm not sure.
Drum brakes, remember? So drum brakes, we've had a front bearing collapse there, have we?
Yeah, it looks like I've lost a hub.
Yes.
So I've got to try and find a hub.
Where do you find a hub for Le Monstre?
I'm not sure. Steal it from a Cadillac somewhere.
Oh, of course, it's all Cadillac running gear, isn't it? All right, mate, I'll leave you to it. Tension here. So, what was this? What sort of Cadillac are we looking for, boys? I'll put the message out.
It's a 1950s Cadillac Coupe de Ville, please.
I don't think they're going to find that at the Walmart auto shop.
No, they're not going to get onto Meineke and find that, are they?
Did see a Pet Boys across the street though, so
well, there you
who
are.
knows?
There you are.
Wow.
I just love the fact that Derek doesn't say, "Oh, this is dreadful, this is awful." Just we've got to find it. But at the front of the field now in this third race for the Classic 24, we have a motorist, which is really very, very well broken out. The Tommaso is back in the lead. Greg Gregory in second place. They cross the line just 1.2 seconds apart. And once again, this nip and tuck battle happens where the Chevron will be much quicker through the infield section. Pantera puffing out flames on the overrun as it goes into the International Horseshoe. Down through the left-hand kink and then into the West Horseshoe, the right-hander.
Yeah, there goes the great Gregory car. Ethan Shepard, actually the driver behind the wheel of that car right now, makes a nice outside pass through the turn 5 area.
That was a very, very brave move. He went all the way around the outside, and that the Chevron now goes onto the banking very, very strongly. But now look at this, the speed, the flat out speed of the Pantera just blasts past the Chevron, and that's already there's probably 10 cars lengths between those two, but then it's going to be hard on the brakes.
Joe has something from the garage again. Joe?
Yeah, it's an official shout out actually. So you guys mentioned there, and it was a kind of shout out. So we're shouting out to someone in the Daytona area. We need a left front hub for a 1950 to 53 Cadillac Coupe de Ville to be precise. Not sure of the part number, I'll try and get that. But hey, if anybody's out there and they're watching this and they can get that part down to here to the Daytona Speedway, that's what we're looking for. Yes, we're already on the internet looking at car parts, auto parts places, so hopefully we might try one, but you never know. There might be somebody listening, watching this, they've got that hub in their garage. If it is, get in touch. Have we got a hashtag or a Twitter account that we, X account that we can throw out there, guys?
Hashtag Classic 24. Exclamation mark.
So get that one out, and if you need help with out, like I said, that somebody might have it in the garage, somebody might know somebody that's has a pile of parts in their garage or their shop, so maybe we can help them out and get Derek back on track for the next round.
Because it would be so disappointing not to see that car out and about for the remaining 3 races. Meanwhile, in this race that we have for the Group B of what we have, that the battle continues to rage at the front. Those two confusingly yellow cars, which it's the Di Tommaso Pantera 1979 car and the 1974/5 Chevron B26. Those two cars very, very different in the conception and how they look and how they feel. We have 13 cars in this race, but the field is fairly broadly spread.
Probably the lightest field I think we have for all the groups. Just taking a quick look at the remaining grids for all the groups. I think this is the smallest group that we have out there, but certainly not necessarily one of the slowest. The Greg Gregory car, Greg Gregory, Randy brought that car across the stripe. Ethan Shepard, I recognize the orange helmet. He's the driver of that car right now. And I think it's typical. He typically leads off the first segment, if you will, of the Classic 24. Has been doing it here for several years, and he will try to get them in a good spot. This car dominated all 4 rounds last year and took the win in Group B last year in the 2022 Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by IMSA. So they are trying to keep that streak going. They've done very well here at Daytona and Sebring in the Classic Series.
But right now, we're seeing the Di Tommaso is putting a mark down on the Chevron. That the gap as they crossed the start-finish line was 6.6 seconds on that previous time round, and if anything, that's going out. Now that's surprising me, Jeff, that we're actually seeing the Pantera that much quicker. I mean, okay, in qualifying it was considerably quicker, but the Chevron has been very successful at this event, hasn't it?
Certainly has. Good battle going for the 3rd position. Alon Rude battling it out, trying to hold off the challenge from Todd Treffert in the number 41 Baby Turbo, as we call it. And so far, holding them off right now as they move into the high banks at NASCAR 1 and 2. Alon Rude pulls away a little bit now in the Camaro. 82 Camaro IMSA 6-liter, right at the 6-liter mark there. And then, of course, the Baby Turbo of Todd Treffert, 2.1 liter. 1975 Porsche 911 RSR.
So that Camaro, is that a tube frame car? Presumably it is.
I would guess it says it's an IMSA Camaro. And Joe's in the pits now with something else. Joe?
Yeah, this is a very worthy cause, guys. Vintage Races for Rescues with Robin Handy here, who's Dave Handy's wife, actually. Now, Robin, you are Dave's wife, aren't you?
I am, proudly, yes.
I thought you were. Now, tell us quickly about Vintage Races for Rescues.
So about 10 years ago, Dave and I started fostering dogs and cats for various rescue groups, and in 2019 we decided to start our own group. Since then we've rescued over 1,600 dogs and cats.
Are they all still living with you?
No, they're not. Only about 15.
Yeah, see that, 15 dogs.
But we get them out of the local shelters that have a very high, up to 75% euthanasia rate. So we get them out, we take them to the vet, get them fully vetted, foster them. We don't have a facility. We're all foster home based. Then we find wonderful forever homes for them, and they live happily ever after. We have a Facebook page, Vintage Racers for Rescues, and we also have an alumni page where people can follow up on all the rescues that we get out of the shelter.
Now, all you do there, Robin, costs money. So this is a charity, isn't it? So tell the world, how can they help? How can they help? Where can they donate for this great cause?
Okay, great. So we are 501c3 nonprofit, which means your donation is tax deductible. VintageRacersForRescues.com has a donate button. On there, there's PayPal, Venmo, our mailing address. There's a Chewy wish list, an Amazon wish list. I think that's about it, but there's a lot of ways to donate. We need lots of supplies. We have about $150,000 a year in vet bills. We take a lot of special needs dogs and cats, so the need is there. It's all on the website, and we'll be happy for any donation, $5 to whatever you want to donate. It's all very appreciated.
Brilliant, Robin. She's only got 15 dogs. She's got room for 30, so get donating. Thanks, Robin.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe Bradley, and thank you, Robin, who I don't know if supplied is the right word, but organised for our colleague Jim Roller's latest dog. Came from Vintage Racers for Rescues, so close to home as far as we are concerned. The race back at the race, Ralph Kalliner's Ditlev von der Kiek now have a significant 10-second lead over the second place Greg Gregory, Randy Buck, Chevron, and then Alan Roeder in the Camaro is in third place. Fourth, just 4 seconds down is Todd Treffert in that baby turbo Porsche, and then Mike Smith and Dave Smith, no relations, in the 935, that orange Jägermeister car, which is just going through the international horseshoe, the tighter of the horseshoes on the infield, and that he's going through the kink and then through the west horseshoe, which is a much broader turn and therefore not as acute, although both of them end up going through 180 degrees. So that's the Smith and Smith car. David Gretulis in the number 92 is currently in 6th place, and that's the IROC 911 that we've talked about, and the number 126 David Burke, Brian Sanders car is the 911 RSR, which is over from the UK, and that's in 7th place. But at the front, Ralph Kalliner's and Ditlev von der Kiek is just making hay while the sun shines. 11.5 seconds between first and second, and it's sort of note that the Pantera was a Group 5 car in period in 1979, but that was at a time when you had the factory developed Porsche 935, and then that became developed by the Kramer team, by Joest, by Andy Al, and so that therefore it's probably fair to say that the Pantera got a bit left behind. You also had the Ferrari 512 Berliner Boxer Le Mans LM, which was a Group 5 car as well. All of those were built from the ground up as race cars, and they had a nod to their production car background, but that was about all. And so it's nice to see a Di Tommaso Pantera from that era, from 1979, which probably would have struggled back in period, but now is absolutely up there, and it looks fabulous. It's all swoopy spoilers, and it just looks great. Talking of looking great, the second place car crosses in front of us, Greg Gregory, Randy Buck, Chevron B26, and that's a Joule-like motor car. It really is. It's not powerful, but it handles beautifully, and that's running in second place, but falling away from our leader. Ralph Kallinen is, of course, a Le Mans expert. Did 9 Le Mans in various cars, from Porsches to Audis, and very, very experienced, and now just here having fun in that lovely Pantera, which does look superb. Had 15 minutes of this race so far. Doesn't time fly? That we've had that already, and I can see the 935 now coming down and across the stripe. Those cars were very, very developed. And we were talking the other day about just how those cars grew and grew, and eventually there was a a 935, the Kramer designed 935 K4, and Tim Pendergast told us that there were only 2 of them, and that they were both here in the US. And to all intents and purposes, if you look at a picture of it, it is an out-and-out sports car, not very different perhaps from the Chevron that we're talking about, except the bit of glass house at the top is from a 911, but the rest of the bodywork is at best is tenuously related to a Porsche 911. So just and they were the ultimate in production-based race cars. I don't think there'll ever be anything like it again.
I don't think so. Last year I saw one here and they had a special custom car cover made for it, and it looked just like the car. It was just there were no decals on the car cover, just the car number, but it was just a car cover for a K30, K935 K5, I think it was.
Yeah, those were great. And I mentioned the Ferrari 512 BB LM, which was again loosely based on the Berlinetta Boxer. Beautiful car, fabulous car. Was never as successful as the Porsche, but it was eye-wateringly beautiful. And right on cue, that Jägermeister coloured Porsche is past our window here. So it's calendars from Greg Gregory in the number 26, Alan Roeder in the number 21, and Todd Treffert in the number 41. So some good variety up there, isn't there? There's the Pantera, the Chevron, the Camaro, and a Porsche.
So here comes the Greg Gregory car. Ethan Shipper behind the wheel. I'm looking at the number 26 pit stall there at pit stall 19, and Greg Gregory is half suited up, so I'll be wondering if he gets in the car when they come in. Randy Buck is playing crew chief right now, and again, typical fashion. And he's looking at the data on his device there. Greg Gregory is just kind of stepping back and forth and just has that anxious feel to him, has a big smile on his face. He's hoping to keep the streak going here. Yeah, big smile from him there. Great, good to see you here once again at Daytona. And we will check the pit stop when they come in here very shortly. We're getting about 10 minutes away from the pit window closing, so we will follow some pit stops here in just a few minutes. And again, Greg Gregory halfway suited up, so he might be getting in. That might be a last-minute call. They might be planning to get in, but then it's like, you know what? Let's not do it. And Ethan Sippert certainly doing a great job of driving that number 26 Chevron.
Yeah, and that we're getting towards the end of the opportunity to bring the cars in, so people will do that. And as we've seen so far before, that the cars need to be in before the window closes, and with that, they tend all to do it at the same time. Looking at that shot there, you can see that the pit lane is quite a narrow single car's width. That you can see the cars proceeding down and then broadens out into pit lane. The bit on the middle of the screen there, which is no man's land as it's known, which is where the cars are not encouraged to go, because then they have to break their way back into pit lane between the white lines. So it's not an offence, but they are encouraged not to do it. So we're waiting now, in fact, for both of our leaders to come in. We've already got a couple of cars in pit lane, but Alan Roeder is so still stays out.
Paul, we're looking at, you talked about the cars on pit lane, the number 15 car of Angus Rogers and Kevin Wheeler. They had looking at the back of the car again, we saw that earlier on today. They had some issues with the number 15 car, and again, still having issues with it. But they buttoned it back up now, and looks like Kevin Wheeler is behind the wheel. So he will try to get out there and do something with it, but still some concerns from the back of that car. There's the 202 car getting back underway after the 3-minute mandatory pit stop. Hopefully the Kevin Wheeler, Angus Rogers car, we'll do it in that order now since Wheeler is behind the wheel. Hopefully that car will hold together and they can get some good laps in here after having some mechanical issues. And another car stopped on pit lane, the 202, and that is against the rules.
Yep, that's exactly what you were talking about earlier, Jeff.
So he's going to get a 30-second penalty, I believe. We'll hear what's going on from race control. And Joe is in the pits. What do you have, Joe?
Yeah, I'm going to get some insight into the Angus Rogers Porsche you guys were mentioning. Angus, the last time I saw that car was in the garage. The rear end was in the air and there was no engine in it. You guys have done a great job.
We put our spare motor in it, and it was running pretty good the first couple laps, and then it just wasn't running right. So I'm letting my co-driver, crew chief, get in there who understands this stuff a little better than I do and see if he can figure it out.
I'm sorry, did you say Kevin's in the car now?
Yes, Kevin Wheeler.
If he can't sort it out, no one can.
Nobody can, exactly. He's the air-cooled whisperer.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, fingers crossed. We can sort it out. Thank you, Angus.
Thank you, Joe. And yeah, what the basic idea of saying, oh well, yeah, we've got a problem with an engine. Let's just change it before the next session. Brilliant stuff.
That is, and that's the mentality of a lot of the teams, or all the teams maybe.
Yeah.
But certainly, as Angus said, Kevin Wheeler, and we're going to go back to Joe. What do you have down there still from pit lane, Joe?
Oh, I've got one of the best cars in the field. You know when you have to choose your favourite car? This Jägermeister liveried CSL BMW. Dean DeSantis at the wheel. Remember, he had that issue with his Lola T70. Hopefully, this BMW has put a nice smile on his face. He's working hard in there, I can see. It's very hot here. The temperature's dropped, by the way, so the track temperature will be coming down. The tyre performance will probably be better now that we've got a drop in ambient. We've got this cooling breeze. These guys from this part of the world, the crew around this car, they've all got their coats on. I'd be in my swimming trunks if I was allowed, but I'm not allowed. I've got to wear long pants. I know, don't even visualize that. Don't try it. Now then, if it wasn't the BMW CSL, I'm going to look over Ryan's shoulder. This car here, the Di Tommaso Pantera. I'm looking in that cockpit, guys, and I'm going back 20 years, because the man behind the wheel is one Ralph Kellernes. Ralph Kellernes, former Works Porsche driver, and I remember in the American Le Mans series, racing many cars. This guy's the real deal. He's sharing this up. You know what? I've decided. I can decide which car I would take home. This is the one. The Di Tommaso Pantera. Look at it. It looks like it's doing 120 miles an hour just standing still in the pit lane. And I'm standing next to it, so I'm not that quick a runner. This is a very routine stop. We are we're bleeding air out the tyres to optimize the pressure. It's running on Goodyear Eagles for all you geeks out there who like that sort of stat. He's now feeding tyre data to the driver because Ralph will want to know what tyre pressures are around the car. That kind of gives him an idea of balance. They're trying to see what the condition of the surface of the tyre is on that right front. And because of the wheel arch, the wheel is so deep inside the wheel arch, it's very hard to see. So he's kind of looking into the ventilation slots. And a decision has been made, gentlemen. They are going to change the right front. Now, if you think about it, out there on the banking, that tyre is running on the banking at maximum optimized speed, which is, 170, 180 miles an hour in this car. So that right front is taking a bit of a bashing. Decision has been reversed. The tyre goes back behind the wall. Ralph's happy. He's, you know what, when you've got Ralph Kellernes in the car, you know this thing's been optimized. Let's stay down here with us and we'll get a beautiful soundbite of this car as it leaves its pit box. Remember, Only 3 minutes, been given the thumbs up. Ralph Kellner fires the car. I'm going to shut up. That was quite sedate, really, wasn't it?
It was worth waiting for, though, Joe.
It was, yeah. Oh, look at that. Are you still with us, guys? The
Yep.
Jägermeister 935. You know what? I'm like an owl on speed here. My neck is left to right, left to right. What a fabulous group this is.
You're just thinking about the Jägermeister, I think, is what it is, Joe. By the way, the 26 car is in down here at the chute. If you want to get a word with Ethan Shippert down there.
Yeah, we'll head down. I'm a big fan of the Chevron B26. We spoke to Greg Gregory on the grid, didn't we? And you know, he gave us a great idea of what he's looking forward to over the course of the rest of the day. So we'll head down there, guys. We'll give you a shout when we get there.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed, Joe and Ryan. The car is stopped, came in from the lead, but obviously that was because the Callender's car had already stopped. So that we're now looking for that period of normalization once that car gets back on track, the number 26 Chevron. But we'll wait for that. But this is going to be the Callender's Di Tommaso that gets back into the lead as soon as they come round. Just looking around to see if I can see that yellow and brown car out on the field. Must be somewhere, but Ralph Callender's doing a brilliant job. Yes, thank you very much indeed, Jeff.
And now Joe has 26 information on 26 Chevron.
Yeah, let's have a talk to Ethan Shepard, who's he's 1 sec. You know what? I'll tell you why he's just said that. Hang on. That's another soundbite. Just waiting for the clock to tick down. Rather tense moment there for you.
It's a little toasty, but mostly just I run hot, so that's just what it is. So lovely Florida weather though.
Is that car as great to drive as it looks?
It's absolutely fantastic. It's a nice light car. It has a good power to weight ratio. Unfortunately, aerodynamically, here at Daytona, we're on the back foot a little bit. It's about as aerodynamic as a semi truck, and so we get up to about 158, 160, and that's it. That's all we got.
Wow. You know what? I was looking at this car up close in the garage. The standard of preparation. That car looks like it's just had the cellophane wrapper just took off it. That must make you feel really confident out there.
Well, thank you. That's my shop does the prep.
Oh, hey man, that is absolutely honestly, it literally looked like it had been taken out of cellophane.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Myself and Aaron Schuster back here and John Enick do all the work on the car, and it's a lovely race car. So we're very fortunate to be here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Gray does in this stint.
Honestly, your attention to detail is absolutely phenomenal. Beautiful car. Hopefully, keep fingers crossed. We'll see the car at the finish.
Thank you, Joe. And whilst you were doing that, the number 15 Angus Rogers Kevin Wheeler Porsche has gone back behind the wall and into the paddock. We know that that's had a troubled day, and we heard that that's had a new engine fitted, which clearly hasn't done exactly what we're expecting it to do. Wait and see what that problem is. But however that is, we're not going to see any more of that in this race, at the very least. Perhaps within the next couple of hours, I'll take that engine out and put another one in. So the Canada's car back in the lead. Alain Roeder is now in second place and Todd Treffert in third, but that's likely to change because we're 31 minutes into this race now.
So the 15 car, Paul, had, when Kevin Wheeler got in the car and he took off, he was actually speeding on pit lane 43 and 35. So he would have been assessed the penalty. I don't know if that still stands now since he's actually gone back to the garage. I don't know if it's, I don't know if it still applies. I would think it may, but at this point, I think it would, but I think they're waiting to see what happens, see if he actually gets back out here, but we only have just 10 minutes remaining. I don't think that car's coming back out this time, but it may not be back out at all.
No.
So of course, if that's the case, then the 40 seconds would not even matter. But that was what the deal was when he came into the pit lane.
The difficulty is that if they roll it onto the next race later on today, then they're starting at a significant disadvantage. But rules are rules, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, they're already behind the 8 ball at that point. So tough break for the number 15 car. Having some problems here today at Daytona.
The leader crosses the line again to complete 16 laps with 8 minutes left to run. 9 minutes left to run of this race. There you can see on the live feed the infield section of Daytona International Speedway. That's the international horseshoe as it's known. So the cars turn sharp left off in turn 1 and then down through the international horseshoe and then down here to the west horseshoe. And you can see that huge building in the background, which is what was built 7 years ago now. It's the Daytona Rising project, and that must be one of the biggest grandstand areas for anything in the world.
Yeah, beautiful grandstand there, the Daytona Rising. Just got word from race control. This received word from pit lane that the 26 team is concerned about the timing. They think that they may have missed a hit, and what that means is missing a hit means that they don't think they got scored for one of the laps. So they are checking into that with timing and scoring, but they believe that they have missed a hit. They're shown down in the 5th position right now in the 74 Chevron B26. We just talked about them and talked to them on pit lane. I talked to Ethan Shippert as he climbed out of the car, and Greg Gregory behind the wheel now, but they are thinking that they may have actually missed a hit on the lap count there. So we're going to try to get that figured out, where timing and scoring is. So hopefully that ends up being the issue for them.
That would make perfect sense, Jeff, because as you say, they are sitting in 5th place and they haven't had any other problems. So either they spent too long in the pits by their own mistake, or alternatively they have missed a hit, because we would expect to see them up in 2nd, and that the number 21 car, the Camaro, IMSA Camaro, it hasn't been as quick, and if you look at how that pans out, that the Camaro's best time has been a 1:55.5, whereas the Chevron, the number 26 car, theirs has been 1:52.5 as well. So there's certainly there's not enough difference between those two that he would have dropped down the order that much. So let's see. Timing and scoring will be looking at that and deciding exactly what it is, and they have enough data that they can work that one out. But it may well not be until after the race has finished.
Well, they're thinking it happened a little bit. It didn't have anything to do with the pit stop segment here of this race.
Okay.
So they're thinking it happened a little bit before the pit stop even happened. So you might think that, okay, that's likely to happen during the pit stop sequence, but the team is actually thinking that it happened a little bit before that. Here's the 176 car on pit lane, the yellow Porsche. And I think that is the second calling for that car, as we are well past the pit window.
Yeah, and trolley jack is going under the right-hand side of the car and being jacked up. Is that going to be, a tire change?
The right rear flat tire, it appears.
That would make you sit up and take notice around here. If you had
get a little wiggle out there. Back and floating around here on the high banks. That's probably not a good. Well, I say probably. It's not a good feeling. Not that I know that. I'm just going to say.
I think you're on safe ground though, Jeff.
Yeah, they would not be a good feeling. I wouldn't want to experience that.
No, and I suppose it is part of the magic of Daytona that what we have here is a racetrack unlike any other, because you have got these high bankings, that you have got the stresses that they put on cars in all sorts of different ways, and that clearly that car, yes, having a bit of work done. I'm not sure that this is just a tyre change though. You've got the binoculars on the car, but it doesn't look like it's just take one off and put one on.
Well, it looks like they're having to do old school with taking the lug nuts off one by one, and I didn't actually see them change the tire. But obviously the crew member has our view a little bit blocked there from what he's actually doing. Well, we know he's working on the right rear. So there it finally comes off. I think he was having a problem getting the lug nuts off with that car. It's not one of those quick lugs.
Okay.
It's actually a 5-lug hub there.
In a very different environment, but we've seen the wheel bearing collapse on the Cadillac Le Monstre, and then seeing tire problems here as well. I think all of that is because these high banks put very considerable load. Effectively, the car weighs more when it's going around a high bank than when it's running on a flat track. So therefore, any of those little problems can come their way. Car back into the field, new tyre safely bolted on, and we have got just over 2 minutes of this race left to run. And it's still Ralph Callender's in the number 35 Di Tommaso from Grey Gregory. They have reinstated that car, Jeff. That's now back up to second place. So the number 26 car back up to second place. Third is the 41 Todd Treffert Baby Turbo Porsche, and fourth Alan Roeder in the Camaro Trans Am car. So yes, obviously that little complaint has been made, and that they have gone to bring the Grey Gregory number 26 car back up to second place, albeit nearly a minute behind the Callender's Di Tommaso, 53 seconds between first and second place. We are very much on the countdown now. The last couple of minutes of the race. We're expecting to see the white flag very shortly.
White flag will be out next time by. I'm hearing from race control. So they are looking for the number 35, Ralph Kellner. Detlef Van der Kijk. Is that how we're pronouncing that?
I think that's as good as we can. You or I are going to get.
Let's call him Detlef. Okay. Either way, he's in that beautiful Di Tommaso Pantera.
Yeah, big 5.8 litre Ford engine in the back of those. waiting for our leader to come into view. There goes the second place car, so there is a lot of difference between all of our first few cars in this race. There's no close battles in that environment.
I remember as a preteen or somewhere 10, 12, 13, somewhere around there, I was on the back of my dad's motorcycle, and we got passed by this car, and we turned on this road, and as it turns out, it was a Pantera. And it was, yeah, certainly not a Tommaso Pantera, but it was a street Pantera, and it had passed us on the road and turned on the same road we were turning on. By the time we turned, the Pantera was nowhere in sight. And mind you, we're on a motorcycle that's a sport bike motorcycle that's fast. We're a GS 750, but we looked for the Pantera. It was nowhere in sight, so I kind of like,
yeah,
I like those cars.
You've got an early insight into what that was about.
Yes.
So white flag waves to our leader. Having had that car go, the next car is actually not yet coming into the Le Mans chicane. So there's a big gap. And if you're thinking about the Le Mans chicane and why we're talking about it in those terms, rather than what we've always talked about in the past, which is the bus stop, that is because there was the hands across the ocean relationship between Daytona and Le Mans, that the first chicane at Le Mans on the Mulsanne Strait was renamed the Daytona chicane, and this was renamed the Le Mans chicane. So there was all of that, which is great, and hands across. Bus stop, of course, a term originally used at Spa, where they had a similar kind of left, right, left chicane, and that was even more like a bus stop than this one is. And it was named by some wag or other. White flag for all of the rest of this field, but it's the Di Tommaso Pantera that we are waiting for, and that's now coming through NASCAR turn 4, and that our flag waver will have ample opportunity to change the flag from white to black and white. The checker waves to Ralph Kellerner's, who wins in number 35. And he did 22 laps in that time. Greg Gregory, he is going to finish on the same lap, but that's about it, because he's very much a long way back. So, but Ralph Kellerner's and Dieter von der Kieck will be going into second race in this series, and that's the Group B second race, which will be at 9 o'clock tonight, and that they go in with a very healthy lead, which is the object of the exercise, let's be honest. Looking up now to the high banking NASCAR 3 and 4, we're seeing our second place car going to be crossing the line, as does the Porsche 935 K3. So that's Ralph Kellerner's, Greg Gregory.
I think Joe has something for us in the pits once again, Joe.
Yeah, big part of this event here, the Classic 24, is not just what's going on on track, but it's what's going on the infield. And if you come into the access road down the middle of the infield part of Daytona, you've got this bully brigade encampment, I can only say. Now, Todd Williams, and you're Rob, aren't you? Robert Kennedy. You guys, I think you're the main organizer, Rob, is that right?
I've taken on for the last 10 years. Todd started this 30 years ago with a vision to bring Volkswagen bus owners together, California was doing it early. We had nothing on the East Coast. He brought it to the East Coast of the United States. So, and a vision 30 years ago started by he and three buddies. Very grateful. I took the torch about 10 years ago. Met David Hinton with HSR. That team was invited over, and this is our second event with the IMSA HSR, the Daytona International Speedway, and it's just a great mix.
Todd, there's a natural crossover. You guys are car guys and van guys and motorsport. That's quite natural, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
So what is this your second event here at Daytona?
Yeah, we were first here in 2019. This is the second one. It's just kind of, it comes and goes, depends on what's going on at the event. When we can come, we try and show up here. Normally we're over in Clearwater, but yeah, we're grateful to be back.
Brilliant.
You look at the history of the transporter and Porsche specifically as a support and gear vehicle. So
Let's you and I go for a little walk, and you can show me some examples. Thank you, Todd. Great to meet you. There's the man who, Todd Williams there, the man who started. So Rob and I are going to have a little walk. I mean, right, let's have a look at this, Ryan. See this, what's this going on here? It's kind of like a mock-up of the Volkswagen Flat 4 or something, is it, Rob?
we've got a late bay window here. We've got the race livery, the red and blue, pretty iconic for
Brumos, isn't it?
Pretty iconic for Brumos Racing. Absolutely. He put his own touches to it. Some late Mercedes wheels. Very custom piece here.
What's this one over here? Right, so I've got to say, Rob, I know absolutely nothing about bullies, right? I've just learned that bullies is the German word for bull, right? That was new to me. Now, my brother-in-law is heavily into these Volkswagen, as we call them in the UK, Volkswagen Caravettes, and he's restored a couple. He's a big. He'd be delighted to see. He'd be wishing he was here. So I know nothing about these vehicles. This started life, I would imagine, as a standard Volkswagen van or Caravette.
It did. This was a passenger vehicle. Alvaro Rodriguez turned this 62 passenger vehicle into a modern custom. It's got 993 running gear. It's a Porsche bus. He's done a phenomenal job. You can appreciate the interior, the racing seats. By all standards, it's a VW bus from the outside, but it is very different.
Now, Tim's got a bit of a backstory on this, isn't it? It had a bit of a famous owner, didn't it?
Trader who used to own IMSA had Dave Clement Fabcar build this.
Right, so that's built by Fabcar?
Yeah.
The same people who built the Porsche 962 going around?
And now the body and everything were standard, and then he chopped them down. But if you look underneath it, it's a tube frame, 993 running gear, 993 motor and gearbox. And there's actually a complete roll cage in.
You said that, Rob, didn't you? You said that's a Porsche underneath there.
This is this year's custom winner.
Is it really?
It's no guess why. It's a beautiful piece, beautiful build.
So you guys and girls are here to show off your bullies, and also to be part of the Classic 24 here at Daytona. But also you're having a little car show, are you, with prizes and stuff?
Yep. We incorporate a car show into it. There's nine different categories. So not only do we bring the family together, people get to celebrate what they've been working on, and it's a great time. You mix the Classic 24 with the IMSA racing. This venue it sets the stage for just bringing people and bringing families together. That's what it's all about, building relationships, enjoying the race day.
It's a natural crossover, I think, with what you guys are interested in and the motorsport. So you've showed me your favourite here in the Bully compound. What's your favourite out on track? What's your favourite race car that's racing here this weekend? Tough question, I know.
I don't think I can pinpoint it down with all the groups. How many crunchers do we have represented? This is a weekend of favorites.
Yeah. So you guys are here literally until tomorrow before you start decanting, and you're going to be through the night and into tomorrow morning?
We do. We come in Thursday early morning, and many of us set up for the whole weekend, for just the whole experience.
I suspect.
Of course, the pits are open with the entry, so it's not just this compound. It's meeting race fans from diverse from all over the place.
And the other thing I was going to ask you about, Rob, this is on a personal level. So when the sun goes down, starts getting dark, there's a bit of a party atmosphere here where, you know, a few beers are going to be available maybe?
We have a good time. There's a lot of trading and swapping going on. A lot of camping out, bringing your favorite menu, favorite beverage. Morning time comes, we're sharing from Italian to from Colombia brew. We got the mocha pots going. It's a cultural event.
Right, I'm going to be a little wild, guys, so I'll leave you to the racing. Rob and I are going to go off now. He's going to show me what beers he's got, so I'll not be long, sure, honestly.
And Joe Bradley was then seen 4 days later, I'm sure. But thank you for that, Joe. And that's very much part of what this is all about. I mentioned earlier on that this is part car show, part motor race, part festival. And don't forget that we've got the firework display, which is amazing, which will happen a little later on. So there's an awful lot that goes on here at Daytona International Speedway, and the atmosphere is just growing and growing and growing. And we heard, and David Hinton was saying earlier on, that the COVID got in the way, as it did for all sporting events, and that it's taken a while for everybody to get back up to speed with that. But I think this event is doing it with great gusto, because we're seeing great grids. We're seeing people traveling from literally all over the world to come and race here, and that we're trying to see what it is. All credit to HSR for deciding to live stream what is happening on track, and the Driver's Eye team are doing a brilliant job of giving us pictures, and thank you guys for that, because that's bringing it alive for so many people all over the world. I'm lucky enough to be able to come here professionally, and so many people back in the UK have said to me in the past, "Oh, I wish I could go there." And my answer is always the same: then do it, because there's no point in not doing it. We're moving in very shortly now to Group E, fourth race of the Classic 24 hour here at Daytona. And just give you a quick rundown the running order. At the front, we're going to have number 33, John Reisman, in the 2014 Coyote Corvette, and number 71, Bob Neopole, in the 2014 Riley BMW. Then next row we have the 07 Ralph Lamacchia Paynos DP02 from 2010, and the number 95 Vincent Barletta BMW Z4, first of the GT cars. Then we have number 42 John Galliland in the 2016 Ligier JSP 3, and the 188 Thomas Ballester in his 2014 Porsche 991. Then seventh fastest is the number 72 Aaron Weiss in the Praga, and then eighth fastest number 34 Sean McCaig in the 2012 Porsche 997. After that, we have the first of our does not fit, i.e. not running for podium glory, the number 821 Porsche 997, and the number 22 Travis Hill 2015 Ligier JSP 315. 11th is number 15 Angus Russell and Sean Rahal in their Ligier, and then 12th is the 176 James Hammam Porsche 991, and the cars are now coming out on track. We have a total of 29 cars, Jeff, who are running in this race, so it's going to be a fairly full grid.
Very tall grid and some fast cars. Other than Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype of John Reisman leading the field out. And talked about the Bob Neopol, Guy Cosmo, Riley BMW. They are under tow from the Nissan Z pace car, already in turn 3. The car's still coming out of the grid area.
Yeah, that's going to take a bit of sorting, because the cars are very well spread out currently. I mean, the last car is only now coming out onto pit lane, and the pace car is heading out of the International Horseshoe. That's
the number 5-2, silver and black. Looks like that was an Audi, the last car out onto the pit lane. So the pace car driver doing a great job of keeping the field slow so everybody can get in line. By the time they get around on the backstretch and through the Le Mans chicane, they will be bunched up side by side and ready for the start of a 42-minute segment with a 3-minute mandatory pit stop.
And if you're only just joining us on the live stream, all of these races 42 minutes long, and that each group gets 4 races during the course of the event. Tends to work out to 2 in the light and 2 in the dark, or thereabouts, and that each of them 42 minutes long. They have to make a pit stop in the middle of that, so they have to make a pit stop for a minimum of 3 minutes, and that has to be done in the first 29 minutes of the race, so that we see everybody coming in and making that stop. Cars now out on track.
I didn't see the 5-2 car. That was the last car out of the grid area. I didn't see him on the grid, but looking at the timing screen now, that's Ray Evernham and Dave Roberts, driver shown for that car, 2013 Audi R8 LMS car. We'll see if Evernham and Roberts can make something happen here in the Group E battle.
Yeah, they're as you say, they're not on our grid, but they are on the timing screen. So that's great to see them out there. That they perhaps didn't set a time, which is why they're at the back of the grid. But these cars going through, and you can see there on the live stream the what used to be called the bus stop, now the Le Mans chicane. It's not a piff-paff, as the French would say. It's not a quick flick left and right. It's very much sharp left, sharp right, and then left again.
I'm looking now at the timing screen and noticing that, you know, even though they came out at the end of the field, and apparently they are not eligible for awards. So that might be the reason they weren't on the grid in the first place. And pretty good guess at why they came out at the end, because they're just out there for track time and having some fun here at the 2023 Classic 24-Hour Daytona, presented by IMSA. Here we go now, the pace car on pit lane, and the green flag is waving. We're underway with Group E. The Whelen Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype is going to lead the field into turn number 1, with the Riley the Sevico in the second position now as they go into turn 2. Kind of a left-hand sweeping turn there, and a little bit of a kink there, and they head towards the International Horseshoe at turn number 3. The Whelen Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype taking off and leading the field through that area.
And this huge, great snake of cars going away, but it is the Whelen car which is whizzing away. John Reisman is making a bolt for what he has to do. He's probably got close to a second in the lead before anybody else gets even close to him, and then it's the Bob Neopol Riley, the 2014 car, getting a bit closer under braking there for the turn 6 and out onto the high banking for the first time in the Group E race. But it's going to be about top speed now for this long drag right through the turns 1 and 2 of the NASCAR track, and then they'll be hard on the brakes for that Le Mans chicane. The Constantine are up just a bit, and I think that probably Bob Neopol is just getting a bit closer than he was to John Reisman as they did that. There was certainly a bigger gap than there is now as they go through NASCAR's turn 3 and then 4, and then come back down towards us, both of them with headlights ablaze coming down. The gap is not going to be very big between first and second. Those two are pulling out from everybody else. The gap is 0.7 seconds between first and second place, but then we have a further 3.8 seconds between second and third on that lap. But we've our leaders going into the International Horseshoe. The BMW of Vincent Barletta, the blue and yellow car, holding its own very well against the prototypes. 3 prototypes up front, and then the BMW behind them. These are much more modern cars than we've seen so far. They're not the most modern cars we will see, but our leader is a 2014 car, as is the Riley behind him. So they're relatively modern. 2010 for the Panos and 2010 for that BMW D4. But out on the back, our leaders are once again they get around very quickly, Jeff. But once again, they are through the Le Mans chicane and coming round turns 3 and 4 towards us. Probably a bit of a bigger gap this time. It was 0.7 seconds between those two as they crossed the line last time round. I think it might just be a bit more.
1.6 the gap this time across the stripe for the Raleigh BMW. Just getting reports from the number the number 11 does not have a transponder, or something happened with the transponder on the number 11 car, no more Duquesne. So the team will have to try to get that sorted out. Leaders working through the International Horseshoe turn number 3. Still the number 33 John Reisman, Aaron Curran, 2014 Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype, motoring away now, opening that gap up to about 2 seconds, heading towards the West Horseshoe over the Raleigh BMW. And then we have Ralph Lamacchia and James French, 2010 Panos DP0207 car, currently in the 3rd position. Vincent Barletta and Robbie Foley, the number 95 BMW Z4 GTD car, they're currently 4th over John Gilliland and Brian Peel. They're in the 2016 Ligier JSP.
And that BMW really going like a train. I mean, it was good in qualifying. That was 4th in qualifying and beating a lot of the prototypes in the process. Very, very quick car. And it will be interesting to see just how this is going to make it work over these very long high-speed dashes across the high banking, because quite clearly it's got very different aerodynamics from a prototype. So looking at them there on the backstretch as they break down for the Le Mans chicane, pretty constant, that gap between the BMW and the Ligier.
There's the Lamacchia French car in 3rd. Panos DP02, nobody challenging him for position. Here comes the battle for 4th, as Paul was just talking about, the Barletta and Foley BMW and Brian Peel, John Gilliland, Ligier. They are 4th and 5th. Looking further in the field, Brad Ward in the A21, currently 6th over Thomas Ballister in the 188. There they are across the stripe over Sean McCaig and Louis-Philippe de Million. They're in the 997 GT3 Cup car over the 2015 Ligier. Travis Hill and Tobias Lucky and Joseph Viola in the 193, rounding out the top 10 in his 2015 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car.
Some good battles all the way down the field with this particular group, Group E, and we've got some. These are, as I said, some of the more modern cars. Most modern cars we've seen so far, although they aren't the ultimate, because the next group, Group F, is current prototypes and GTs. So very much the most modern field will be coming up next. But the our leaders once again stretching their legs. The BMW seems to be pulling away just a bit from the Ligier behind it. It was 0.6 seconds between those two as they crossed the line last time round, and I think it's going to be more than that this time. But they are very clearly dropping away from our leaders, that John Reisman and or Eric Curran are. They've got a nice lead now. They've got 4.1 second lead over Bob Neopol in the Riley, and then Ralph Lamacchia is a further 5.1 seconds down in the 07 car, which is the Panos.
The 2016 Praga has snuck in on pit lane, and they are working on the back end of that car. And they're just past the chute. Body work coming off. So some relatively serious issues going on with that. The driver's still waiting patiently in the car, but some work going on in the back end. Just looks like just one crew member out there for that car.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look good, does it? It's certainly a long way from that. Not a huge sense of urgency, but that can also be a negative. It might just be that whatever we do, it's not going to work. So that Praga is being worked on.
I think it might be an issue with the fitting of the bodywork. I think he's trying to get the bodywork on the left side back on, and having an issue getting it to line up properly.
Oh dear.
So the back to the right side. Yeah, no sense of urgency necessarily there.
They can count this as their 3-minute pit stop, so there's nothing to lose out on over from that. But if they start running over the 3 minutes, then they're going to have a problem. Our first pit caller in the Group E fourth race in the Classic 24.
See some nice shots there on the live view and going through the Le Mans chicane.
And it was great seeing Joe Bradley talking to the guys with the BWs. That they were absolutely fab. We saw those out on track earlier on, didn't we, Jeff? And there were very nearly 100 of them running around.
Oh, at least.
Yeah.
They have the whole section over there at the turn 4-5 area. That whole section dedicated and reserved for the brigade over there, the VW bus brigade.
It's just great to see, and again, adding atmosphere, and they're going to have a lot of fun. And I'm not entirely sure that Joe Bradley was joking when he waved goodbye and said, "I'll see you tomorrow," because we might find him face down in the grass by about 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. Another pit caller here.
That is the beautiful red, white, and blue livery. Number 76, or possibly 761. I think they have a 1 kind of taped on there. But that is the Cayman.
That's Charles Craig.
Charlie Craig. Yep. Beautiful car, beautiful livery on that car.
It is, and I think the Cayman is a fabulous looking car. I think it's, whisper it, I think it's a better car than the 911. But that's a personal view, and I still have to get back to my car at the end of the day, so gonna have to do it now with a bag over my head.
You know, whenever I talk bad about my vehicles, they tend to break down on me. So I try not to talk bad about my own vehicle. So Efren Castro listed as a co-driver for that car. I don't think they're doing a driver change, but maybe some fuel going in there right now. Yep, some fuel going in. And actually, they will do a driver change. I see Charlie has gotten out of the car. He slipped out. And looks like Efren Castro with that beautiful Porsche driver suit. They will have to put a seat cushion in there. Drivers of different statures, they have to fit the seat cushion to accommodate the driver. So seat cushion going there for Efren. He will climb into the car, and looks like the fuel process is completed.
So yep, again the classic, not overly worried about anything. Great battle for 19th, 20th, and 21st going on a little further down the field. The Dan Aman Porsche 981 Cayman, the number 67, the 15 of Mark Gaynor, and that's the Sebeco car. And the Porsche Cayman, and then the Sebeco car of Mark Calzaretti. But the beginning, just to see a few pit stops, as we've talked about before. The way it is that most of these cars will leave it for as long as they possibly can, unless we get a caution. Because if we get a caution, if we get a yellow, then clearly it makes sense. Always makes me laugh slightly though that in that situation everybody does it, so it doesn't make any difference anyway. We've got one car running along below the double yellow line of the pit entrance quite slowly, pulling off into no man's land, that bit to the left of the pit entrance lane, taking it very gently.
Looks like the 2-0 car, well below the line.
Now into pit lane proper, and he's coming down with that car did not look well coming through NASCAR turn 4.
I think they're going to turn in behind the wall. Yep, directly to the chute, and they will head back to the garage area. That was the number 20 car, David Roberts, Ray Evernham.
Okay, well that was very late coming out.
Well, you know what? That means there's two cars out there for Evernham and Roberts.
That can be.
So that was the 981 Porsche Cayman 2015 model. We talked about earlier about the 5.2 car coming out, which was also listed with the same drivers. So the Cayman has retired. Something mechanical going on with that machine. They have headed back to the garage area. So didn't even stop at the pit stall. They just went directly to the chute and headed back to the garage.
Yep. So whatever it was not even worth looking at, was it? John Reisman still very much at the front of this field. 6.7 seconds now between him and second place Bob Neopole in the number 71 car, the Riley BMW. Both those big V8 engines. Brad Ward in the number 821 Ligier JSP3 crosses the line.
So apparently the 72 car, the Praga that I talked about a few moments ago, is still on pit lane, and a report from pit lane that there is liquid leaking from that car. So they are trying to get that rectified. It looks like something may be loose, and that's what they're working on under the engine cover. But of course, they won't be able to rejoin the race unless that car is dry.
Yeah.
So once they get it figured out, they'll push the car up and see, let it sit there for a minute, see if it drips at all, and then make the decision at that point. The officials will make that decision, I should say.
Yes, it's not up to them.
You know, the team, we're going to go. But no, the officials, there are officials all along the pit lane that are monitoring the pit stops as they happen. So as they do, they will determine whether the car is wet, whether it's dry, whether it's good, all the wheels tight, everything like that. So right now they're monitoring a wet car, potential wet car, number 72, which is that Praga.
Yeah, and that's been there for quite a long time now. So
it definitely has qualified for the 3-minute mandatory pit stop. Definitely has.
And then some.
And then some. Probably has enough for several teams out there.
Yeah.
So speaking of the 5-2 car a moment ago, the Ray Evernham, Dave Roberts, Audi R8, they are up to the 11th position now. They started back in 30th position. If you recall, they came out last. And unfortunately not eligible for awards, but they're still going to run all 4 segments in this race at the Classic 24 here at Daytona, presented by IMSA, and they have moved up to the 11th position. There's McCaig just across in 9th, and next will be, well, they've moved up to 10th now. They got around Richard Stewart Mill and Corey Friedman. The Brad Ward car, I think, now checks in on pit lane, number 821. Yep, 821 on pit lane for the pit stop.
Yeah, another non-qualifier for the awards, but nonetheless, that's in there. Ligier, of course, a famous name in Formula One circles, particularly. Guy Ligier was a Formula One driver in his own right in the 60s. Drove a fearsome Cooper Maserati in Formula One, I seem to remember. And then went on to build his own cars. Oh, we have a spinner right in front of our camera.
Richard Stewart Mill, and I think that was in the 5-4 car. And that was over, what was that, over in turn 5?
That's
turn 5 area?
Yeah, that would be turn 5. Yeah.
I think that car's had a couple issues with spins here today. That's the first one in this segment, but earlier today, with some track activity, had an issue with a spin on that 5 car. And we were just talking about them a moment ago. Richard Stewart Milne in the 54 car, and Columbo Russell showing in the 11th position right now. That's hot last time across the stripe, so we'll see where that puts them now. They lost a couple of spots, I believe, with that spin. Yeah. The Evernham Roberts car just got by them. And then the spin over in turn 5. So then it's going to be Friedman and Hereford, Shannon Hereford, in the 12th position over James Hammond, 176. So now they start to click across the stripe. 10th position, there's Evernham, Friedman, Shannon, and Shannon Hereford up to 11th. Richard Stewart Mill now dropping down to the currently 13th position. And I think they're probably going to check in on pit lane here. It's in flash across the stripe just yet.
The number 54.
Oh, there it is. There it is in 14th position. Just ahead of Martin Lauber in the 99 and the 74 car of Carlos McGuinn's and Federico Suarez Salvia.
Yeah, the number 54 car just dropped down a few places. Ligier back into the fray, as is the blue and yellow Porsche that's going to be going on. Jeff, you mentioned about people doing 35 miles an hour and not very much less, and certainly no more in the pit lane. A few people have gone out, I think, relatively slowly, where they've perhaps miscalculated the time that they do it. I'm not going to point any fingers because that's not my job, but nonetheless.
That being said, it puts them really close, like I said, without pointing fingers or naming names or numbers, it puts them really close to that penalty gray area, if you will, because they're not allowed to stop, but they're also, by rules, not allowed to slow. So if they Yeah, they must maintain a constant speed on pit lane. So if they leave the pit a little bit early, they have communications, they have speed communications with their crews. If they're a little bit early, they're going to have to just maintain that same speed down the pit lane before they go out, because if they stop or noticeably slow down, they will get penalized.
You're wrong if you do, and you're wrong if you don't. As we've already said, that we've seen a number of teams over the last couple of days timing the how long it takes at 35 miles an hour to go from where they stop in pit lane to the end of pit lane. So all being well, if you say it's going to take 5 seconds to get from where we are to the end of pit lane, then you should be letting them go at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. But life isn't that simple, is it?
Never.
We see
so pit lane's starting to get busy now. We are 19 and a half minutes into it, so less than 10 minutes for the pit window. I'm sorry, less than 7 minutes for the pit window. "19 minutes remaining."
Yeah, we've had 23 minutes of the race so far. But this is traditionally when it gets very busy, isn't it, in pit lane? As our leader is in.
Yeah, let's watch that pit stop, see what happens here. That is the Hudson Historics Garage. That number 33 beautiful Whelen Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype comes to a stop. They plug in the hose, get the car up on the air jacks. And Joe has some information for us from the pit. Joe?
I've got Torsten Gross. I'm just sorting out this interview, guys. Torsten here. You're in Group G with your Porsche Cayman. Is that right? Car 19?
I am. Car 19 with the Just Hands Motorsports.
Now, the thing is, Torsten, I've kind of noticed something about you, you know? I mean, it's like you're in a wheelchair, so how the hell are you going to do that?
Me? Yeah. Well, I'm not going to use my feet, you know? I'm not, I use my hands to drive, which is Just Hands Motorsports. So I made it very obvious for everybody. I use hand controls. So I steer with my left hand, and I get brake and throttle with my right.
Right. I mean, you know what? It's all about in your head and getting that muscle memory to, and obviously you've driven this car so much that just comes natural to you.
I mean, I've been in a chair for 29 years, right? And so, these are the everyday hand controls that we use on the street. So your hand-eye coordination is actually faster than your hand-foot. So, I actually, if we were to go to Walmart right now and I were to put you in the car, by the time we're at the end of the parking lot, by the time we're on the street, you'd already know how to drive it.
Do you think so?
Oh, I know so. I've done it for other people. Yeah.
So the thing is, Torsten, you're not just here racing for the sheer pleasure of it. You're also trying to raise awareness to what is a very, very good cause. Can you tell us a little bit about that? You're speaking to the world, by the way, so get it out there.
Well, let's be honest. I'm not just here for pleasure. I'm here to beat everybody else, right? So
I forgot that. I was keeping that bit quiet.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to make them feel bad about themselves that a guy in a wheelchair beat them. I'm here to raise awareness for Just Hands. So Just Hands Foundation is a charity that I started, which gets people who are in wheelchairs and use hand controls behind the wheel track cars.
Wow. So and how long has that been going?
So we've only been doing it now 2 years. And the reason why we did it is, so I'm the world's only quadriplegic that's a rescue scuba diver. I jump out of planes, I ski, I do anything that challenges my life insurance policy. However, none of it makes me equal to able-bodied people. You and I will never do a marathon together. You and I will never play basketball together.
That has got nothing to do with you being in a wheelchair, I can assure you.
Fair enough. However, car racing, the car doesn't care that I'm in a chair. No one else out there knows that I'm in a chair unless they saw me in a paddock. So it's the only sport that makes me equal, or people. So to me, a passion isn't something that you need to do yourself, but you're obliged to share with others. And so when I fell in love with racing, I went home to my wife and I said, we got to buy another race car. And she went, no, we don't. And I said, I need to share this with other people. And that's when Just Dance was started.
You seem to have no barriers that will hinder whatever you want to do, Torsten. Tell me, give me an idea of how you're feeling when you're driving around the track, and give us an idea of what it takes to drive that Porsche Cayman around the track here at Daytona.
Well, I mean, I first need to say this is my second race.
Only your second race? You're in your second ever race?
So VIR was my first one last month. This one here, and the next week, or in 2 weeks, I go to Coda to do WRL. The endurance race. So, it's only the second time. I think I'm doing pretty well. I placed P9 out of 24, so I'm doing okay. It's great. I think I'm doing a lot of training. It's there's a lot of fatigue for somebody like me because we only use our upper body, but I have a custom molded seat that really keeps, it's like a shoe. It hugs you, right? Keeps you in there. So even though I'm only using my upper body, it keeps me really stable.
The VIR and the bank turns here at Daytona are worlds apart. Now give us an idea of what that's like.
One is about complexity, which is VIR. This one is about super nuance because while the banking is one thing, you set your car up for the banking, but that means that on the flat, it doesn't behave the way you expect it to behave normally, right? Because your car is all set up. So my crew chief, Dan, had said, you're going to tell me that the car is broken, and I'm going to tell you that it's not. And, I went into the infield, and I went on the comms, I go, this thing is broken. And he used 4-letter words to say, no, it's not. But that's incredibly particular, right? Understanding your car on flat when it's set up for banking, which as a new racer is so amazing. I love it. And then to go over 160 miles an hour, oh, so great.
All right, last question, Torsten. Yeah. What will Torsten Gross be happy with come tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, the end of this?
Understanding what my body and my mind feels like after going 168 minutes, I believe, over 4, very sleepless, because it's only me driving. So I don't have a co-driver, and I'm doing all 4 stints. I want to understand what I feel like at the end of it. And look, the biggest trophy is coming home with that car all in one piece, right? So
and you in one piece as well.
And well, me being inside of it, I'm hoping that that's true too. That to me is success.
Torsten, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. We're going to keep our eye on you out on track, and thanks for telling the world about the great cause as well. Thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks, guys.
Feeling very, very humble. It's hard to imagine that. Looking back there, it's one of the Porsches locking up on the way into the West Horseshoe. We currently have a full course yellow. There's a car off the track again at 5.6, and that it is uncanny, Jeff, that every time that we need to know what's happening, it is just behind that new gantry there, which has the race order on it.
I think that might be the Riley. I'll see if I can get some information from race control. They've already pulled the car off the track. It is over there. You see the amber and white lights of the flatbed truck. They flat towed it over to the access road, and now they've closed that gate that gains access to the infield from the track.
Yes, it does look as if that has been cleared, but let's hope we can get running. Yes, the green flag is being readied down below us. So the lights are off on the safety car, and that they will expecting the safety car to turn sharp left now, which it does. And we're back racing.
And underway, there's the Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype number 33. Had a good battle going earlier with the number 71, and I was correct. It was the 71 car that went up in smoke. It wasn't on fire, just the engine light go. So that was what all the smoke was, but unfortunate situation there for the number 71, Bob Neopol, Guy Cosmo, Riley BMW DP car.
Which had been going so well.
Right, it was challenging for the race lead there for the first segment.
That did look like a big blow up. That wasn't something minor. So, but let's hope it was just a hose coming off or something like that, because we'd love to see that car out again. The car's now free of the pace car, so they're back up onto the high banking, and the John Reisman car, the Coyote Corvette DP, has led this race, except for the pit stops, from start to finish.
We have a big crash. I see one car, maybe a single car crash out there, but one of the Porsches has gotten into the guardrail out there on driver's left, and that car pretty torn up over the turn 5 area. So back under full course caution, just like that. We'll see if we can get a bead on that car number. Looks like a Gulf livery.
Okay, yeah. Right, so let's see if we can get a replay of that, because that will tell us what happened there. There are our leaders. That was a big one.
Did he get off on the grass there a little bit, maybe? And right there at the...
Yeah, that was not slowing down. So that car is...
Maybe the grass off on the right and then turned that car sideways, and he shot off to the left into the guardrail. So the Daytona safety is attending to that car and driver right now as we're under full course caution, as we just after we went to the restart back to full course caution, and we are...
Yeah, we didn't get half a lap after that.
We didn't. We are 34 minutes into it, 7.5 minutes remaining at this point.
Yeah, so are they going to get that cleared up in 7.5 minutes? I somehow doubt it, actually. But I think we may well see this race called early, because
we saw that early. We had an issue with a car, and they actually put the checker out. I think was about 2 minutes early. So we're probably going to see that here as well. First and foremost, safety for the driver involved, or any drivers involved, if there are multiples.
It seemed from that replay that we saw that there was only one car, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm looking at the marks on the track as you come out of turn 4. A little bit of a rumble strip there on the right, and it looks like he just got off. There's an access road that kind of cuts through right there. Looks like he got off on the grass just a little bit, and then it turned the car to the left, and he's getting through the grass. Of course, once you're on the grass, you have no traction at all.
No.
And it put him into the guardrail. Some damage, I know, at least on the right front of that car. I think maybe the whole front of that car is pretty crunched up.
Yeah, the safety teams will be doing what they have to do, but also, of course, the race officials will now be making a decision which says that we have 6 minutes of this race left to run. Is that clear-up operation going to take more than 6 minutes? Because if it is, then I would expect that they'll probably call the race. So everybody
Well, we
now
have a-
under control of the safety car.
All right, they won't have enough time to resume. They are still attending to the driver. They have a medical unit over there. They're attending to the driver, so they are going to put the checker out this time by. The safety car will see the checker, and that will determine the end of the race here. Reisman, he's still shown as the leader in the number 33 Whelen Daytona prototype. Next time by, they're in NASCAR turn number 4 right now, and at a very, very slow pace. Communications going out to the teams to be very mindful of that situation over there in turn number 5. I guess technically just before turn 5. So that will conclude the race. Here's the checker going out right now, and that will end this segment here for the Group E cars. Coming up next, Group F. Group F will be up at 6 p.m. So we have about a little more than 20 minutes before we get to that segment. And we will go through the finishing order here in just a moment as the checker flag comes out for the first segment here for Group E. And they are going to, well, the teams didn't get the message. The safety car went straight, but the field did not.
Right.
So I'm not sure what that's about. Anytime the safety car's out there, you're supposed to follow the safety car. So I know the drivers in the spur of the moment are thinking, oh, what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? So
yeah,
we saw a situation in the NASCAR series where last week where the safety car, the pace car had an issue and stopped on the track. And the NASCAR drivers didn't know what to do. It was in the Cup Series. They didn't know what to do, so they were like, well, do I stop? I'm not supposed to stop on the track, but I'm not supposed to pass the safety car either. But the safety car broke down is what happened.
Wow.
So that was kind of a crazy situation and a little bit different than what we have here, obviously. But they were trying to avoid the field going past the incident scene out there. So unfortunately, that didn't work out.
No, they'll now complete this lap and make their way back into the paddock.
But with that being said, even though the field didn't follow the safety car, if Reeson's behind the wheel there or Curran, whichever driver it may be, the field is in good hands with that car at leading the field. So I don't think there's really any worries about that. And like I said, they have Speedcom communications with the teams, and they should be hearing it over their team radios as far as where to go and where not to go on the track. So looks like the last car is just now by the scene. Again, the checkered flag is out on this. For the scoring feed, it shows that Reisman and Curran take the win in this segment. And 33, then the David Ward car number 11. Ralph Lamacchia and James French in the 07 car third, followed by Barletta and Foley. Then Gilliland and Brian Peel in fifth in the 42. And it's going to be Thomas Ballister in the 188 over Sean McCaig and Louis Philippe de Mouillon in the 34. Angus Russell, Sean Rahal in the number 15. That is the 2016 Ligier. Then James Hammond in the 176 ninth, and Brad Ward in the 821 finishing 10th.
Cars now, our leader is coming around. He's obviously caught up now with the pace car, so we have it all nice and neat again, and that they will be led down into pit lane. Just beginning to see fading light now at 20 to 6. The sun beginning to fade just a little.
And Joe has another story for us from the infield.
Oh, this is a great one. I've been looking forward to talking to these crazy blokes in these two Audi R8s on out of the 901 shop. I'm going to start with this fellow here, Geronimo Guzman. You guys, what has dinner been like after the racing you guys have done already this week? I bet it's been a bit tense, has it?
On the opposite, I think that we enjoyed racing against each other. The important thing is that we want to beat everyone together. He had a spin early this morning. I was able to finish second on the sprint, but he wasn't there. So it's like, when we win together.
Now, we saw a race yesterday where it looked like you guys worked together for one of those photo finishes with the two cars coming together. Was that contrived?
It's not controlled. The race the day before, we finished .4 behind. I finished .4 behind him, and yesterday he finished .1 behind me. It has been one of those things that we respect each other, but we go at it. We're never gonna block each other, but also we're not gonna let anyone go. Let him go through.
Geronimo, is there anything like team orders that you have to, if you're behind him at a certain point, anything like that?
No, zero orders. It's just about friendship and having a good time, putting a good show. But whoever has the best grip and the flow through traffic, let it be the winner. And I'm as happy as winning first as long as I finish behind him, and I'm very happy. So it's about finishing together.
You know what, Geronimo? We can tell from the stands how much fun you guys are having. Now I'm going to get the other side of the story. Best of luck. Right. So the other guy in the team, Juan Lopez Santini. Let's see. Excuse me, guys. Can I just jump in here? Hello, Juan. I'm very good. Now then, your teammate, Geronimo Guzman, reckons there's team orders that you have to stay behind him. Is that true?
No, that's not true. That only applies to Checo, and he's not Checo.
Exactly right. I've just been saying how entertaining you guys have been the past couple of days. It's been fabulous to watch.
It's been a lot of close racing, and we trust each other a lot. We're really good friends, and he's a fantastic driver. So when you have that level of trust, we can race so tight, knowing that everything is going to work out fine. And if you have seen it at the end of the races, we jump out of the car, we give each other a hug, high fives, and we're happy that we get to share this passion, as friends and also with everybody that is here enjoying the races.
Yeah, so dinner, I've just said to Geronimo, how intense was dinner?
Oh, dinner. Oh. Yeah, we try not to talk about about racing, but it always goes there. But I'll tell you about it after this session. I'm not going to tell you how intense it is, but if I may, it's an honor. It's really an honor to be here, and thank you for taking the time to talking to us. I think it's great for everybody watching, and please check it out. We're real racers racing really hard in cars that perhaps should be in museums, even though this one is kind of young. And it's really an honor to be here. So thank you so much.
Juan, it wouldn't be an HSR event without Juan Lopez Santini. We are absolutely delighted to have you. Best of luck. I hope you guys remain friends this time tomorrow. It's Sunday afternoon.
Let's see how that dinner conversation goes by tonight.
Absolutely brilliant. They have been absolutely so entertaining, these guys. Thanks, guys. The 901 shop, of course, preparing both of these Audi R8s. And just look at the livery. Get the livery in there, Ryan. It's just a fantastic. The way those guys go about their racing, you can actually see from their body language on track. You can actually see how much fun that they're having. Now then, this is one of my favourite cars ever, the Cadillac DPI. Is that Malcolm in there? Ah, Corey, you're the speedy guy, aren't you? That's what Malcolm said. Now Malcolm is just actually, Ryan, come and have a look at this. Right, guys, look at the names on this car. Kamui Kobayashi, Scott Dixon, Ryan Briscoe, Renger van der Zande. This is the car. This is the Konica Minolta car. Wayne Taylor Racing. This is the car that we saw last year racing in the IMSA Daytona, Sebring and Petit winner. This very car. Can I have a chat to Malcolm? Hello, my friend. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm very. You know what? We spoke last night in the bar in the hotel, and we were saying how delighted we were that these cars have now got an extended life, and it's down to the likes of yourself to be able to do that and bring the DPI back to life.
This is an amazing car. This is our first weekend ever even running this thing, so I've got a lot to learn. My co-driver has done a little faster job of learning it, so I guess we got to lean on the traction control. As a guy who drives GTP and Group C cars, that's like sacrilege. So I got to get on her and just learn the system, but it is a real privilege to be able to have one of these to run.
Malcolm, let's just let's just get in here and Malcolm, give us an idea of what all of this functionality is on the steering wheel.
I mean, you have your adjustments, your traction control, and the differential. You know, the only buttons that I really use are push to talk and flash the lights, and for pit lane, just keep making sure that we're doing our speed limit thing. But you know, we've got all kinds of different adjustments that we can make in cockpit, and it's going to be a heck of a car for the long run. I think we're going to get a lot of use out of this thing.
It's going to be a heck of a car when you get used to it, isn't it?
I hope so. I'm trying not to look like a complete wank, so we'll get there.
You're not the only Cadillac DPI here. You've got another two and it's, you know, you guys are going to be racing pretty much together, and that's got to be something.
Well, I think Corey's going to be sticking with them a little better than I am. This is really going to be my first session where I can actually sit down, buckle down, and start trying to figure out how to make this thing go faster. So that'll be my focus, and then at the pit stop we'll probably switch with Corey, and then he can go out there and sort of average our performance out a little bit better, and hopefully when I get in on their second stint, I'll be up to speed. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Malcolm, you've got a lot of experience in all sorts of racing. I mean, you know, you've ran teams, you've driven for many, many years, but you're still taking that, what I would say, a conservative approach. Is that because with a vehicle like this, you have to give it the utmost respect?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I also am careful too because of all my old racing injuries. So there's kind of a combo of reasons, and we want to take care of the equipment because, you know, we're not really winning anything other than maybe getting a little ego trip if we do. So it's just about having a good time and racing with some really talented guys out here and seeing what we can do.
Thank you, Malcolm. Wish you all the very best. Cheers, bud. You know what? I've got Butch Lightsinger in the car. I mean, this is a car that was owned by a very good friend of mine. Martin Short campaigned this car. And this is a man in the seat who I've been watching drive race cars for many, many years. Butch, here we are back at Daytona. But you're in the Pescarolo again. It's a car you're familiar with, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely car. Juan took over this car, about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's just been a wonderful car to drive. The GMT group know it really well, and it's always fast here. You know, the Cadillacs are really fast here too. But yeah, we're just gonna go out and have a good time, and you know, just see where the race takes us.
Well, the thing is, Butch, it's 2007 technology that you're in. That's 2020 technology that you're up against. So, you know, that's quite understandable why there's a disadvantage.
Well, and actually, that's one of the coolest things about this weekend is that you're seeing the progression of technology, aren't you? You're seeing, you know, what 10 years gives you, and it's just really cool. Like, you know, when you go out on the track and you watch just like watch our car kind of, you know, go around the turns and watch the Cadillac. The Cadillacs are really impressive. They really put the power down very well, and yeah, I think it's just like that's one of the great things to see. Is like you can see in real time what technology leads to.
Very much. Andy Wallace is here sharing the car. Is he going to be taking over, or are you doing the full segment?
We're going to do like each segment on our own. So the plan is for me to do this one. I think Andy will do the next one. Juan's going to do the graveyard shift. And then after that, we'll just kind of see where we're at and yeah, see who draws the good straw.
Yeah, brilliant, Butch. Great to see you again, and it's great to see the Pescarolo 07 here. Let's have a look at these Cadillacs, Ryan, shall we? We've still got 5. So press the Mustang sampling version of the car. That's the car that was driven by. Well, you can see it on the doors actually. Luc Duval, Tristan Fortier, and Sebastien Bourdais. And then we've got the other. This is the Ganassi car, and the drivers that were down to that race this in period: Ryan Hunter-Reay, Earl Bamber, and Alex Lynn, who was quite a superstar in his time. It's got Marshall and Force in it this weekend, and we're going to have this car going battling with two other Cadillacs. Who else have we got, Tim? Who's appeared on the grid here? Who's in the Marcel Fassler, of course. Gerard Lopez. Let's have a word with Gerard. You okay for a chat, Gerard? This is a completely different car to a Lola T70, isn't it? Now, Marcel was saying how different the Lola T70 was for him. I think he's more familiar with this one.
Yeah, and I'm more familiar with the Lola, right? Yeah, it's completely different. I mean, I usually drive older. I started driving GTs with manual gearboxes 30 years ago, so I'm much of a right foot braker. So I'm getting used to left foot braking. That was the biggest change, but the car is so efficient that that's a lot of fun.
I mean, transitioning from a Lola T70 here this weekend and then jumping in this Cadillac DPI with the amount of downforce, the amount of performance difference, how does your mind cope with the difference in braking areas, for instance?
Yeah, it's the brain is the issue, right? You have to accustom your brain to much faster speeds and much later braking and the downforce. But you get in laps and it comes slowly but surely.
They're a very technical car. You can tell that just by looking at the dashboard. It's like driving a UFO. How easy, how difficult it is for the teams to run these modern DPIs?
Yeah, they're about the last cars that you can run this way because with the new hybrid technologies and so on, and I know a thing or two about them from the F1 times when we switched, it becomes really difficult because of many reasons, right? There's a lot more software involved, there's batteries involved, there is powertrains that are, multiple powertrains within the same vehicle. So these are about the last true classics, and they're still okay. I mean, they're high performing, a lot of electronics, but not so complex to run actually.
Jared, I don't know if you know this little stat that I'm going to tell you, but last year at Super Sebring, where we had the WEC hypercars at the same event as the Sebring 12 Hours, the 2022 DPIs were actually 2 to 3 seconds quicker than the Le Mans hypercar. So for a period of 2022, these were the fastest sports cars in the world.
Yeah, we know that. We actually were laughing about it because at Le Mans this year, something like this, would have had a real shot, right? So they're super fast cars. I mean, unbelievably fast cars. And as I said, it's probably the end of an era, which makes them very special.
Well, we appreciate you bringing these cars back to life and extending their race life. And a pleasure to talk to you. And best of luck. You are taking over in the pit stop, yeah?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Right, I'm not going to ask you how difficult it is to get in and out of that thing, and so we'll see that for ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Let's talk to Andy Wallace, our good friend, fellow Brit. We're going to have to move over, Andy, because we're going to be drowned out. Now, I've just spoken to Butch about that Pescarolo. It's a car you've driven before, and we were talking about the difference in the technology. We're seeing that absolutely in plain sight. The difference in a 2020 DPI prototype and the 2007 to you and I, it's like 2 weeks ago. Well, there it is, right there.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't stand still in 16 years, do you? I guess.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, but it's great. I mean, it's fantastic to have so many great prototypes together. I mean, we know we can't do anything against these guys, but this race, as we know, it's 4 races. You've got to make everything right with no mistakes, and who knows?
Yeah, and the Pescarolo is well sorted. I mean, Juan's team has got behind it. They know the car inside out. You've got to hope that the technicalities of the Cadillac DPIs come to play in a race so long. 168 minutes, isn't it, the whole race?
Yeah, it is. And as you say, the car's strong. It's a proven car. Also, Juan is doing a fantastic job in the car, which always does, of course. But no, Juan, he does a brilliant job. So, no, we'll all stick together.
Yeah, you looking forward to driving, Andy? Stupid question there, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course I am. It's great. Superb.
Thanks, mate. They're about to fire up. So that's it from down here on the pre-grid. So we're about to get underway. So I've had to move away from the cars, obviously, because I wouldn't be hearing myself talk. So I'm going to have a chat with my mate Tim here, who's a bit of a sports car historian. That conversation I've just had with Butch and Andy about the technology differences. You've worked for the Amelia Coco for a lot of years, and when we look at a Porsche 962 and the like. And we look at the Porsche 962 and the like, and then, the development and the evolution that goes on from that period back in the 70s and 80s and cars you've worked with. As the cars roll out, we're going to be drowned out now, Tim. No one's going to hear your answer. So go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
You've got the cars now inside, guys, making their way onto the track. We'll have to tune in later for Tim Pendergast's answer to my question.
Everybody's going to be waiting with their nails biting into themselves, trying to wait for me to talk.
It's a way to get people to come back and log on. Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much indeed, Joe. Thank you, Tim. I'm going to try and keep my enthusiasm in check for your answer, but we'll have to wait and see how that is. It's it's the cars now, out on track. And one of the things about this Group F race is that, and you were talking to the guys in the Audis, is that I think we can reasonably expect there is going to be a lot of battles all the way down the field. That yes, we've got some very, very quick cars up at the front, and there's no reason to expect that they can be anything other than working hard to amongst themselves. But the battle all the way through is just going to be great. Really looking forward to this one. Same as everything else. It is a 42-minute race with a mandatory 3-minute pit stop at any time up to 29 minutes of the race. So you can take your time whenever you want to. The grid runs like this. It's 02, Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss in the Cadillac Delara DPI, and then next to them will be the number 5 Gerard Lopez Marcel Fassler car. Second row will be number 3 Malcolm Ross and Corey Fergus in the third of the Cadillacs, and then fourth fastest will be number 4, and that's Juan Gonzalez and Butch Lutzinger in the Pescarolo. Then we have we know that's Butch in the car right now. Fifth fastest is number 1, fifth place, number 1 Dwight Merriman in the Orica, and then 6th is number 17, the Orica 07. 7th we have the number 24 Matthew Butson Tony Ave Ford Mustang, and then 8th we have the number 26, which is Louis-Philippe Montour in the Audi R8 GT3, but that's not running for the podium. So it's 2, 5, 10, 18, 188, 17, 24, 26, 48 Geronimo Guzman, and 8 Juan Lopez Santini, who we've heard about. So that's your top 10 cars now into NASCAR turn 4. They will be waiting for the pace car to pull off, holding them for a nice long time, getting them in good order. Everybody's got their headlights ablaze now as 6 o'clock here local time, and they cross the line, and it's number 2 car which goes into the lead from the fastest from the inside of the front row. So it's number 2 from number 5 Lopez, 18 Butch Leisinger, and number 10 Corey Fergus. Goes now into the International Horseshoe, that tight hairpin bend battle for the lead now as they go up towards the hairpin, the west horseshoe. We saw Lopez looking for a way past, not going to be able to do it now. Now they go through turn 5 into turn 6, and the first 3 cars are pulling away from everybody else as they go up onto the banking. And we've heard Joe Bradley talk about the fact that these cars are the fastest sports cars ever in the world. Maybe not exactly in top speed, but in terms of lap times. And look at the speed of those cars as they go down the back stretch, braking hard into the Le Mans chicane, close up a bit, the concertina effect. We're going to see a challenge for the lead now as they go into NASCAR turn 3. They're side by side into turn 3, and then coming up to turn 4, it's momentarily we can not quite see who's come out of that battle, the side by side battle. Is it going to be Eric Foss or is it going to be Fassler? It's the Gerard Lopez Marcel Fassler car which has gone through into the lead after that side-by-side effort through turn 4, NASCAR turn 4, and that's the number 5 car pulling away just a little bit already on the second place number 2 car, and then the number 18 Butch Lutzinger car is in 3rd place. Just a little bit stretched out at that point. Lots of good battles further down the field that we're seeing some great stuff in the GT category, if we can call it that. Field nicely spread out already, so we can see that we've got 1 pit caller already, and that's one of the Audis. It's not the
that's the 2.6 Audi, Paul.
Okay,
number
thank
2.6 in for an early pit stop.
Yep, and thank you very much indeed for that, Jeff.
I'm sorry. Todd Sloan in the 25 car. Let's check that. Louis Philippe Montour.
Okay, well, that's
in the 21 Audi R8. Yeah, we talked about we're getting towards the evening hours here, just after 6 p.m. We have the time change coming up a little bit later in the morning, so we'll have 2 1 o'clock sessions. But certainly now the sun shines brightly through the sunset over there. The vision changing for the drivers now. They're part of the track is in the shade, part of the track is in the sunshine. So right here on the trial in front of the tower, it kind of gets, if you will, dark on them. But then when they're on the high banks over at 3 and 4, the sun kind of in their face a little bit. And same thing when they're going out of turn number 3 at the International Horseshoe. They have the sun kind of in their face, and they have to deal with that through the 3, 4, 5 area.
Yep, and obviously the main start-finish line and the tri-oval in the shadow of this huge Daytona Rising building in which we sit. It's still the Lopez Fassler car in the lead from the Marshall and Foss Cadillac in second place, number 2, and third we have the number 18, which is a great run for the Juan Gonzalez, Butch Leusinger, Andy Wallace car. There's battles further down the field into 5 and 6. A particularly very good at overtaking points there because they're coming off the infield. 5 is quite flat and quite easy, and then they kick up into 6 and onto the high banking, which is what really changes. And it's like a completely different racetrack almost as they get up and do that. Where we're seeing some very, very quick cars and quick times. That our leader has done the best time so far with a 1 minute 38.07. That is quick. leaders already having completed 3 laps in the 5.5 minutes that this race has run so far. The criteria for this race is fairly broad.
We'll go down to Joe. Joe has a story for us from the pits.
I've got some great stuff for you guys. This guy here, Phil Binks, he ran this car at Ganassi back in period. Here he is running it again. It's like going out with an old girlfriend, I would imagine.
Yeah, I guess that was just part of the deal, huh? No, this is awesome. We're being able to come here. It's a super cool event. HSR has done a great job. It's awesome to be with, Pierce has been great. Awesome hot rod too. I mean, just
Back in the day, hang on, cars going by, you won't be able to hear us. Back in the day, if I'd come onto the Ganassi pit perch and said, "Hey Phil, tell me what all of this is about," you would have looked at me as if I was stupid. They can't tell me that. However, you're going to now be able to tell me what all of these squiggly lines are about. Look at this, everybody. Look at the insight we're getting here. The 02 Cadillac has got all of this telemetry coming through. So Phil, even I can understand what engine water temperature is, engine water pressure, but what is all of this dynamic information coming through?
yeah. So this is a little bit more of a basic attempt at at what we would have had in an IMSA race, but what we've done here is just try to have all the information that we need to have to make sure the car is safe for Pierce, right? Tire pressures, engine vitals, gearbox vitals, just so we can have a little bit of insight to maybe catch a problem if there is one before it causes any damage.
So that's basically what we see you guys at the Rolex running these Cadillacs in period. You're looking at that screen all the time, just monitoring things in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, this is a little more basic than what we would have had in IMSA. But we can't have 10 people watching screens, A little bit different scenario here.
So Phil, did you come with the deal? When they bought the car, did you come with the car as part of the deal?
Nah, it was a little more complex than that, but myself and my dad have worked with Pierce, quite a bit over the years, and when we first started working this deal out with GM and Ganassi to get this Cadillac, it was, it's a cool deal to be able to come to these events, and I figured it was time for a little change, come do some of these.
A little bit different pressure on you. You'd keep the car running, and I suppose predominantly the customer, i.e. the driver, is here to enjoy his weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit of a, having to shift my mindset a bit and just, safety is always important, even in IMSA. But making sure he has the most amount of fun and has the most amount of success that we can give him,
Thanks, Phil. Thanks for that great interview. Back to work. How long before the car comes in?
What's that? Sorry.
How long before the car's due a pit stop?
We're looking probably 15 to 18 minutes, I'd say.
They heard it.
Thank you. Interesting stuff. And I love the idea that screen is a simplification of what they would have used in period, because it looks very complicated to me. But then again,
all those boxes and colors to look at.
Yeah,
we thought our screens up here were busy.
Yeah,
and they are. They're telling us what's going on out there. So we can tell everyone else, so we can tell the world. Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler in the lead right now in the 2019 Cadillac DPI. Just across the stripe now with the fastest lap of the race. It's lap number 6 right there, 1:37.431.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see the number 18 up in second place now. That Joe Bradley was talking about the fact that that's old style technology in comparison with the Cadillacs, but it's still quick, and there's no doubt about that. So the Butch Leisinger going out and doing some really, really good times. He's not going to get close to the Lopez Fassler car. 20 seconds down already with just 11 minutes of this race left to run, but beating everybody else. Doesn't that count? That's a pretty impressive show, if you ask me. The cars now even more. It's the light into dark thing that you were talking about, Jeff. That coming out through NASCAR turn 4, the last corner on the lap, they really go from a very bright sunshine into the shade.
It's a good example right there. They just came out of 3. This is turn 4 into 5. A little bit of a slide there by one of the cars, and now they turn it back around to the right, and the sun off to their left side as they head back towards the grandstands, at least pointed that direction, and then they'll make a left-hander up onto the high bank. One car there off on the grass just a little bit. You're looking at the exit of turn 5 right there. And now here they go through the turn 6 area.
And if you're here at the circuit, it's quite worth going out onto the infield and just watching the different groups and how they work. Great in-car shot there. Look at that. That's
very nice.
That's absolutely brilliant.
Gives everyone the feel of how the driver sees it on the high banks there and on the backstretch now.
Yeah, and that is quite some speed.
Part of the breaks through the Le Mans chicane, and then they will tuck back onto or sweep back up onto the high banks there at NASCAR turn 3. I'd like to see one of the prototypes going around there on the outside. Now they work through NASCAR turn number 4, and they will head into the trial area here in front of the tower.
And a little bit of a delay from the in-car, but those speeds are incredible. These are not cars at the very front of the field. They're very quick.
And that's the turn 1-2 shot there.
We have 13.5 minutes of this run taken care of already. So plenty of time for people to come in and do their pit stop. We're going to see the queue that we normally do, something around about 25 minutes into the race. So that's still another 10 or 12 minutes before we're going to see the majority of cars, and then we see all of them. But that precludes us hopefully having any sort of full course caution. As the sun gets low in the sky and the cloud formations looking very beautiful, as we can see there from the onboard shot on the driver's eye cameras. Up into onto the high banking for the onboard there. As everything gets heavier. Those two cars coming down towards us now. The Sentinel car carrying our camera for that brilliant onboard shot, which really gives you a flavor for what this beautiful, wonderful Daytona International Speedway is all about. And we still have The number 5 Gerard Lopez Marcel Fassler car in the lead from the number 18 Pescarolo and the number 02 Piers Marshall and Eric Foss car is in third place. So it's Cadillac, Pescarolo, Cadillac, and then Malcolm Ross and Corey Fergus in the number 10 Cadillac in fourth place. So Pescarolo holding the fort for the rest of the world against the Cadillac DPIs.
28-second gap, though, between the top two cars, the Cadillac DPI, Lopez and Fassler. 28.044 that time across the stripe back to the number 18 car. Only 7 seconds back to the 02 car of Marshall and Foss. They're currently running third. Then we have 10 seconds back to the fourth, and then 10 seconds back to the fifth place cars. Looking further behind that, the sixth place car, only half a second behind the Stuart Wilshire Richard Bradley car, number 17, currently in fifth. White Merriman is at 188. Then we have a 21-second gap looking down through the field. Pretty good battle going between Juan Lopez Santini and the number 8 car and the 014 Corey Freeman, Shannon Herford. Less than a second separating those two. Looking for some battles in the GT class. Here for the Group F battle.
So one of the Porsches going wide at turn 1 there. Safely back on track. One of the things that I think visitors to Florida are always surprised by, and certainly when I first came many years ago to Florida, is how quickly it gets dark. That in our part of the world, the darkening process probably takes a couple of hours, but here it goes from light to dark in 40 minutes, doesn't it?
It does, especially this time of year. We have the time change coming up a little bit later. So certainly when we get down to this time of year here in the States, it's certainly here on the East Coast, it doesn't take long. It's like, okay, turn off the lights, party's over. Not here though. The lights are on at the Speedway, and the sunlight might be going away, but the lights are on at the Speedway and we'll be running throughout the night. So yeah, it does, but it does get dark quickly here.
Yeah, and
I wish it took longer.
Yes, it's quite surprising that you can get caught out by it quite easily.
I personally prefer the later days.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna enjoy the winter months when it gets dark so early.
Yep, and it gets very dark very quickly. The Le Mans chicane out there, and our producer was mentioning earlier on that they have changed the curbs out at the Le Mans chicane, but they were painted blue and yellow in honor of the ACO, the organisers of the Le Mans 24-hour race, and they've been painted in HSR colours for this weekend. So thank you for that. That's a nice touch. Lopez and Fassler just increasing that lead, now up to 35 seconds. And just to repeat an appeal that we heard from Derek Drinkwater earlier on, if anybody locally is listening to this, either at the circuit or somewhere in this part of Florida, Derek Drinkwater in that wonderful recreation of the Cadillac Le Monstre, the 1950 Le Mans entrant from Brees Cunningham. He's had a problem with a front hub which failed as they were going through the high banks, and if anybody knows of somewhere that he can get a front hub that would fit his 1950 Cadillac chassis, please get in touch with us, because we just need to know that.
Be coming up on some pit stops here very shortly. I see that the our camera team, Joe Bradley, Ryan, and Tim are down there on pit lane waiting for they're developing the next big story, if you will. So we'll be throwing down to them here in just a few minutes, but they are working on that, waiting on some cars to come in. We're getting close to pit stops. Here comes one right now as I speak. That is one of the, that looks like the Audi again, one of the Audis, number 95.
Okay, so he's in and stopping at his allotted bay. It's going to be number 26. Comes to a stop. Oh no. 25, and he's just about it to it. Car stops. That looks like no action at all on that car. The number 25, Todd Sloan. That can't be 25.
9.5.
9.5.
9.5. He's actually in the 25 pit stall, but the car number is 95.
95. Okay. So that's Jerome Cloutier and Eric Coates. He's in there. No action at all. Crew member just walking around and checking the car, not even touching the car. But they will stop there for their 3 minutes. We've now had 22 minutes of this race, so over the course from here on in, as Jeff Wright has just said, we'll start seeing cars coming in to the stop. The Dayglow orange Porsche comes to a stop and doing the clever thing of just parking at a bit of an angle, which makes it easier to pull out once the stop is over. Crew member again just running up to the right spot, climbing over the wall, but there's not very much there. I think that probably was a bottle of water for the driver, but he will be stopped there for 3 minutes. And Joe Bradley, what have you got? Okay, so pit stops now coming thick and fast.
Now we're going to try
Joe,
that
what
again,
have
guys.
you got?
Yeah, we're going to try that again. Marcel Fassler bringing the Cadillac DPI in from the lead. Just explaining to the team now. The fueling's been done. Now, different to pro racing, this 3-minute mandatory, yes. Driver has to be out of the car before the fueler is allowed to the car. That's already been done. Marcel's teammate Jared Lopez into the car now. And we're just coming to the latest stages. Plenty of time, of course. It's all about health and safety in HSR racing. So it's not done as speedily as you need to. Not like pro racing where everything's done to the clock in the quickest necessary time. We've got 3 minutes to do everything. That's get the driver out, put the fuel in, get the new driver in, which is Gerard Lopez, and then we get towards the end of the stop now. The mechanics just bleeding out some air just to optimize the tire pressure. The car running on these Michelin tires, a little bit different to what they ran on in period. They ran on a Continental tire, of course, so this will have upped the performance somewhat. Well, we're just coming to the latter stage.
So we'll come back to Joe Bradley when we can, but we've lost him just for a moment down in pit lane. So he'll be back when he can, but we're now very much into pit stop territory. Our erstwhile leader has pitted, gone through the process, and is now back in the race with the owner of the car in the driving seat, Gerard Lopez. So he will now go back. Marcel, having done his duty for the course of the next 3 or 4 hours. Half of the battling twosome from the 901 shot. And that sounded like you, Joe. Are you back with the land of the living? The Pescarolo back in the race. We're now going to get a fairly accurate position on the gap between those two cars, because they're now left with about 15 minutes of the race left to run. We now have this difficult middle period where some cars have stopped, some cars haven't, and until we get through that, we can then see the run to the line, which will happen in, as I say, just under 15 minutes from now. Interesting with these cars, perhaps these more modern cars, that there's very little work is being done to any of them when they come in for their pit stop. The other of the laughing pair go into the Audi R8 down pit lane and back into the race. And of course, if you're watching us on the live stream, then just a reminder that we'll be running through till a little after 10 o'clock tonight, and then we'll rejoin. We'll start again 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, local Florida time. So both of the 17 car back in the race, and both those team cars came in together, did their pit stop together, and are going out together, exactly together. There's no gap between those at all, although quite interestingly the 17 pulled away much faster than his teammate, so it may well be that won't be as effective as it might have been. He might have gone a bit too quickly there. Stuart Watcher and Richard Bradley in the Orica. But we're now at the stage where cars almost need those headlights, if not to see, then certainly to be seen, as the light beginning to fade. That this is the first, or we're working our way through the first list of races. So everybody will have got a race in some degree of daylight already. But it does mean that by the time we move into the next set, which is Group A, starting again at 8 o'clock, they are going to be racing completely in the dark. And at 8 o'clock, do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, both here at Daytona International Speedway, and if you're watching on our live stream, that we will be covering the firework display, which is something quite incredible, at 8 o'clock local time. That's midnight in the UK, 1 a.m. in Europe, but we'll be covering that, and that's something to be seen. Don't forget that the clocks here in the USA change overnight. That's why we've got 2 races starting at 1 a.m. The Group G will start their race at 1 a.m. and then just as we move into the next race, the clocks change, go backwards. So we've got the next race for Group A will also start at what will then be 1 a.m. and we'll then go through. We'll be covering on the live stream from 7 a.m. and that our last race will start at midday and finish at just before 1 o'clock lunchtime tomorrow. So do stay with us, please. And I know that if you're listening in the UK or Europe, that it's a late one. It's going to be a late one, but I promise you, it'll be worth it. There'll be lots of things happening here, and we've seen lots of drama so far. So I don't see that that's going to change one little bit. And we still have Gerard Lopez at the front of the field in the number 5 car from the Butch Lessinger, Juan Gonzalez, Pescarolo, the number 18, and Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss, the number 2 car, in 3rd place. Gap between first and second is huge. It's 46 seconds between first and second, and that's with all the qualifying and testing that we've seen over the last 2 or 3 days. That does not come as any sort of surprise. Seeing the Pescarolo that far up though is, and that car only qualified 4th fastest, and that we're now seeing that car up there in 2nd place. Pierce Marshall and Eric Voss are 8.9 seconds behind, and then in 4th place we have the number 10 Malcolm Ross Corey Fergus car, a further 24 seconds behind that. So spread out a fair bit at the front of the field. But starting on the countdown really for this race, that we've got 8 minutes left to run. Geronimo Guzman, who we've talked about, of course, is in 8th place, and Juan Lopez Santini in 9th. Do they ever get separated? Because they are just going round together. There's 3.8 seconds between the 2 of them. That's the number 48 and the number 8 Audi R8s. The drivers who Joe Bradley talked to in the collecting area earlier on. So those 2 guys, it was really heartening to hear them both saying, well, I don't mind which of us wins really, as long as we have a good time and we have fun, but I'd like to be the one who does win. And both of them really said pretty much the same thing, didn't they, Jeff?
They did. Yeah, there was another driver mentioned that said, yeah, there was team orders against him, but he's not here. So as long as these guys are doing okay, they'd be good with that. So, but yeah, just having fun out there. Everybody wants to win at Daytona, but you know, as another driver said, I think it was the driver that Joe was talking to in the wheelchair earlier, he's saying, as long as he finishes the race, that's a win for him. You know,
and that's, I mean,
so just being here at Daytona. So
that's one of the joys, I think, of any form of endurance racing, is just getting to the finish. And in this format, if you can get to the finish of the last race, then that's all that matters. And obviously, this event took the same format as Le Mans Classic, which does exactly the same thing, and makes perfect sense because whilst many of the cars in this race probably would go on for 24 hours if you let them, but some of the older cars quite clearly would not. So it's a great opportunity to get everybody the opportunity to drive in the dark, in the light, and with these two iconic tracks of Le Mans and Daytona, that just to say you've done it is probably enough for many people. I suppose that the other side of that, of course, is that some people say, I just want to do it once. Oh, well, okay, I'll do it next year, and I'll do it the year after, and I'll do it the year after that, because they're hooked by that.
Okay, I was going to say that you don't mean that they're putting it off. They do it, and as you said, they're hooked and keep on coming back. It pretty much happened to us, wasn't it? I mean, I remember going to the race. I kind of like this, so
yeah,
I think I'll come back and do it again.
Yeah, it's and I'm sure that's it. And it's typical of these types of races that we do see people who just put it in the diary every year.
And that's what's happened with the spectators that we have here. It goes for competitors and spectators. It's like, yeah, that was a pretty cool event. I think I'm going to go do it next year.
Yeah.
And we're certainly glad that all the teams are here, the drivers are here, and the spectators.
Yep.
And hope you're enjoying yourselves here on this beautiful evening in Daytona as we run the 9th running of the Classic 24, HSR Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by IMSA. We 4 minutes to go in this Group F segment. Group G is coming up next at 7 p.m. And then after we run Group G, we will start over at the top of the list, and everything at that point, from here for the rest of the event, will go in letter order.
As we get towards the end of this race, just keep an eye on the battle for 5th and 6th place, now down to less than a second between number 17 and number 188. Those two cars, less than a second between the two of them, as we're into the last 3.5 minutes of this race. It's actually quite interesting, Jeff, seeing the pictures on screen make it look very much lighter than it really is here, which is quite strange. I'm sure everybody watching at home is saying, what are they talking about? It's getting dark. But it's I promise you it is.
Getting close to turning on the lamps here in the commentary booth. We can't have the overhead lights. We have of course it's lit up pretty well in here under normal circumstances, but what happens is it causes a glare, so we have to go off of desk lamps.
Or candles.
Or candles, yeah. I guess we could burn the candle on both ends. I don't know.
I've been doing that most of my life, Jeff.
So getting down to the final 2.5 minutes, Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler, 2019 Cadillac DPI, the lead car out there over the number 18 Juan Gonzalez, Butch Leitzinger, and Pescarello with the Judd there. Then the Cadillac of Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss. Cadillac Delara DPI. Malcolm Ross, Corey Ferguson, the number 10 car, currently fourth over this Stuart Wilshire, Richard Bradley car. And we see that battle there we talked about a moment ago. The 17 car just about a second, just under a second ahead of the Dwight Merriman, number 188, 2018 Orica. So a couple of Oricas having a great battle out there for 5th and 6th. Well, they're currently in 5th and 6th. The battle is for the 5th position, obviously. Then we have Matthew Butch and Tony Ave in the number 24. They're currently in 7th in their Ford Mustang over the Audi R8 of Geronimo Guzman in the number 48. And we have another Audi R8, Juan Lopez Santini. That's the battle we saw. They've been battling, having a great time, enjoying themselves here. They are currently 8th and 9th in their Audis. And then Corey Friedman, Shannon Herford in the 014, currently 10th.
And I really haven't heard two people enjoying their motor racing in different cars but the same team more than those two of out there in their Audis, Geronimo Guzman and Juan Lopez Santini, that they just have a ball, and that they're out there having fun. We're now waiting. We're going to be seeing the white flag for signifying the final lap, and that will be going out very shortly now. The gantry where the official stands and waves the flag, very, very well lit. Make sure that everybody sees it, can see it properly. There goes the white flag to our leader. And we'll see that countdown because, in fact, just the lie of the land means that we have now arrived at the finishing time of 42 minutes. So we're going to have to see the leader go all the way around before he can get the checker. So we're going to be running this one quite a long time, but that's okay. It gives us a chance to see all of these lovely cars and hear all of these lovely cars. As we can see the campsites, we can see the spectators beginning to relax and have a good time. Daytona Beach, of course, very, very well served for hotels. That's probably most of the field have the white flag right now.
Getting to the point now where it's got to follow the lights around, because once they come to view out of turn number 4, all we can see is lights. We can't really tell which car it is unless we've actually followed it around through the turns. Here comes a pretty good crowd out of turn 4, as I say that, as they will come up, and I think the leader might be in this pack or just behind them. White flag for this pack. Yep, that's towards the back of the field. Actually, that's the 5th and 6th rider place cars right there.
It is.
Stuart Wilshire and Bradley over the Merriman car. So that's those are just the quarter pack there. And looks like the checkered flag is out now for the number 5 car.
So Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fessler win this first part of the Group F event, and certainly a convincing win there. The surprise for me was undoubtedly the Pescarolo coming in second. It shouldn't be a surprise really, because it's driven by some very fast people, so it's hardly surprising, but it is the difference in 2007 Pescarolo beating a 2020 Cadillac Delara and a 2017 Cadillac Delara. So just the technology is the bit that makes the difference. But those cars all very quick, and this is only the first of 4 races for everybody. So that in itself will make a difference. I'm pleased to say that it does look as if it's getting dark on the live stream now. So our driver's eye pictures are certainly looking a bit darker than before. You can see from those pictures the bits of the skyline with the hotels and things in the background. That's the tri-oval you can see there, which is where the start-finish line is, just where it says Daytona on the wall, and that's where we sit above that. We're up in the building above that start-finish line. And Then they go from there into the turn 1 space, which is a tight left-hander, brings them back parallel with the pit lane into what is effectively a fairly tight hairpin bend, the International Horseshoe, and then via a left-handed kink, and then a broader hairpin bend, which is really 2 bends, one after the other. The left-hander into and then off onto the high banking. So there's a lot of work to do for a driver in that first mile and a bit of this Daytona International Speedway, isn't it?
It looks easy watching it on the on a monitor, but definitely a handful here at Daytona.
Yep. And there we see the Sentinel camera.
That is it looks like the Jared Audrick in-car camera there.
Yep. He'll be coming down with all the others down pit lane now and being shepherded off to driver's left into the paddock. And Joe Bradley, what have you got for us down there?
Daytona 24 Classic, and that is the level of catering is just fantastic. Look at this. We've got braised steak, potato with sweet potato and bacon, and look what I've got for afters, boys. Tiramisu. I know Jeff likes a bit of tiramisu, but you know what? If you just take a look around, this is open for all competitors and, of course, officials and commentators to be coming and catered for here. And if you are part of this event, then I would strongly suggest the Simply Fresh Trackside Catering is where you need to be catered for. All the teams, all the mechanics, the drivers' families are all part of this one big happy family here at the Daytona Motor Speedway. So, guys, I'll let you crack on with what's coming next while I finish my steak and potatoes. Have a lovely evening.
Joe Bradley, I hate you. I'm sitting here starving to death, and all I've got is a picture of your meal.
Well, you know what? I have some good news for you, Paul, because Simply Fresh has just delivered dinner for us here in the tower as well. So we can sneak back there. We're right next to the kitchen, so we can sneak back there and grab some of the same food that Joe is eating right now in the Simply Fresh dining tent, driver's lounge. So Shelly and the team, or early Allison's team, Allison Oltoff, but Shelly and one of her co-workers there have just delivered dinner. Just let them in a moment ago, so I will let the rest of the staff here in the tower know, and we'll get some food as well. So Joe has nothing on us.
I'll stop pulling faces at Bradley for being so unkind. It's it's a great facility. I've never known any racetrack, and I've been to a lot, that has that facility for drivers, officials, family, all those things. It's quite amazing, and that when you think that facility will now be open all the way through the event, that you can go, you're not going to get steak and onions at 4 a.m., but you're going to get something if you go in then. One more. We still have one more of the first batch of races to run, and that will be for Group G. and then we start to do it all over again. So this is. I was chastised earlier on for calling this a catch-all, but I didn't mean it in any negative sense. It's just cars that don't fit with perhaps other groups or other categories. That this is Group G is for basically HSR groups, and they fall into the modern GTs, historic GTs, vintage GTs, sports racers, and specials. So the special category means they can run anything they like and do, and that's truly wonderful that we get that. We're going to have a lot of variety in this group. We've seen already in qualifying and in practice races the TCR cars, and one of those is the Volkswagen GTI TCR cars, one of which is the Olivier Montour, Louis Philippe Monti TCR. TCR was a formula from, still around now, but from the early 2020s, and it was where these cars built by manufacturers. Very much, it was very popular with the Volkswagen Audi group, VAG, because you saw these modified saloon cars being run by Seat, by Volkswagen, as we have here, by Audi, and they were all slightly different, but they all had the same basic format to them. And that car, the number 45 car, is the fastest car and will start at the head of the field. Andrew Bichet and Blake Buchanan in the 327 is the BMW E92, the M3, obviously. Then we have starting third will be the 909 Stephen Davison, David Russell car, and that is the Aston Martin Vantage N24. Now the N24 was a car which, I mean, it's probably 10, 12 years old now, but those were built for the GT4 championships that there were about. Aston Martin ran their own championships as well during that time. So the N24 is one of those. Then we have the Python, which is George Vedovich. Python, which kind of looks fairly familiar as anybody who likes the look of a Cobra. And then fifth, we're going to have the Wallace Owens, Kevin Owens in their Audi RS3 LMS. So they'll be starting fifth, and then sixth we shall have the number 64 Zach Barfield BMW M3, and that's a 2009 vintage car. Seventh fastest we'll have the 26 Khalid Eldu and Trevor Hill, and they're in an Audi RS3 TCR car. All of these are 2-litre cars, all those TCR cars. Then we have Patrick Milani and Chris Hall. They're going to be starting 8th in the Ferrari 360 Challenge car. So again, these are kind of one-make formulas or similar kind of formulas to that, and all of these cars. Kieran O'Rourke will then come out in he's 9th with the 2018 Audi RS3, and that is the LMS car. And then we have 10th will be Danny Stewart and Scott Tyler and they are in the Audi RS3. So we've got that's the top 10. We are expecting 28 cars out on the grid, and looking down from where I am now, that looks about right. That looks a fairly full field, 28 cars. And obviously one of the things which is great about racing at night is that so many of these cars now are carrying identification light strips one way or another, so that their pit crew can see them coming, particularly down pit lane, so that they can work with that. We're seeing quite one or two of those. Last car coming out of the chute now. Can't quite see what it is. See the headlights at this stage, but swinging right to turn left. That can't quite see the number from here. And the parade of golf carts that always follows every grid, they turn right to go behind the wall to get ready for their charges to come in at some stage during the time. And actually the last car to go out is the Caterham. We've had a lot of fun with the Caterham. That is going to be the number 91 Colin Watson, Jeremy Adams Caterham 2-litre car. Those three of them all look very similar, all painted the similar colours, and they have made the trip over from England. They are Classic Sports Car Racing Club members, and they are out there doing their thing under the aegis of Hugo Holder, who runs that club, and it's great to see a whole club getting behind actually having cars out there, and I think that would be absolutely brilliant. We'd also like to welcome the members of the Goodwood Road Racing Club who are here. GRRC, very much supporters of all sorts of things that are to do with any form of historic motorsport. And it's great to see all of them here. As a fellow member, I bid you a very warm welcome to Daytona International Speedway. That we've got all of those things. The live stream will be carrying on for the next hour, a couple of hours or so. But cars out on the back stretch. Pace car now leading them into NASCAR turn 3. And we would expect that car would turn off into pit lane as he comes out of 4. But it's the 45 from the 327 and the 909 as they come into my sight. All the headlights obviously very necessary now as we see the cars coming in. The lights are off on the safety car, the pace car, so he's going to turn right, holding them. There he goes, accelerates down pit lane, and then our leader becomes the pace car just for the remainder of that. We have a green flying, and as they go off into turn 1, it's Olivier Montour in that Golf GTI TCR car who leads the blue Golf GTI. Very neat start, and Andrew Shea, Blake Buchanan in their BMW are in second place with that bright identification lights over the top of the doors, which only helps to make it a bit more complicated because the third place car, the 909 Aston Martin Vantage, has almost exactly the same identification lights, but nonetheless first, second and third pulling away a bit from the rest of the field. They now are running in a darkened race track that this is properly dusky. Let's say it's not pitch black yet, but it's certainly not light. And if you're watching on the live stream, you can see that very dark sky over the Daytona Rising buildings, and that just shows what it is like. So it's now out onto the backstretch, out of NASCAR Turn 2. They'll be running down into, the leaders are now into the Le Mans chicane, and then accelerating back up onto NASCAR 3, that steep 30-degree banking, and then they come back into my view, and it's going to be the Volkswagen from the BMW and the Aston Martin, but there's a threat for the lead. The first two cars are going to cross the line side by side, and it's the BMW. No, it's the Aston. I told you I was going to be confused by those lights. It's the Aston Martin that goes into the lead, crosses across the line side by side with the Volkswagen, but he's made it. But the Volkswagen's coming back. The Golf TCR is coming back very hard. Maybe he just got a little bit surprised by that. The TCR car, of course, only has 2 litres under the engine cover there, whereas 4.7 litres of V8 for the Aston Martin Vantage. But the Golf, through the twiddly bits of the infield section, is not letting the Aston Martin get away. They are nose to tail through the West Horseshoe, and the Golf goes to the outside, looking for a way to get past the Aston. He's not going to do that. The Aston Martin, though, with all those big V8 cylinders, is going to pull away, I think, as they get onto the high banking. But the Golf is trying to stick in the draft. He's not going to be able to do it. The Aston starts pulling away now, but then they're going to go down the back straight, and there's going to be the opportunity, because I would think that if anything, it's going to be the VW that is going to be able to stop better than the Aston as they go into the Le Mans chicane. Doesn't really close up very much, so the Aston Martin Vantage N24 leads away. Third place, we have Zach Barfield in that 2009 BMW M3. And those cars have pulled away considerably from the rest of the pack, led by George Vidovic in the Python. But the battle at the front beginning now just to stretch out just a little bit. If anything, the BMW in third place is getting closer to the Golf. So are we going to see a challenge there to our pole sitter? But the battle for the lead continues apace. The Aston Martin is when they cross the line, they're just about a second in the lead, so he's not having to watch his mirrors on the way into every corner in case there's a bit of road that's got a Volkswagen Golf in it, but he certainly isn't comfortable enough that he can start relaxing as they now go into onto the high banking once again, and the Golf is going around the outside of the Aston Martin as they go onto the high banking and onto NASCAR Turn 1, and very, very nearly got the lead back again, but the Aston just has the top speed as they go away through NASCAR 2, but the Aston is just about 8 or 10 lengths in the lead, and they'll be on the brakes again for the chicane, for the Le Mans chicane. But undoubtedly there was a challenge there, and that Golf is much quicker through the infield section. The number 4 Audi is in the pits, actually making his way out of the pits. But this battle is pretty amazing for first, second, and kind of third. The Golf coming back just a little bit as they go down in front of me, but the gap is coming down. I told you it's coming down. 0.7 of a second between first and second, and it's only just on a second between the second car and the third. So really nothing much to do there. But we have a caution thrown. Can't quite see why yet, but with the caution thrown, even though we've only had 6.5 minutes of this race, pit lane is going to get awfully busy, and we're going to see lots of cars dive in to serve their mandatory 3-minute stop. But we're trying to have a look to see where there is cause for the caution. Oh yeah, thank you, Jeff. That we actually have a car stopped on the banking of NASCAR Turn 1, Turn 6 as is. So he stops. Lights are on and facing in the right direction. It looks like a mechanical failure, but clearly can't stay there. He's at the bottom of the banking, but certainly in a place which is not of safety. So that will have to be attended to, and I think probably we're going to see everybody coming in, because now they have all seen the obstruction. They know that this isn't going to be the work of a couple of minutes to clear it. So indeed our first 3 cars, nose to tail, come into the pits. The Aston Martin makes it to his pit. Actually he's hunting for his pit, which he has duly done and found it. The Golf stops a little earlier, and the BMW, the green BMW with the red stripes on it, makes his way through. I think that's probably everybody will be making that stop, except if they've done so already. The crew, safety crew, are out there now on the bank. They're going to be attending to that, and let's hope that they can just get that car off the racetrack as quickly as they can. Flatbed is on its way out there as well, so they'll be able to move it relatively quickly, I would think, because we've not even had 10 minutes of this race yet. So we can see lots more action. We're getting a message here in the commentary booth that there's fluid on the track as well. So probably those 2 things are one and the same, but clearly that will have to be dealt with as well. But that does tend to look as if it's a mechanical disaster for somebody. Can't begin to tell you who that is. But now we have all of these cars which have served their 3 minutes, including our previous leader. Now served the 3 minutes, and they're back out on track simply to drive round behind the pace car, which is now coming down the back stretch. clearly won't have picked up the proper, dare I say, leader, because he was in the pits at the time. But the Aston now out and back on track, so he's going to be making his way around with the Golf tucked right up behind him. Interestingly, the car that was in third place, the green BMW, those three cars came in together, nose to tail, and the green BMW is still stationary. So whether there is a reason for that, I don't know. He gets going now, but he's dropped probably 6-7 seconds on the leading pair just during that pit stop. Still working up on the beginning of the banking, right in the middle of NASCAR Turn 1.
.771 is the car that is down over there. Kieran O'Rourke in the Porsche Cayman. Here's some reports from Racing Control that there was some contact with a couple of cars out there. So now they have that car under flat tow, and Joe has some information for us. Joe?
Oh, I've got better than that. I've got Eb Vasquez, who's just gotten out the 182 BMW. That's the Ernie Wilding BMW. Eb, you guys have had a great day already, but how was that first stint?
Well, it was cut a little short for us. There was a little bit of incident. The 771 Porsche somehow just stopped on the exit of 6, and I forgot what fast orange car that was pretty much right in front of me. He had to maneuver to the right or to the left. Unfortunately for my luck, he went to the left, and I was just in front of him, and I think his front wheel hit the rear end of my car, and that was the end of that. And I look back, and I just see sparks flying. So I'm shaking the car, thinking, is everything fine? No, we don't want to be, done, but it's all cosmetic on our end, so we can keep moving forward.
So the car's been in. You've handed it over to Ernie now. Did the crew have a chance to have a look at the car to check that damage?
I take a look at it, and it was just the rear fender that was damaged. So nothing to the tire, just outside bodywork. That's it. So everything is still intact. Nothing's going to come off.
So are you guys going to share the car in each segment? You're going to swap at the pit stops?
Yes, pretty much. We're going to do a 50-50 throughout the whole event. So
Eb, am I right? Was the sun down when you got in the car, or were you in the car when the sun was going down?
Yes, it was going down, and the first lap was nice because you could see a little bit, and then of course the next lap it was like, all right, now it's dark. So
it was nice, but what I mean is, that's the romantic stint, isn't it? The sunset, you were in the car, you're here at Daytona.
Yeah, but unfortunately I wasn't looking at the sunset. I was paying attention to what was around me. So
great to talk to you, Eb. We love that car. It's a massive fan favorite. It's the 1995 E46, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah. 95. Correct. Yeah, it is a beautiful, great car. Love driving it. I mean, this was the first, or the last stint. The first Enduro was the first time I actually got a nice, good 35 minute stint on it, and it was amazing. Love that car. I'm going to give props to myself because I'm the one who actually does all the work to the car. So. Ernie just decided, like, hey, Eb, you're going to race with me. So, and I'm like, sweet, let's do this.
Fabulous. What sort of power output are we seeing from it?
It's sitting about 350-ish, give or take. That's about it. Inline 6, we're pretty much limited to just that itself, running regular fuel, and just a little bit of a tune with the Motec system.
Well, we love that E46, Eb, and I'm pleased that you guys have brought it here. We look forward to the rest of the race. Thanks for talking to us. Eb Vasquez, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Eb, for putting us straight on a few of those little things. The worries that you have when you're racing in the dark. It's quite amazing. We have the field is now very largely lined up behind the pace car. But we've got most of that in order. A few stragglers. The Caterham has just gone back out from pit lane. You could possibly have seen that when Joe was talking to Eb just now, but the car back on track, and we see the whole field now lined up. There's still tending to presumably that fluid that's on the line. But Joe, what have you got?
I've got a bit of a British interest here. Colin Watson from the same part of the world as us, Paul. He's in the 91 Caterham. You remember we were talking to Colin earlier in the day. Colin, you're not driving the car. Who's in the car, and are they doing the whole segment?
Say that again. I didn't.
Who's in the car, and are they doing the whole segment alone?
Jeremy Adams is in the car, and he's going to do this stint. I'm going to go out at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, is that because you've got better eyesight?
So I can go and have a kip.
So you guys have brought these Caterhams across from the UK to race here at Daytona. How did that come about then? Tell us about. I mean, what on earth are you doing here?
We belong to the Classic Sports Car Club, and they've been here before 20 years ago. This is, I think it was 20 or 10 years ago. I can't remember now. It's their 20th anniversary, and so they put it on again. So we just thought it's something you can't not miss. You know, no matter what it costs, you just got to come here.
And what was the logistics? Did it come over on a boat, or did you fly the cars?
No, come on a boat. We've got a box trailer. We can put 2 cars in and all the spares. So it was on a boat. A flight would be too expensive.
Well, yeah, that was my next question. How long does it take to sail a boat with the cargo? Is it on like a cargo ship, like a shipment?
It's a purpose-built boat that does all transport to and from. It went from Southampton to Brunswick in Georgia. It took I think it's about 10 days on the boat.
Right.
But when we got to the port to pick the trailer up, you got this massive port. They couldn't find a trailer.
Yeah, but that was.
A bit of a panic, but we found it in the end.
So overall, I mean, you've been here a few days now. We've seen you driving these great-looking Caterhams around here. I was talking to you earlier, and I said, you know, I was a bit dubious about how they would look on the back end, but I tell you what, they certainly look at home, don't they?
Yeah, they don't look out of place, do they? No. I don't think. And the speed of the 91 car is good to any of these sports cars here.
You've proved that. You've proved that, Colin. What would you say to all of those classic sports car members back home at the UK? Would you promote the fact that this is an event that you should be coming to?
It's definitely not one to miss, really. But it's all down to expense. It's all down to budget. But I mean, if you can just put your credit card up and just do it.
It's worth that, is it? Worth going into debt for?
100%. Like Daytona, we're going to do Sebring, so it's just it's worth doing.
Yeah, I mean, 2 iconic racetracks, isn't it? You know, and Sebring coming in early December. You've never ever been there before?
Only to watch.
Right. Okay. So you know the nature of the track then?
Yes. Yes. And we've got a bit of inside information because we've got a Texas fella that hired some of our cars in the UK.
Right.
And he races an MG here, and he's raced at Sebring about 6 times. But I heard it's a bit of a car breaker. Yeah. But he said it's been smoothed out a little bit more than what it was. But I think it'd be hard on the Caterham, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. And spread the word. We need a lot more Brits with all of those great cars in the Classic and Sports Car Club. And, you know, thanks for talking to us, Colin. I'll leave you to get back to your job. Paul, I mean, you know, Colin there mentioned, I know we're not at Sebring, but Sebring's the next HSR event on the calendar. There was a reason. Can you remember the stories that the Audi team, they would do the Sebring 12 hours and then they would stay behind and run another 24, 36 hours and just run the R8s around and around and around. Whatever broke, they fixed. And that was in preparation for the Le Mans 24 hours. Because if you can survive 12 hours of Sebring, 24, 36 hours of testing at Sebring, then you're going to be pretty bulletproof for Le Mans.
You're absolutely right. I would say we giggled about the Caterhams, but they did look a bit incongruous at first sight, and they really have proved themselves here. They are really going to come into their own, I think, when we get them to Sebring, because that's very much a more demanding circuit in so many ways, but it's much more of a road circuit, pure and simple. But we're getting back now to where we are here at Daytona, that we are still running behind the safety car that we've seen most of the field, I think, into the pits. during this this particular session. We are halfway through the race, so 21 minutes gone, 20 minutes to go, plus the odd bit of loose change here and there. But we're seeing those cars will now, they're going to be a bit short-changed themselves, aren't they? They're going to be running maybe for half an hour in this race, so they've got, even if the safety car comes in this lap, which I think it may well do, then we've got a 20-minute dash to the flag. There's no activity now happening at the scene of the incident. The safety teams have disappeared, so I think we're going to see let's go back to clean racing. But with all of the cars coming into the pits at pretty much the same time, there's going to be quite a need to sort some of those things out, because at the moment we have Mike Bounce and Kathy Blaha, who are at the front of this list in first place, because they have completed the laps at the right time, and they're in their BMW M3. But the Vantage, Stephen Davison and David Russell, are in second place, and third is Olivier Montour and Louis-Philippe Montour, and that's the Golf GTI that we've been talking about as well. Fourth is Zach Barfield, and he is in the BMW M3. So it's the number 99 car, which is the interloper, if you like. They've come in. The Mike Bounce and his partner Kathy Blaha in the 99 car, sitting at the front of the order, and that's really part of that. So we're going green as they come back to see us. Yes, I can see lights. The flashing lights on the pace car are out. The grid is all in order. Pace car pulls off. They come up, get the green. There we go. The actual first car to cross the line is the number 4 Audi, but that is simply as a process due to the safety car. There's going to be some overtaking now all the way through this field, where people get back to where they should be. The 99 car of Mike Bounce, Kathy Blaha is at the front of the field, but that is going to be challenged very much by those first three that we saw: the 909 Aston, the 45 Volkswagen Golf, and Zach Barfield in his M3. Be very different sorts of cars there, and we're already seeing some sorting out at the front of this field as we look to get the order into some kind of sense. The car's now out up onto turn 6. It's now properly dark and consequently can't see very much, but that's the Aston Martin, I think, that is in the lead. It's going to be, the Aston is going to come back to us. The Davison and Russell car, I think, is the one that is going to be leading as they come back to us. It's going to be who's in second, third, fourth and fifth, I think, is going to be the challenge, but the red line is on there. The red lights are on the Aston, but as I've said before, it shares identification lights with the BMW. So it comes into my sight now. And yes, it is the Aston crosses the line in first place. The Montour brothers in the Golf GTI are second. Zach Barfield is now back where he should be, let's say. Fourth is Natalie McGloin and Andrew Bayliss, which is another entry from the UK. We've heard of drivers who are wheelchair users being out in this event already, and there is another one. That's the number 51 car, currently sitting in fourth place, and that they're in their Porsche Cayman, the 2010 car. Natalie is very much a leading light in the Porsche Club of Great Britain series, which is supported from the commentary box by my Historic Racing News compadre Paul Jerd. So we're seeing Natalie out there, which is great to see, with Andrew Bayliss. Patrick Mullaney and Chris Hall are crossing the stripe in fifth place with their Ferrari 360 Challenge car. These cars built specifically as race cars for that one make series, the Ferrari Challenge, and that goes back to 2001. But our leader, the Aston Martin, just beginning to stroke it home a bit now. He's still got 14 minutes left to run, but looks like he's stroking it home. He's got a decent lead. The gap was 2.4 seconds on that previous lap. I think, if anything, it's going to be a bit more than that this time around. Yep, 2.8. But the battle is very much on for second place, with the 45 Golf and Zach Barfield in the M3 are very, very close. Still the Golf as they go down into the International Horseshoe, but the BMW making it very clear that he would like to have that third place. Those three, our first three cars, have really been scrapping for most of the race when they could, when we went under caution. But the Barfield car pushing hard. Natalie McGloin and Andrew Bayliss, as I said, fourth in the number 51 Porsche Cayman. And then we have Patrick Mullaney and Chris Hall. They're fifth in the number 36 Ferrari. So, I mean, besides anything else, we've got Aston Martin, VW, BMW, Porsche, Ferrari. How's that for a variety?
Love it, Paul. You see some of the cars up on the high banking out of turn 7 just a moment ago. For those of you that may be new to motorsports, when the cars are flashing their lights, it's not because they have lights in their eyes. They're trying to get the car that's in front of them, letting them know, hey, I plan on coming through there. And like right there, there's a good example coming into the Le Mans chicane. A little flash right there. That's what I was talking about where they were last time around. So they're just signifying to the car behind them. Of course, they can see the lights in their mirror, but they're letting that car know that I intend to come around you, so please give me a line.
Yeah, and although you can see the lights behind you, you don't know who it is, and you don't know whether they're necessarily any faster than you. So
right.
Yeah, that flash says no, pay attention, sit up, take notice.
Right. It doesn't mean you should stop and let me go, but certainly be on your toes and ready to take action if needed. So
we've lost our leader. The Aston Martin is not leading this race anymore. Came through there and couldn't see it at all. And there he goes through now. A long way down. He must have had a moment out there somewhere, because he's now down in 9th place, the 909 Aston Martin. But we now have the Golf GTI in the lead, with Zach Barfield's BMW in second place, and for whatever reason, Stephen Davidson and David Russell in the 909 now down in ninth place behind Paul Clark, who is in his BMW M2 Cup car. So we didn't see what happened because we can't really see too much out on the circuit from where we are, but definitely we lost our leader. He's got it all to do, and he's only got 10 minutes left to do it. He's going to have to really push hard now to get anywhere near the beginning of the podium. That moves Natalie McGloin up into third place in the number 51 Porsche Cayman, and not that far behind, 8.5 seconds behind Zach Barfield in second place in the BMW. There's a lot to play for in the last 10 minutes of this race. Just really waiting to get the lead across the line there now, and second place now. Where's Natalie McGloin in the Cayman? There she is. Colin Watson now up to third. He's taken the place from Natalie McGloin. Or we know Colin isn't in the car because he was just talking to Joe Bradley. So it's Jeremy Adams in the Caterham, the number 91 car, which is now, and these are partly the result of the mayhem caused by the safety car and everybody driving into the pits at pretty much the same time. So we've got that, but the list now runs that it's Olivier Montour in the Golf GTI from Zach Barfield in the BMW, and then Jeremy Adams out there in the Caterham, and Natalie McGloin and Andrew Bayliss in their Porsche Cayman in fourth place. So two of the cars from the UK are in the first four places. The British are coming. The British are coming.
Sure, that makes you happy, Paul. Running in fifth, Patrick Mullany, Chris Hall in the Ferrari Challenge car, then the BMW M2. Paul Clark, 808. Ernie Wading in the 182. Khalid Aidu and Trevor Hill, the number 26, currently in eighth position in their Audi RS3 TCR car. Then the Davison Russell car, we talked about that a moment ago, having an issue out there apparently and falling back to the ninth position, 12 laps in. And Russell Gorachowski currently in the 10th position in the 2018 Porsche GT3R. Looking at the lap times for Olivier Montour, Louis-Philippe Montour, just turned in yet another third consecutive fast lap time of the race with a 2-minute flat, .253 in the 2020 Volkswagen GTI. And now that is answered by Russ Gorachowski. He's in 10th position. He turns in a 2-minute with a 182 behind it. So fast times coming from all through the field.
And we haven't even talked about Russ Gorachowski, so that he's sitting down there in 10th, but just on the fastest lap in his Porsche GT3R, and he's been out there, and obviously the track is working well. The temperature's dropping. It's probably a very good time to go out and do some quick laps. But where are we at the front of the field now? 4.1 seconds between first and second, and then a big gap until we get to the Caterham with Jeremy Adams at the wheel. There's 13.7 seconds, but a Caterham is in third place in this race, and then Natalie McGloin in the Cayman that she runs in the Porsche Club GB Championship. 4.14 seconds is the thing that we ought to be watching now for the gap between first and second. Great battle there, crossing the line for 17th, 18th place from Ramsey Potts and Carl Bauer in their Porsche 944, and Brian Tanner in his MX-5. There's There's but a quarter of a second between those two, so watch out for that.
Behind them, Keith Martin and Dan Bates in the number 6 car. Then Steve Denton and Paul Denton running 20th in the number 74. That is a 2007 Mazda MX-5. Then we have the Porsche 944 RS of Marvin Waters, the second. There are Denton and Waters right beside each other. 0.199, the gap at the line there. So a great battle for position. A little bit further back in the field, they enter turn number 1 right now.
Still the Montours are at the front of this with their Golf GTI and Zach Barfield. Now 5.8 seconds behind our leaders, but still with the Caterham up there in 3rd place. And this racetrack now properly dark. Although when I say that, it is a fully lit racetrack. I can think back to when I first went to Le Mans in the 70s, and that there was lights across the start-finish line, and that was it. Everything else was dark. So when it got dark, you were driving in the dark, and that over the years that's changed to the point where I think nearly all the circuit now is fully lit, like this one is, when it gets dark. Personally, I think if you're racing in the dark, you should be racing in the dark, but that's easy for me to say sitting here.
Yeah, well, Petit Le Mans, it's a little bit darker than this, I think. They have it lit up with the light poles and the portable light units, all that. But there are parts of that track that get pretty dark out there in the back section.
Yeah.
So not like this place, but this place is well lit. But of course, all we see from here are a speedway full of lights, moving lights with the race cars, obviously. But
yeah, yes, it's a little difficult to do anything more than that. We're now down to the last 3.5 minutes of this race. 3 minutes 42 seconds to be absolutely precise. Just waiting for the Caterham to come through in 3rd place. So Caterham comes through in 3rd place. The McGloin Bayliss car half a second behind.
we have a car off track over there at the turn 4, at the kink right there at 4. And they are covering that car with a local yellow. We're just a couple minutes away.
And the reason that only half a second behind was because they actually crossed the line with the Caterham in pit lane. That car has already had its proper stop, so it's in, and there are some worried looks around that car, the number 91, which was in 3rd place. The Patrick Milani, Chris Hall Ferrari takes over 3rd place, and the McGloin Bayliss Porsche remains in 4th. But there's certainly some attention happening to that Caterham. We've got a car stopped on track. Where is that, Jeff?
Over at the kink, just past turn 4. You see, see the tail light there, just the one bright light there.
Yeah, driver's left. He's on the grass, but he's certainly not in a place of safety. So that is going to have to be attended to unless he can get going himself. But we could yet again see this finish under the safety car. We've only actually got just over a minute and a half left to run. They may just...
I think they're going to let him finish it out. They're covering that car with a local yellow. Of course, we had an incident out there a little bit earlier, and the car ended up in that same general area. So there's always that fear or that chance that something may happen over there. But for now, they are covering it with a local yellow, and I think we'll probably get the finishes out. They're coming up on white flag next time by for the leader, the number 45 car, Montour, in the GTI.
who would have expected that? We expected to see the Aston Martin do what he needed to do. However, had a problem on about halfway through the race, the 909 car. He's dragged himself back up to 6th overall, but still 10 seconds down on Paul Clark in 5th place in that BMW M2. Just waiting now for our leader so that we can see him get the white flag. But, still waiting on that.
So the white flag is out now. We're going to checker the 45 car next time by.
And Nigel Greensall has just done the fastest lap of the race. And that's in the car he's sharing with Ben Curry, the Porsche 991. And congratulations on that for Nigel Greensall. And thanks to him for his pleasant comments on our Facebook page. So that was nice things that he was saying about what we were doing. But now cars coming down to us. Checkered flag is flying.
Montour's already crossed the stripe in the 45 car, and then Barfield. Those are some cars further back now. Patrick Mulaney across the stripe in 3rd in the 36 car. Mulaney and Hall in the Ferrari 360 Challenge car. Then McGloin and Bayless and Paul Clark.
Well, that was exciting. That was very, very variable, wasn't it? Davidson and Russell in the 909 Aston Martin, after that incident, whatever that may have been, out on track, they looked as if they had this race in their pocket, and they ended up finishing 6th. And I suppose one of the things is that not everybody in a field like this has experience of driving in the dark. So you do have to be very careful when you're in traffic about some of those differences. Cars coming towards us side by side. Is this going to be for position? I think it probably is. Yes, it was Steve Denton and Paul Denton in the Mazda MX-5 just beat Marvin Waters in the Porsche 944 by 0.22 of a second. So we've got everybody, I think, safely home now, and that we've got one more to come. Nope, that's our leader coming in, or our winner coming in. Don't forget, all of these races are aggregate races, so although you go out and win, you're going to have to do it all again 3 times to make this work. And that's put us at the end of the first batch of these races. So we'll start doing it all again in a minute. But cars now in, everybody coming in, and all the tales of driving around Daytona in the dark are now going to be told.
Yeah, the next race up is Group A, and of course, from that point forward, everything will be in letter order. Of course, C and D running together. They were our first 2 groups out to start this event. But next up, we're basically starting round 2, and everything will be in letter order at that point. And the Group A car should be in the assembling in the collecting area now, the grid area. We have a few cars out there, but I think we need a few more for the Group A segment. Round number 2, if you will, for the Classic 24-Hour at Daytona presented by IMSA. And Joe has some information for us. Joe, what do you have?
Well, guys, I've come out for a walk in the campsite because this event here, Classic 24, is not about just what's on the track. It's about It's about the ambience. It's about the atmosphere. And look at this. As nightfall has descended, look at what I've come across in the campsite. This is a Porsche 356. It's probably a little bit older than me, and it's still running. And this man here is the crazy bloke who's brought it out here. Mark, what's your surname, Mark?
Permanic.
You had to think about that. How come you had to think about that? Is that a pseudonym?
I just had a beer at dinner.
Yeah, I've had several as well, Mark. Hey, mate, this is this Porsche. Tell me a little bit about this car.
So I bought the car when I was 26. I'm 51 now, so I've had it 25 years. I drove it out to California, did like a 9,000-mile ride, got the last 8 states, and now I've driven it through all lower 48.
What, the 48 continental states, yeah. So you're thinking about taking it to Hawaii?
No. If I go, I'm not coming back.
Nobody ever comes back from Hawaii.
I'll go to Europe first.
Yeah. Bring it to Europe, yeah. No.
Railroad to England, then I want to do Ireland, Scotland, and then I grew up in the Netherlands, so I want to go back. Yeah.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Now then, Ryan, take a look at this tent, because you've just been telling me a little bit of this. I'm going to go in here. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. I'm going to have to stoop a little bit. This tent has as much history, connection with this Daytona Motor Speedway as perhaps, here.
Yeah, the tent is, I'm not sure the exact year, but somewhere late 50s, early 60s, or mid 60s. And, back when America actually made stuff and didn't import, it's very well built, but it's also aged a little bit. So, like, the wind the last 3 days has been gnarly, and it's kind of split some seams, and I'm going to have to do some repair work to it. But, I mean, it's huge inside. I mean, I could put 2 queen beds and a couple singles in there.
Well, you don't just bring it out here for the HSR Classic 24. You come here for the big race in January, you were telling me. In January, it can be cold here.
Yeah, it can be very cold here, and 2 sleeping bags and long underwear and all that stuff, hats and gloves. But, it just fits. It's kind of the same era as the Porsche.
Yes.
The tent, and then I also used to run Bully Brigade before Robert, who you interviewed earlier. Yeah. So, like, I had a 58 bus, but it was so slow. That's why I bought the Porsche.
So how do you get the tent and everything here?
Well, if I don't have a passenger, I put it in the passenger seat.
Yeah, now you really do. You bring it all in that.
Dude, I went to Rennsport the 2 Rennsports a couple years ago, not a couple years ago, and I had chairs and everything in it. It was like you couldn't even see out of it. Like, I put firewood. This is my pickup truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's your everyday transport then?
Pretty much. I do have 1 car that has air conditioning. Right. I have 2 children, so I have to have air conditioning. Yeah. But I put surf racks on it. I've driven down to New Smyrna with like 4 surfboards on the roof. And if I'm by myself, I'll put like a surfboard in the front seat. And, it's just Porsche was so far ahead of the curve on their design and the stoutness of their engineering, the engine, that you can go 80 all day long in this car and get 26 to 32 miles per gallon.
Yeah, really. Wow.
And when you're in the mountains, like when I drove to Rennsport, I had some guy in some acid green, I think it was, GT car or whatever, and I'm keeping right up with him in the mountains because you can only go so fast in the curves, right? Else you're going to drive off the mountain. So, yeah, it was a car. I've had it 25 years. Just completed all lower 48 on my trip to California and back. And I'm probably going to get buried in it.
That's phenomenal. Mark, it's great to have you here at the Classic 24. I'm going to leave you with your tent and going to have a walk around. Great to meet you, mate.
Thank you.
Go and have another couple of beers. I know I'm looking forward to mine. Thank you. Hey, let's go for a little wander here. You realize this, guys. It's gone very, very cheap. And I'm a lad for the northeast of England. And if it's cold for me, these Floridians like Tim Pendergast are really going to suffer. But this is what you need, isn't it? Look at these two. Well, you won. There's a guy here with shorts on. He's got to be from Minnesota or somewhere, or Buffalo. But you've got a blanket. Hi, guys. How are you? How are you? Great. How are you doing, guys? And this, can I just stand by here as well? So, firstly, tell me your name, sir.
My name is Mel.
Yeah, Mel. And is this your wife yet?
Fiance.
Fiance. When's the date?
December 9th.
Excellent. And what's your name? Sorry.
Tiffany.
Tiffany. Is this yours? All right.
This is his first time.
Hey, well, come and say hello. What's your name? Alex, is it? Hi, Alex. And where you from, Alex?
Florida.
Florida. So near here. It's the accent. He can't. It's the northeast accent. So are you guys Floridians then? Are you, Mel?
Floridians and Texans.
What are you doing? What are you then with the shorts on? That you're really puzzling me.
So I've been in Florida my whole life. This is the furthest north I've ever lived in this area. So we love this race. We come every year. It's awesome. Yep.
And you've got a blanket on. You're the more sensible.
I'm the Texan.
and a woolly jumper as well. So
Yeah, this is my first time here, but it's been great. Everybody's been great, and I'm having a great time.
you sounded really convincing there. Have you been practicing that?
I have not.
So December the 9th, Mel. Yes, sir. That's the big day. I recently got married to the person I'd been living with. I'd been living with her for 15 years, and she finally talked me into it. How long are you two? You guys been together?
Almost 4 years, yeah.
Almost 4 years. You had to look at her there, didn't you? You had to look at her there. She looked at you. Did you see that? And you mouthed 4 years. Then he said 4 years. Make a note of that. Congratulations, guys. I hope you have a fantastic day. If it's half as good as my day back in August, you're going to have a fantastic time. Enjoy the rest of the event. The atmosphere down here, guys, is right up my street. In fact, we'll see you later, guys. Have we got plenty of time? What we like for time? 2 or 3 minutes. This 3 minutes, right? Let's hear some more happy campers, and just have a look, Ryan, where these guys are camped with their campfire. I'm going to get in there because it's right trackside. Hello, everybody. So, who am I going to stick the mic in front of? This one with a bright pink hat. You realise you can be seen from space in that hat, don't you?
That's why I'm wearing it.
Yeah. And I wish I had that hat because that looks warmer than mine. Firstly, what's your name?
Savannah.
And where are you from? Are you from Savannah?
I am not. I'm from Florida.
Coincidence. Whereabouts in Florida?
Zephyrhills is where the water's from.
And where is that? Because I'm from England, so I have no idea. Where's that in relation to here?
It's by Tampa.
Oh, I know where Tampa is. Tim used to live there. Yes. This is fantastic, guys. This is fantastic. First time at the Classic 24? No? Are you old hands at this thing? I'll talk to you because you're nearest to me. So what's your name?
Mike.
Mike, how many times have you been to this event?
This is 7 years now.
7 years. All right, I'm going to ask you a question then. Why?
Well, the access is amazing. The cars, the people, everything.
You don't look very old. You don't look as old as me, for instance, to have appreciated these cars. I saw a lot of these cars actually racing, period. I mean, is that the sort of reasons why you love the event?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the historic cars, you don't get access like that. HSR allows that to happen, so it's just one of those beautiful things that you get to see.
And you bring all your friends and family by the looks of it, and make a massive party of it.
Yeah, we all just meet up here every year. We don't like no time, just like, hey, same time next year. See you there.
Really? Yeah. Honestly, is that right? You're not like one big family. You're just friends who get together at the event.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're friends outside of this, but this is part of what we do. We love racing, so it's just really fun for us.
All right, I hope I don't freak you out here, but in that camera there is literally, I kid you not, millions of people watching all around the world, right? And we want everybody from Australia, New Zealand, Europe to come to this event. What advice would you give them?
You're really missing out if you don't come to the event because you get to see everything from every genre. You don't have to be a Porsche fan. You don't just have to be a Camaro fan. It doesn't matter what it is. It's here. So the access, being in the paddock and things like that, you're really missing out if you don't come.
Right. I'm going to share his fee. The invoice is in the post.
Yeah, you got to make your money somehow, Joe. So here we go. The warm-up lap, pace lap is underway as we get set for the top of the field, top of the order again, if you will, with Group A. Group A underway. And this round two for the Classic 24 Daytona, presented by IMSA. Starting off now, Group A. Everything from this point forward will run in group order. So, or in letter order, I should say. A, B, C, D will run together. then EFG after that. And that will be how it is for the next 3 rounds, or the next 3 segments, whatever you want to call it, through tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So right now we get set for the second segment for Group A, and the results from the first round, Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler, they were the first place car at the conclusion of that race, number 60 in the 69 Lola T70 Mark IIIB. Alon Rudin, number 79, was a lap down there in the Shelby CSX. Finished second in that race. Then Tony Saller in the number 17, a lap down to the leader in the 69 Lola 165. Total time 44:24.605 for Saller. Then we had Adrian Newey and Jim Farley. Adrian Newey and Jim Farley ended up in the 4th position. Chris Payton was 5th in the number 181 car. Then 63 Robert Spence was 6th over Craig Sutherland and Wheeler. And this is how they will start here. 8th, Nigel Armstrong and Stephen Skipworth. Brady Refening and Jack Refening in the 9th position, and then Scott Leader in 10th. So pace lap underway. They're on the backstretch out of NASCAR turn number 2. And we anticipate it was a good race the first time around. First segment with Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler taking the win. They had the best time. They had 21 laps complete with a best time of 1:52.625.
And don't forget that if you're not involved in this race and you're here at the circuit, that we are expecting the firework display to happen in the next few minutes as well. So if you're tucked away somewhere, get out there so that you can see it. It'll happen over the back of the back stretch, the other side of Lake Lloyd. So do get yourself into position. So all those people that Joe Bradley has just been talking to out on the campsites and things, that there is a golden opportunity to see a really great firework display fairly shortly.
And it's always interesting to get their drivers' reactions later when, because we'll talk to them later, and they're trying to concentrate on racing, and then fireworks are going off over their left shoulder. So, and here we go. The green flag is waving as we are about 30 seconds away from the start of the fireworks. Field headed into turn number 1 is the Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler car leading into turn number 2. I think we're going to get some camera coverage of the fireworks here in just a moment. So the field making their way past turn 4 over the kink there at turn 4, and now they'll make in the West Horseshoe. Fassler still the leader. Gerard Lopez and Fassler in the number 1 spot, number 60, over Alon Rudin, 79, and Tony Saller in the number 17 car. They come into turn number 6 now. And get set to head up onto the high banks here at Daytona.
And that Lola T70 was incredibly fast in the first race. Whether it was the car or the driver, hard to tell, isn't it? But beautifully prepared, that 1969 car. So hard to think that is 54 years old, that car. But every bit as well prepared as something which came out of a shop 2 days ago. So, cars out on the back stretch.
It's hard to think that we're as old as we are too sometimes.
Well, yeah, there is that.
I look back, it's like, wait a minute, am I really that age? Which I won't tell.
No,
but,
no, I'm still convinced I'm about 30. And there are still people here who think that's old. But the Fassler Lopez car crosses the line with Tony Seiler in second place. Already a 2.2 second gap between those two, with Jim Farley 6.7 seconds down on that. We know that that's Jim Farley because he told Joe Bradley earlier on that he was doing the two dark races and that Adrian was going to be doing the two light ones. So therefore we know that Jim is in that car. CEO of the Ford Motor Company, driving a Ford here at Daytona.
How appropriate.
Yeah, and also, of course, with that, he's driving a car that is older than he is. That makes you think.
Yeah, he made a good point earlier. They've had the UAW strike that has been going on recently, and he said they just got it settled. So thank goodness they got that settled, because I'm not sure he would have been here otherwise.
No.
So he obviously guys, hold off on that. We'll get back to that when I get back from Daytona. That would not have happened. So thank goodness they got it settled, and he is here at Daytona driving that Ford and having some fun.
That is a really good point, actually, Jeff. That people in those kind of positions need not only to do an excellent job, but they need to be seen to be doing an excellent job as well. But it's still the T70 from the T165. Lola's first and second currently. Ford third, and Alan Ruder in the 79 car, the Shelby CSX, is in fourth place. Coming around, I know it's a trick of an optical illusion, but they do look so much faster in the dark. Seeing the lights.
They do, don't they? I guess because we're not seeing the whole car, we're just seeing the lights.
Yeah,
they're going the speed of light.
No, that's something different, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
It sounded good, though.
It did. Nice battle there for 6th and 7th with Brady Refening and Jack Refening in the 24 car, and the 41 of Craig Sutherland and Kevin Wheeler. That's the 911, which we know has been having some bothers, but the 24 car in 6th place, the Porsche 911-2 from 1966.
And you see a lot of these cars will have the regular headlights on the car that came with the car, but then you'll see you'll see either or both. They have a light bar, like an LED light bar on the front of it that is in the positioned in the center of the front of the car, which actually is a lot brighter than the car's lights itself.
Yeah, there are quite a few 24-hour races and races that run in the dark that actually don't allow those light bars because they're just too good. They are just too bright, and they blind the people that they're coming up behind.
And here at Daytona, you can pretty much see the whole track, and there go the fireworks.
Wow. The fireworks over Daytona.
Hey, Joe, what do you have out there? Is it enjoying the fireworks out there, Joe?
Paul, you're doing all these fireworks for you and I to celebrate bonfire night. So I just want to explain. Do you want to explain what bonfire night is in England, or shall I?
Well, it's officially tomorrow, isn't it?
It's a day early, isn't it? November the 5th, every year in the UK we set off fireworks. What are we celebrating? Well, we're celebrating a terrorist who tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament way back in the 1600s. And we get the kids in the lead up to the November the 5th bonfire night. We get the kids to build a effigy of the terrorist, whereupon they then take it around the doors begging for money. And then it culminates in gathering every bit of wood you can find, even taking people's fences. And then you burn all the wood you can find on a bonfire, you throw the effigy on, and you set off fireworks. And I don't know whether that's to celebrate him trying to blow up the Houses of Parliament or not succeeding in doing so. There you go.
No.
Bonfire night in England. A concise history.
I think you galloped
Over
through
here
that
we celebrate the 4th of
extraordinarily
July,
well.
which is why we're Independence Day from you people.
I'm not surprised you wanted independence after that.
The name of the terrorist who tried to blow up our version of the Capitol building was a man called Guy Fawkes, and that one of the things that I saw on a sticker on the back of a car just before I came away was, "Guy Fawkes, where are you now? We need you," which I thought was pretty good. But these fireworks are lovely, aren't they? They're superb. They're coming out just the other side of Lake Lloyd, which is pretty close to trackside. And Jeff, you mentioned the fact that these might be a little bit off-putting for some drivers. They are driving under this firework display.
I'm wondering how many of the drivers were thinking, man, it's 8 o'clock. Where's the fireworks?
Yeah. Yes, I was promised fireworks.
So they got them. I think they were expecting them a moment or two earlier, but I think they just wanted to get them settled into the race, and then they set them off here. So it looks like the display has concluded. But what a beautiful display that was, and a tradition here at the Classic 24 at Daytona.
Meanwhile, on track, we have Alain Roeder is up into 3rd place with his Shelby CSX, and that puts Jim Farley in the number 5 GT40 just half a second behind him in 4th place, with Chris Baton, dare I say, yet another Brit in the Chevrolet Camaro, and he's sitting in 5th place in the 181 car. And the leader goes fastest lap yet again, 156.9, fastest lap of the race. But it's very much Lopez Fassler from Tony Seiler. We saw the problems that Tony Seiler had early on when his seat fittings collapsed, and he had a problem. He pitted, and his crew had to work out a way of just kind of making that acceptable till the end of the race. Clearly they've done what they needed to do, which, let's face it, is not high-tech engineering, but they've managed to get that seat sorted, and that's the number 17 car in 2nd place. And but Alain Roeder now has pulled away just a little bit more, 2.5 seconds now from Jim Farley in Adrian Newey's GT40. We've already had 11 minutes of this race. The system for this race is the same as all of the others for the Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by IMSA, that the race is 42 minutes long, that there will be a mandatory 3-minute pit stop, and that must be taken within the first 29 minutes of the race. So they must make a pit in within the first 29 minutes of the race. When they leave is up to them, but they have to at the in pit lane for 3 minutes. And the other little factor with that is that the pit lane speed limit is 35 miles an hour. And there are people, we can see people down there with radar guns checking that. And the penalties for speeding in the pit lane are quite rightly fairly serious, because that puts everybody else at risk if you don't enforce that. Huge plume of smoke there from one of the cars going through turn 1. Just looking, can't see anything of it now, but there was I think we're getting a...
Perhaps locking up the brakes there. Oh, there's a car that spun over here now just before turn number 3. We had another car that was reported smoking, number 35. So that, yeah, 35 is smoking. So that's probably what you saw there. And then the 133 car spun right there before turn 3. That is the 3rd spin today, I think, for that car. They spun twice in an earlier battle, and now here again in turn number 3 at night.
Now, not building castles in the air, but if you see a car smoking with what is very obviously oil smoke, and then a car spinning, you can put 2 and 2 together quite clearly.
Yeah, there's some. I think there's some oil down there, because the 24 car just wiggled just a little bit there. So I think there's definitely something going on out there in the turn 3 area.
Yeah. So which car was it that was reported as
35 is the car that's was reported
as
smoking.
Okay.
The 133 car spun
that's
after that report, and then the 24 car almost spun.
That's William Fondris and Ron Zita. It's the 35 car in a 911. That car was running in 15th place. Okay, so let's have a look at the replay at the spin at the bus stop and see who that was. This is just a couple of minutes ago as the cars are coming into the bus stop, and this all says that we've got an oily track out there somewhere. Oh yes, a big 360 degree spin. Oh, and another car. Yeah, there is oil down there, Jeff. No doubt about that at all.
Oh, they're all over the place. All over the place. Playing pinball down there in the chicane area.
Yeah. No, they're going to have to clean that up. But there's oil down there somewhere.
So that replay was at the Le Mans chicane back turn 7, but now, as I mentioned a moment ago, race control has picked up on the potential for oil in turn number 3.
Yeah, and I think there is more than that, obviously. Now,
yeah, we talked about the 3.5 car. There was a reported 3.5 car that was smoking, which obviously smoked potential oil right there. Then we had the issue, the car came across the stripe. They were looking for him. He came across the stripe. Right after that is when you saw the smoke. And then we had the spins over in 3. So, yeah, definitely a 3.5 car putting something out in the track. And I think we haven't seen any or heard any indication yet from race control, but they're definitely thinking about it.
Yep. Yeah, well, looking at that mayhem that was at the Le Mans chicane, you have to say that isn't coincidence that you get 3 cars in high-speed spins like that. It may not be the 3.5 car, maybe something else, not 35, but let's not pin it on him straight away. The Tony Seiler Lola comes in from 2nd place into the pits with 16.5 minutes of the race run. It's always fascinating just sitting and watching the activities of the crew, what they do. There's not a lot of bad news happening there. Having said that, one of the crew members looking at the back of the car, remember on his knees, seeing if he can see anything there. I'm away from that now.
Something was happening on the left front there by one of the crew members, but he's moved away and talking to the driver again. So they're a little bit frantic down there, but doesn't seem to be anything major going on with that car. More refreshment for the driver. I believe that's his wife down there, part of the crew.
Yep, there are things going on, but you're not seeing too much panic happening. They have got 3 minutes, so they can do all the things like adjusting the tire pressures and checking anything else. But that's our erstwhile second place car, Tony Seiler, the Swiss, who has a long-standing relationship with Lola cars one way or another. Further down the order, Robert Spence is in fifth place in the number 63 911 2.8 from 1972, and Craig Watkins is in sixth, and but he's also in a 68 Porsche 911. Craig Sutherland and Kevin Wheeler, who've had a difficult weekend so far. They are up in seventh place, and they are in the Porsche 911, as are Brady Refening and Jack Refening. We go down then to ninth, and Nigel Armstrong, Stephen Skipworth, and they're in Stephen's Chevrolet Camaro. And then completing the top 10, Scott Leader in the number 56, 9146 from 1970.
Here's the 35 car on pit lane now, Paul, from Zotz Racing, and the heavy smoke coming out of the car as it came into the trioval area, right where pit lane peels off there. I don't see any smoke. Well, there it is now. You see it rising there in front of the lights. But heavy smoke before they came to a stop. Now they'll look at that back into that car.
I mean, one thing that you know when it's a 911 is it's not boiling. So that's a good bit of news. But that's going to be engine smoke rather than anything else.
You see Ron Zitza down there. He's taking a look at it. The 35 car, the drivers. William Fondrist in behind the wheel there. Ron Zitza in behind the engine, taking a good close look at it. He was causing all that smoke. So we're still under green, and it didn't seem to be any issues out there. We had a couple slips and slides over there over at the turn 7 area at the Le Mans chicane. We had a couple of slides over at turn 3, but since then we have not had any issues there for the potential oil.
No, so maybe it was all just coincidence, and that can happen where somebody goes off and then the people who are following him do the same thing. So it can happen like that, but certainly the 35 is stopped. They've got the engine cover off, and they're looking for something that's wrong. And meanwhile, at the front, Lopez Fassler in the white Lola G70 with the red and blue stripes continues on apace. Now got a huge gap over Chris Baton in his Camaro and Robert Spence in third place in the Porsche 911 from 1972. The CSX Shelby into his pit bay. And there really is almost nothing that the crew is doing there. They're just hopping over the fence. I think probably it's always a very good measure when all they do is clean the windscreen. That if they clean the glass, and that's the worst thing that can happen, then so be it. And that car is sitting there very peacefully. That's come in from 6th place with Alan Roeder at the wheel. Another Swiss driver there with Alain Roeder. That we have Tony Seiler as well, both from Switzerland. And of course, that's against the odds, because after the accident at Le Mans in 1955, Switzerland banned motor racing, and to this day, they don't have a racetrack in Switzerland.
Really? And for what reason was that?
After the Le Mans disaster in 1955.
Okay.
That there was some overreaction generally, and Switzerland said, "No, we ban motor racing." Now they run hill climbs in Switzerland because they got lots of hills, but they haven't got a racetrack, and haven't had since that date, and never have. We did have a Swiss Grand Prix one year, which was when they were trying to find reasons to run Grand Prix in different countries. I'm going back probably 25 years now, and they ran a Swiss Grand Prix, and I think it was Hockenheim in Germany, but that was simply because Bernie had sold the rights to somebody else.
Well, I guess I could say we know what they're missing. So.
Yeah, we do. And Alan Roeder takes the Shelby CSX back into the race. That was probably the most unhurried, straightforward pit stop that we've seen so far today. That they cleaned the glass and sent him on his way, and they were actually ended up with just the two crew members standing beside the car while they ticked down, and then they just waved him out. So it was really very laid back. We've had 25 minutes of this race so far, 16 left to go. The number 7 Camaro goes back into the fray, having spent his quiet 3 minutes.
Well, did you notice the 133 car had green, blue, and red alternating lights flashing on around the perimeter of the windshield, the windscreen as you call it? I wonder if the driver can actually see that, or is it just kind of taped out of his view? It certainly helps the crew find the car, and us too, I suppose. But I wonder if that's distracting. Probably not as distracting as the fireworks were, but I wonder if that affects the driver at all. I mean, some of them have the lights on there anyway, but they're not flashing, they're not changing, so they kind of get used to that.
Yeah, I would hope and imagine that it was out of the driver's view, but who knows?
Only him and the crew. All right, so there's Baton coming in the Camaro. As we have a couple of the cars heading out, a Porsche 914 there. I think that was the
and our
56 car.
Our leader is in. Sorry to interrupt. The Lola. You can see a driver change there. Doors are open. It always makes me laugh when you see modern day prototype racing where there's a driver change, and because obviously there is no time requirement for a modern day pit stop in most forms of racing, that they just haul the driver out of the car by the epaulets on his race suit, and it's very undecorous and it's very very unconsidered, but they just haul that driver out and the other one gets in. It's not a very polite way.
Drag him out of the way.
Yeah.
It's like motorcycle racing. And the rider goes down, they drag him off the track, and the race keeps going. So kind of the same idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Move the bike, move the rider. Let him keep racing.
Yeah, yeah, and let the rider sort himself out. You'll be fine. Put yourself together. The 3 minutes for our leader ticking down. Chris Bayton, who had moved up to second place during his pit stop period, is also in the pits. So I think we might just see Tony Seiler move back into the lead of this race for a short period of time.
I believe that is Fassler that has taken over the car, the number 60 car.
Okay.
If I am seeing things properly and have identified my drivers properly, I think that's the right that's got out.
And the Lola is off and back into the race. So let's say that it's Marcel Fassler, because that seems to make sense. When Joe Bradley was talking to Marcel earlier on, he was explaining that this is not something he normally does. And this the historic racing scene, and he's certainly taken to it like a fish to water, hasn't he? We would confidently expect that within the next 3 or 4 laps we'll see another purple sector from Marcel Fassler in that number 60 Lola T70 Mark III-B, because he's been fast in it all weekend. Well, we haven't got anybody in the pits except for the 35, which is parked with nobody loving it. So that car, I think, is not going to go anywhere except back to the paddock at some stage. There's nobody in it or with it. So we saw that car come in with a lot of smoke coming out of the back of it. So one has to assume that's why it's parked there. And whether we're going to see it again, who knows? But we'll have to wait and see on that.
You know, Paul, I noticed earlier that one of the Caterhams was in on pit lane and something was going on. They were starting to push the car, and then the stewards down the pit lane made them stop pushing it. So I think maybe the policy changed when it got dark. Now, obviously, it's well lit on pit lane, but I don't think they're allowed to push the cars at this point. I wish they were pushing them earlier after all the pit stops were complete. But now it seems like they're not allowing them to do that. So I'm not sure if something changed or if it's just because of the nighttime.
It makes a lot of sense to say that it would be a different principle when it gets dark, and whilst those are very bright lights down in pit lane, it's not like daylight. It can't be. So yeah, that car, I think that white and green Porsche, the 35, is destined to stay there until the end of the race, which is in 10 minutes time. We're counting down from that. Certainly all of our competitors should by now have stopped for their mandatory 3-minute pit stop. So this is now the the time for the race to the flag. Only 8 seconds between first and second currently, which is much less than it has been. But Marcel Fassler 8 seconds up on Tony Seiler, and Jim Farley is just a little bit further down the road. In fact, I'm looking over to my left to see if I can see Jim making his way towards us in Adrian Newey's lovely GT40. The little bundle of cars coming down to us now. The 9146 of Daniel Caggiano and Richard Stewart Milne. There is now that the stagger from the pit stops has worked itself out, we've got a 15-second gap between first and second. But then, so the Adrian Newey Jim Farley car, currently driven by Jim Farley, is considerably further away, but still in third place. And third place is still what you need to do. All power to Chris Baton, who, driving on his own in that Camaro, is in fourth place, and Robert Spence in the 911 is still in fifth place. So everybody should by now have stopped.
Yeah, anything that happens after this is a late pit stop. But this heard from race control, there were a couple penalties assessed for short pit stops. So I think everybody has been in by this point. But there are some penalties that were assessed for short pit stops. Alon Ridrod's in the 6th position, number 79. Over Craig Watkins in the 46, 68 Porsche 911. Sutherland and Wheeler in the number 41 car shown in 8th position. There's Nigel Armstrong and Stephen Skipworth in the Chevy Camaro 67 model here from the UK. They are currently in 9th position over Daniel Caggiano and Richard Stewart Milne in the number 77. And there is your leader, I believe, going across the stripe there. Fassler with a 154, 183.
We said it wouldn't be long before he was starting to set purple laps, and he has just done that. Fastest lap of the race for Marcel Fassler.
There's Seiler.
Yes, and the difference between Fassler and Seiler is 5 seconds a lap. So I think that puts it into context pretty certainly.
So a couple of nice looking Chevy Camaros here from the UK. Chris Baton currently in 4th. He's working his way through the turn, into turn number 4 now at the kink in the 181 car over Long Route. I mentioned the Camaro of Nigel Armstrong.
No, he's...
What am I thinking? Yeah, that's a different story. That's a totally different story. Nigel Armstrong and Stephen Skipworth in the 67 Camaro from the UK.
Yes,
I got Rocket Man on my mind apparently.
Well, it's all those fireworks.
Right, so that's what it is.
That's what's done it.
Got me all excited there.
Yep, exactly. There's some big gaps between all of these cars. Now 18 seconds, Chris Baton behind Jim Farley. Moving now into the last 5 minutes of this race, the race for Group A, and as Jeff Wright has already said, that we will now be running through in alphabetical order from here on in. So the cars for race B, Group B, should be getting ready to come out once this race is over.
"17 laps in for the number 60 car with another fast lap, 1:53.788 that time by. Seiler also with 17 laps completed. Adrian Newey, Jim Farley in the number 5 car, currently running in third.
Chris Baton crosses the line there in the number 181. That's as you were saying, Jeff, that very pretty Chevrolet Camaro. That 1966 shape was amongst the best, and although that's one particular colour, it's almost always the Sunoco Penske Camaro that you see like that.
I have to say, I didn't know that they made a 66 Camaro. I thought they started in 67. I don't believe I've ever heard of a 66 Camaro.
I
maybe I'm
bow to your greater knowledge, because I really don't know. But if you say they didn't make it until 67,
I've always just known from the 67. So
right.
66 that's fine too. I'll take them. As Camaro. I do like the Camaros. I'm a Chevrolet guy, so I do like the Camaros, particularly the older ones. But if somebody gave me a new one, I'd be okay with that too.
Okay, so, yeah.
I heard they might be stopping to make those next year.
Is that right?
Yeah, they stopped making them in 2010, I think, for a few years, and then they brought them back. But I heard recently that the Chevrolet brand the 2024 would be the last year for the Camaro. So I don't know if it's true or not. I hope not. If it is, I need to go buy one. So.
Yeah. That's what you have to do, isn't it?
Or you can buy one for me if you like.
Well, I could, but I'm not going to.
Oh, well, thank you.
In fact, I could, because I couldn't afford it. But that's a different thing.
That's my issue. Affordability. So we're on the white flag here with Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler behind the wheel of that car, I believe, right now. There's Seiler across straight, 19 laps in. That is his fastest lap of the race. Not the fastest lap, but that car's fastest lap with a 1:58.537 there on lap number 19.
It's still going to see him crossing the line next time round, 35 seconds behind Fassler. So clearly that car and driver combination of the Lola T70 with Marcel Fassler at the wheel is almost unbeatable, because we've seen Tony Seiler here many times in the past in his T165 Lola, the one he's driving now, and also in a T70. That he's raced a T70 with HSR in the past as well. So I think it just shows how good Marcel Fassler is. It's probably a little more than that.
It's a nice view on the screen there, the running order and the Le Mans chicane just off the backstretch. And now the beginning of the tri-oval. Just to orient the fans that are watching around the world. I'm sure a lot of them are familiar with the layout here at Daytona, but some of them may not be. And the checkered flag is flying, Paul.
Yep, we've seen our winner cross the line. That means that everybody else will get the checkered flag, of course. That however many laps you have completed, you get the checkered flag as soon as the winner has crossed the line. So if you're a couple of laps down, you still only get an opportunity. But cars now being given that checker, and the result of that race for Group A is Jared Lopez and Marcel Fassler in the number 60, the Lola T70 Mark III B, from Tony Siler, number 17, in second place. Third is Jim Farley and Adrian Newey's Ford GT40. Fourth will be Chris Baton in his Chevrolet Camaro. Fifth will be Alan Roeder in the Shelby CSX. Sixth will be Robert Spence in the Porsche 911. And seventh, Craig Watkins. So Roeder and Spence crossed the line there in that order, but only just less than a second between those two cars as they crossed the line. Craig Watkins in seventh in number 46. Eighth was the 41 Craig Sutherland car, and we're just waiting for that to come home. Ninth, Nigel Armstrong and Stephen Skipworth with their Camaro. And 10th, Daniel Caggiano and Richard Stewart Milne, and they're in the Porsche 914-6. That's the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. That was the second race for Group A, and that we'll be seeing those cars a bit later on again through this process. The next time they will be out will actually be at 1 a.m. and that will be just after the clocks change. Clocks officially change at 1 a.m. So that's why, if you've got either if you've seen it on the website or if you're here at the track and you've got a program, then you'll see that we have two races, both of which start at 1 a.m. Not a printing error. That is just the way it is. And
well, it would be the 2 o'clock actually. The time we have the 1 o'clock race, and then at 2 o'clock it would roll back to 1. So
yeah,
however it works, however you want to word it, but 2 1 o'clock races.
Yeah, but
so
they're not
same thing.
Should we move on?
No, let's keep chatting about it.
No, it's. I'll tell you the way I always remember whether you gain or lose an hour, is that back in the 70s in the UK, we used to have a race called the Race of Champions, which was nothing to do with the latter day IROC or anything to do with that. It was a Formula One race that they ran at Brands Hatch every year, and they've run it in March. And that nearly always was the weekend that the clocks changed. And inevitably, particularly in those days, you needed to get to the racetrack early. So you'd get up at 6 o'clock to be there for 7:30 or whatever it might be. And it was always with the Race of Champions weekend when the clocks changed. It's when you got an hour less in bed anyway, and so consequently you were stuck with that. So you had to get up at not 6 o'clock but 5 o'clock in real terms.
5 o'clock.
So I always know that you get less sleep in the March clock change than you do in the November one. The last couple of cars coming down pit lane to see the end of that one, and we'll be moving into Group B, which will be our next race. Cars are beginning to line up in the collecting area, and the Group B cars, of course, we saw Ralph Callinas do a tremendous job in the Di Tommaso last time out, and fighting with Greg Gregory in the Chevron B26. Those cars will be out very shortly. There may be just a little bit of circuit side tidying up to do. Flatbed truck running down. They're going to move the 35 Porsche on a flatbed. That's sufficiently immobile that they need to pick it up rather than do anything else with it. So the flatbed gets itself into position. Clearly they don't want to move that white and green Porsche. That's the car that put out a whole load of smoke about halfway through the race. It hasn't moved since, but the owners and the officials have decided that it's going to be best to move that on a flatbed. I'm not sure that isn't because there is still a leak or dampness, let us say, underneath that car, and they don't want to trail it all the way through the paddock area. So they're putting it onto the flatbed truck. But that will be the thing. The fireworks were superb, and thank you to HSR for that. Just an additional feature that we can look forward to and enjoy here at Daytona International Speedway. Still a lot of activity, and will continue to be a lot of activity throughout the paddocks. Some people have been lucky enough to be able to bring the car in and just park it and then go and get some dinner. But other people will probably be working on their cars to a fairly great extent. I can see the Cadillac Le Monstre looking slightly unloved in the paddock. They're not working on that because I think the chances of finding the spare parts for that particular failure are fairly slim. But you're looking for spare parts for a car which is using parts which are or the design of which are 73 years old. It's a big ask, isn't it? But they will clear away that Porsche from pit lane, and then the officials can be free to move it on to the next sector. We've got 10 minutes to go before that is actually due. So there's absolutely no rush out there, and we certainly haven't got the full field. So if you are part of Group B and you want to be in this race, you need to be in the fourth grid, the collecting area, right now. We we had 14 cars finish the first race in this group, or 14 cars were entered for that round. There goes the 35 car. And yes, I can see the team now putting the cement dust down in pit lane where that car was parked. So without any doubt, there was a fairly unpleasant leak, and that's why they've decided to put that on the flatbed to get it back to its wherever its paddock space might be. So, Group B due off in just 7.5 minutes time. But in the meantime, from our pitch at the top of the Daytona Rising building, it's great to be able to see so much. Can see for a very, very long way. One of the things is we can see the amount of activity that there is around and about the site, and that therefore we know that there's lots going on, lots of people coming and going and having a happy time. And one of the things that I think when Joe Bradley has been talking to competitors, visitors, everybody talks about how good the atmosphere is at Daytona International Speedway for this HSR event, that people really do have a good time, and that the feel for that is absolutely great. And I think as night falls, and it's well and truly fallen now, that it is the atmosphere just builds and builds and builds. Looking at the cars for this Group B race, waiting to come out onto track, all sitting there with their lights on. Something magical about race cars with their lights on. I don't know why, but it's just one of those things which is very special. And of course, there is all the activity down in the paddocks as well. Don't forget, if you're here as a spectator, that there are no-go areas, except obviously pit lane, but that's a bit different. But you can go into the paddocks, you can have a wander around, you can see all the cars that you want to see, and enjoy that. Probably not while the racing is on, but at other times you can go up and talk to drivers and crew chiefs and mechanics and engineers. Safety car out on track, leading away, that Di Tommaso, that really swoopy car, which has been Joe Bradley's choice of the car he would take home, given the opportunity. It looks fabulous. The more I think about it, though, Jeff, the less I recall of it being a race car in period. I don't remember that car racing at all.
I don't think so.
It must have done. But
at some point, I don't remember anything about it. But you got a couple of years on me. You're 30. I'm only 29, as we talked about earlier. So, we don't.
I love you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You talked about the fans being able to come in and check out the garages and talk to the drivers and get autographs and take pictures. What other sport can you do that in? You can't do that at a football game. You can't do that at a soccer game. You can't do that at a baseball game. If you get anywhere near the field, if you so to speak, you get carted off and thrown in jail, typically.
Yeah.
So and that happened at the World Series we just had. We had a couple of different instances where they had, I guess you could say, excuse me, where somebody got on the field and they were tackled or whatever and ended up in the clink.
Yeah.
So This, though, motor racing is different. You can get up and talk to the drivers. You can get up and get close to the cars. We don't want you touching the cars, obviously, but certainly you can get up right up close to the action, and there's no other sport that you can do that in.
And many of those cars that are out there are not cheap cars.
Right.
That, we are talking about a few of those that are racing here this weekend, which are 7-figure cars. And that they're parked in there, and you can take your photographs and you can look around them. And yes, you're right, you shouldn't touch them. We don't want big thumb marks on them. But
I don't think we've had any of that going on, and certainly a lot of the race fans understand that. They know, okay, this is somebody else's property. This is somebody else's very expensive property and prized possessions. So I haven't heard any reports of anything we've had like that, but certainly we hope all the spectators and everyone here at Daytona has enjoyed being up close to the cars. We had that earlier in the fan walk today. That was a great opportunity. What better? It's one thing to get a picture of a car in the garage, but what better photo opportunity is there to get a photo of a beautiful car on Daytona pit lane?
Yeah, and to be able to talk to the owner or the driver or even the crew chief, and just that Joe was doing that, and okay, he knows who he's talking to, and he had Tim pointing him in the right direction, but nonetheless you can go and do it. And that I completely agree with you. Okay, try doing it at Indy, try doing it at a Formula One race, and it's not going to be quite the same. But at this level of the sport, fabulous stuff. The field now coming into NASCAR turn 4. The pace car has done its stuff. The lights are off, and they'll be coming round to start this Group B race very shortly. Now there'll be a quick turn off to the left for the pace car, and it will be the Ralph Kalliner's Di Tommaso Pantera, which is going to drag away, but it's actually the Chevron that gets the jump on the Pantera. Pantera got a dreadful start, down in 3rd place as they go into turn 1. He started right up there, but down into 3rd place, and it's the Chevron that takes the lead, followed by the Camaro of Alan Roeder, going out into the darkness now. The Chevron pulls away. He's got a very good lead as he goes down through the kink and up to the West Horseshoe. The long right, or 2 rights.
Hello.
Oh, hello. You're back.
Hello, I'm back in from the cold. I've come in to watch and call some racing with you, Paul.
Oh, that's nice.
Jeff's gone for a lie down in a very dark room, which is quite apt. So yeah, we've got the Chevron B26, Greg Gregory's entry. We don't know if Randy Book's in the car or Greg Gregory, but I don't care actually. I'd just love to see that Chevron. And who else is in that car?
The Chevron. We've got
Ethan Shepard, of course.
Yes.
He's the preparer of that car, and how proud was he when I mentioned that to him in that interview we did with them earlier.
Yeah, and rightly so. I think it's a fabulous looking car. It always was a fabulous looking.
It was a fabulous looking car. The standard of preparation on that car is phenomenal, Paul. They're out of the Le Mans chicane. They're already in the NASCAR 4. It's the Chevron of, let's say it's Greg Gregory for argument's sake, unless you've got anything. And here they come across the tri-oval, down across the tri-oval, with the Todd Treffert number 41 about to be overtaken into turn 1. Flames belching. This is what Daytona Under the Lights is all about, isn't it? Into turn 1, flames belching from that Todd Treffert Porsche. And now we've got the Detlef von der Kuyk, is it? Or is it Ralph Kalliner's at the wheel of that Di Tommaso Pantera?
My guess is that it's probably Detlef von der Kuyk. But yeah, that view as the Porsche was belching flame out of the back of the car. Racing in the dark.
It's you know what? Didn't that sight there just epitomise this thing? Todd Treffert's Porsche, belching flame, a bright yellow Di Tommaso Pantera trying to get round the outside.
Yeah. And of course, over the years, the turbocharged Porsches that we've seen with the exhaust pipes glowing cherry red in the dark has always been a fabulous thing as well.
The Porsche of Trefford is still ahead of the Pantera out onto NASCAR Turn 2, side by side. They are side by side on the banking, and there's nothing the Porsche can do. It is Ethan Shepherd, we've been confirmed, in the Chevron ahead of them, but as they head down, that second place battle heads down towards the Le Mans chicane now, heavy on the brakes, and it's the Pantera. We think it's Detlef von der Kuyk in the car. It's kind of his turn, isn't it? Ralph Kellner's started the first segment, so it's von der Kuyk whose turn it is. Meanwhile, Ethan Shepherd comes back into view. There they are, just coming out of NASCAR Turn 3, and lights ablaze. Get ready for the flames. Hopefully we'll pick that up as they head into Turn 1. Not from the Chevron, but from the Porsche.
It was lovely.
And more flips from the Pantera there. The great shot of them going into Turn 1. You can really see the transition off the banking where you are on the brakes and then just got to get the car turned in and then back on power through the right left.
But you've got, at the front of this race, you've got two completely different philosophies about how you engineer a race car. You've got that little Chevron 2-litre engine, 4 cylinders, light, maneuverable,
mid-engine sports prototype against GTs.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, where does the Di Tommaso fit though in that kind of
when you were making us both very angry by sitting there and eating in front of us?
I'm really sorry about that. You know, that was all staged. I didn't actually eat anything.
Of course it was.
Yes. What are you laughing at?
I could tell that it was actually.
Yeah, and I did. Did you see the tiramisu as well?
Yes.
For afters.
Yes, I did.
None of that was touched, mate. That was all plastic.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was just a stage set.
Yeah.
But fabulous catering here, isn't it? That was what we wanted to show everybody.
There is no way that you're going to sit down in front of that food and then walk away again.
I'd only been in there an hour.
But I've lost my train of thought now.
Did you get dinner, by the way?
Yes.
You brought it. Yeah, you brought it on a silver tray, weren't you? Up here?
Yes. It was the butler brought it in.
I'll tell you what. I was really glad when we saw the fireworks and we were able to head back and decant all of our techie gear as the race goes on. No change, by the way, before we wax lyrical about this, because the temperature drop out there is quite considerable.
Is it?
And yeah, massive. And it's quite chilly. Everybody's got coats on, and it is a quite considerable temperature drop. So that'll be playing around. That will be bringing in a bit of sort of different way that we're using the tyres. We talked to Dave Handy, didn't we? And he told us all about how important the tyres were. It doesn't matter what form of racing it is. What I can tell you, the tyres on that Di Tommaso Pantera are working very well indeed, and it's catching the Chevron B26i. Tim, do you know Detlef von der Kuyk? No, we don't. I know very little about that driver, so I'm wondering the way that it's pulling in. I might be doing him a disservice, but from the body language of that car and the way it's being driven, that could very well be Ralph Kellner's out again.
It could be, and very often we see that the professional drivers are put into the nighttime stint, and the owners of the car will very often drive the day.
That's because sometimes they're in their 50s.
Yeah.
And I certainly know, I'm looking forward to when I turn 50, my eyesight being unable to be used in the dark.
Is that the second time round?
No, I don't know what you mean. I really don't know what you mean. Yeah.
But no, what we were saying, I've remembered what I was going to talk.
We know Kellner started the first segment. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, I'm not arguing that, Tim. What I need to know is who's in the car now, not who started the race.
Where I was going with that before we got sidetracked with your culinary habits, that I was saying I cannot remember that Di Tommaso racing in period. That it's a 1979 car, and that it was not. I can't remember Di Tommaso's racing at all in 1979 in what would have been Group 5.
No, I'm not. I think you've made a good point there. He's still not able to get past the chevron. We kind of thinking it's Detlef van der Kuyt, as the Ralph Kellerner's segment saw a best time of a 1:49.7. We're currently lapping best lap of a 1:53. So Detlef van der Kuyt, we're going to take a punt at saying that it is Detlef in the car, chasing down the chevron. We know that's Ethan Shepherd at the wheel of the Chevron B26. Both bright yellow sports cars, both very different. You were talking about the philosophies there, Paul. The mid-engine sports car, that aluminium monocoque, top and bottom wishbone, central damper on the front end, gearbox with the suspension hanging off its semi-stressed member, all of that going on the Chevron. And then you've got the Di Tommaso, which was a production-based sports car, a completely different kind of philosophy in how to go around sports car racing. But look how matched they are.
They are, and
oh wow,
it's interesting to see. Is that a car in period? Oh right, so it did race in period. Is that in the US or in Europe? Oh right, just found a picture on your phone, but it's I don't remember that car racing at all. And 1979 we had the Porsche 935s. In its various different.
Well, you know what, Paul? In the morning, I will make that one of my quests.
Good.
We've got Group B out at 8 a.m. We're going to restart the live stream. We're coming back. We're going to go for a break in a couple of hours, and we'll be back to bring you the last segment of all of our groups, starting with 7 a.m. We're probably going to be we will be coming back on air at 7:45. Sorry, 6:45.
6:45.
Oh my God, that's early. Whose idea was that? That was my idea. 6:45, we're coming back. We're going to have a little bit of a walk up and down the Group A grid, and then we go into Group B. And over the course of tomorrow, we will confirm the provenance and history of the Di Tommaso that is currently chasing and moving away from the Chevron, having gotten by it and into the lead of this race.
Which I think probably we all expected to happen, but it's been a good battle for the first 10 minutes of this race. We've still therefore got 31 to go. Our first pit caller is the Porsche 935, the car in Jägermeister orange.
Paul, if I can just interrupt there, we had the Di Tommaso showing us in the lead as it came across the line. However, I've just picked up the cars out on track, and it looks like the Chevron is actually ahead of the Di Tommaso.
Got back.
I'm not sure if that is a timing glitch. They're just coming through the Le Mans chicane there. Hard to see from the lights, both yellow cars coming through there. So they're out on the NASCAR.
Going to be a change for the lead, Joe.
They're out on the NASCAR 3. Are they side by side or nose to tail? So here they come now, Paul. Here they come now, down towards the tri-oval, and it is indeed the Di Tommaso Pantera definitely confirmed in the lead. It wasn't just the timing screens.
I think what you're saying though, Joe, is that this is typical of the different philosophy, that the difference in top speed between those two cars round NASCAR 3 and 4.
Yeah.
That's where the Di Tommaso just.
And look at the Chevron coming back.
Chevron right back up with what a great dice this is.
Chevron right back under that. Almost burnt the front of that Chevron off the flames, being thrown out by the Di Tommaso. Heading down towards the kink now, through the kink and into the western hairpin. This is definitely a race for position. They finished with. Just trying to find the gap there. The gap was 1 minute and 7 seconds, so it was quite a dominating run in the first segment. So the Di Tommaso is going to extend that 1 minute and 7 second lead, but only by a few feet. Here they come. They're out of turn 6 now. They'll just be coming into view through there now.
And this is where the Di Tommaso will pull away, simply on top speed, and we see that very clearly, that he's probably got the best part of a second lead over the Chevron as they go down the backstretch and towards the Le Mans chicane.
But that second, Paul, disappears on the twisty bits on the infield, doesn't it?
Yeah. And
it absolutely disappears.
And also the Le Mans chicane is doing its bit for that, working for the Chevron. But if he can, I won't say break the toe, but break that close working, then that's going to make a lot of difference. And as they come back towards us now through NASCAR turn 4, then it's very much the Di Tommaso in a much stronger lead. The gap was less than a second last time round. It's now 2.4. So there's a lot of difference there.
So here they come again, and we've got a little bit of information on the Di Tommaso of Ditlev van der Kuyk and Ralph Kelleners. It competed in the 1979 World Championship of Makes and at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 79. Italian duo of drivers were joined by Formula One driver Gianfranco Brancatelli, who qualified the car in 22nd place. The team's efforts during the race lasted to just before 3 a.m, at which point they were disqualified for inadequate distance covered.
But not only did it race, but it was raced at
Le Mans.
In 1979, I saw it then.
So you saw that car, yeah. You saw that car.
I have no recollection of that at all.
yeah. Do you remember who won in 79?
Of course. Yes, Whittington Brothers and Klaus Ludwig.
And who was second?
Paul Newman.
Yes, in the 935. Yeah.
It was one of the most exciting races I've ever seen.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. Certainly one of the most exciting Le Mans I've ever seen.
Shall we have a look at the field as we get towards the 27th? We're inside the last half hour of this second segment for Group B. It's Ditlev van der Kuyk in the Di Tommaso Pantera, leading by just over 2 seconds from Ethan Shepard in the Chevron B26. Alan Reuter in the Chevrolet Camaro, the IMSA 1982 spec car in third. Fastest lap, personal best for Reuter, coming through, completing 7 laps as the Di Tommaso clicks underneath us and completes 8 laps. Todd Treffert in 4th. It's the Dean DeSantis and Josh Tuggle BMW 3.5 CSL coming through in 5th. Then we've got the David Burke, Brian Saunders Porsche 911, that's the 1974 RSR in 6th. David Gretlis in that very distinct black Porsche with the orange bumpers at the front and the rear of the car. Again, personal bests pretty much all the way down the field. As we're seeing the times come down, so they're not hanging about, are they, Paul? They're not sort of just taking it easy and stroking this to the finish.
No, I don't think they are, and I think that clearly this early on in this 4-part race, if you want to put it that way, anything could happen, and we could see a puncture for the currently leading car, the Di Tommaso, in race 3 or 4 that would make a complete world of difference. So they can't just say, well, yeah, okay, he's 2 seconds in the lead, I'll stroke it home, because this is an aggregate race. And just to remind everybody here and watching us across the world that these are aggregate races. This particular race for Group B is the second of what will be 4 races. And so that makes...
It'll be half distance then. We're getting towards half distance, Paul.
Yeah, we will be once we get to the end of this group.
So we are 25 minutes away from... We're about how many minutes are we away from the pit stop window closing, Paul?
Pit stop window closes at 29 minutes, so we're 12 minutes away.
Right, okay, so still a chunk of time.
What we've seen throughout the event so far is that everybody either waits for a caution period or they wait until the last 7 or 8 minutes.
Is that even 2 driver entries? We've seen them really push towards the very last minute of the stop, right?
Yeah. So because obviously they're all waiting for the possibility of a caution period. So that's what makes the difference.
Yeah, like you say, Paul, they're waiting for that full course caution if it's going to come, because it's better to soak up 3 minutes stationary in the pit lane while everyone else is just trundling around behind the pace car. At the moment, that it looks unlikely in my view.
The irony is that when we did have a full course caution a couple of races ago, everybody came in the pits, so that therefore there was no benefit to anybody. They all
Saw that. Yeah, and that's pretty much what will happen unless it comes late, when a lot of people have already decided to hand over the car.
Which is where we come back to the point of, well, therefore we'll leave it as late as we can.
Gap out to 5.5 seconds at the front of the field with the Tommaso Pantera, adding to that 1 minute and 7 second lead it brought into this second part of the event.
Yep. So altogether, a very strong performance by the Pantera.
Here it is, crossing the line now. 10 laps completed. That's not a personal lap time. There's the chevron coming through underneath it. Gap out to 6.9. Let's call that 7 seconds. So even though we're not seeing green lap times for personal best, 1:52.7 for the Ditlev Van der Kuyt car and the Ethan Shepard chevron, 1:54.2. So there's no question that Di Tommaso is the quickest car on the track and extending that lead going forward.
Yeah, I think when we saw the chevron in the lead earlier on, it was because he was quicker through the twisty bits on the infield, and that's what made the difference, was that he could effectively hold up the Di Tommaso until he could use all that huge horsepower as he went round the faster parts of this Daytona International Speedway.
So a couple of minutes away from the 20-minute mark, our live stream pictures being brought to you by Driver's Eye Live, and it really is an enhancement. The first time we've been able to bring this event to the rest of the world this year, and it's hopefully something that you're enjoying at home if you are tuned in, watching these historic cars continue to lap. Please message us via the YouTube channel or indeed on X, formerly Twitter. You can't say X without saying formerly Twitter these days, can you? The hashtag is what, Paul?
It is Classic24.
Hashtag Classic24. And tell us what you think.
Oh, we've got a big off at NASCAR turn 4.
Oh, that's a car. That's a car upturned, Paul. We've got a car that is upturned. Impossible to identify which car it is. Tim behind us has got the binoculars out. We'll hopefully get a view.
On the way out of the turn, I saw that, and
yeah,
that is obviously going to be a full course caution at the very least. It stopped. But Tim Pendergast and Joe have got the binoculars to try and see where or what that is, but it seems that the car hit. I saw the car hit the wall on the way out of NASCAR 4, and it seems that it's turned over and slid down on its roof.
I don't really want to call it because I really don't know.
Wait till you know.
Yeah, because Alan Reuter has just gone through into second place. Okay, we have gone full course caution.
Let's not speculate.
We're not going to speculate at all until it's confirmed. So that is a very, very nasty accident. I'm not going to speculate as to what caused that accident either. But we've now got the safety teams out to the car. We've gone into a full course caution, so everyone's going to line up behind the safety car, behind the pace car.
And we are, of course, going to see everybody come into pit lane now.
Yeah, it's going to go very quiet out on track for the next 3 minutes or so. No. Yeah, it's the Chevron. It's the Chevron B26. Neither can I. So, as we go into full course caution, we've got the safety crew out to sort that issue out. Not quite sure what happened there, Paul. Came out to NASCAR turn 4.
No, I saw it over your shoulder.
Yes.
You and I were talking. And it came out of turn 4 and hit the wall. That's the first bit I saw of the sparks as the car hit the wall. Then I didn't see whether it turned over or not, but clearly it was sliding along with the sparks coming out from the accident.
Right, let's have a look then now. 18 minutes of this. The clock's still ticking. We're under caution. It's the Di Tommaso Pantera that continues to lead. It looks like it may have a lap on the rest of the field as it's come into the pits. Has it? No, not quite. We have got a lot of cars peeling off into the pits. The Dean DeSantis Josh Tuggle BMW has come in. Tim, have a look and see if you can see who's in that car. The Alan Ryder now in the 21. He's come in from second place. So the track is going to go quiet as everyone takes advantage to serve their 3-minute mandatory stop. Mike Smith and Dave Smith continue on. Their Porsche 935 stays out on track. They're currently in 10th place. In comes Todd Treffert from 5th place, the number 41 Porsche, the white car, just making its way down pit road. And the leader yet to appear on pit lane. We can't identify the cars until they come literally in front of us because it's just blazing headlights off to our left as they come out of NASCAR 4 and then peel off to the left. So the safety car, the pace car, has picked up the leader. Is that what you said, Tim? It's picked up the leader, yeah. So down the back straight towards the Le Mans chicane, that's where the field is. So we've got a black flag coming out, black flag all. So no one will be allowed out according to the rules. However, we've got cars that are still in the pits. That car's just escaped from the bright yellow Porsche 911. However, the BMW now being picked up by Brady down there, our pit lane chief marshal, and the David Agretlis Porsche slotting in behind the BMW, forming a queue.
It makes no sense to send cars out in this situation because quite clearly it's just going to get in the way of the recovery process for what we now know is the Chevron.
So, Paul, I need to explain to our European viewers what black flag all means. It's basically the same as the more familiar in Europe red flag. So basically, we've stopped the race. We've lined the cars up that we are going to. So we're going to call that as the way they were the previous lap. Is that how you call it? In the same way that we do in Europe? Right. Okay. We'll clarify that. Well, we'll find out, Paul, in the morning when we go to segment 3. We'll find out. But a premature finish for Group B for their second segment.
Yeah, the cars are being formed up in pit lane and they're at the end of the chute there. So my guess is that they will just be sent back to the paddock in the fullness of time. The Kellner's Detlef van der Klijk, erstwhile leader, is in the pit. Nobody's actually doing anything to that car, as they wouldn't.
Not allowed to, Paul.
No. No, okay.
Under the black flag all rules, not allowed to touch it because we are effectively, we've pressed pause on the race, haven't we? The clock's still ticking, so we will. And there, how's he gotten there? That's the Porsche that left the pit lane. He's come back through the paddock. He's used a little service road, I think. So when Black Flag All came out, we had the Di Tommaso Pantera leading, 1 minute and 18 seconds difference to Alan Reuter in the Chevy Camaro, the 1982 Trans Am, IMSA Trans Am version. David Burke and Brian Saunders in the number 126, the 1974 Porsche 911 RSR, was a lap down off the two cars on the lead lap. Todd Treffert finds himself almost 2 minutes behind the car in third place. No, now it's adjusted itself. Todd Treffert, let's just adjust that. Todd Treffert is in third place, 3 minutes and 59 seconds behind Alan Reuter in second. Then in fourth place is David Burke and Brian Saunders in their Porsche 911. The DeSantis Tuggle BMW, the 3.5 CSL 1972, car 34, is fifth. The David Argretlis 92 numbered Porsche that's the Porsche IROC RSR, is 16 seconds behind the BMW. A further 57 seconds is the BMW CSL of Justin Dufour and Dennis Althoff, car 202 in seventh. And then just under 13 seconds behind them comes another BMW CSL. That's the David Russell Barry Waddell, car 42 in eighth. Then the 935 of the Smiths, Mike and David. They're a further 50 seconds behind the BMW. Ethan Shepard in the Chevron finishes or will be classified off the lead lap, and 2 laps off the lead lap, having completed 8 laps, is the Willis 4 Heidi Scott File 1973 911 RSR.
So that's normally what we would see is after a period where many of the cars going in the pits, there is that kind of sorting out period for a couple of laps where perhaps people are slightly out of position because they went in earlier or later or whatever, and you normally see some position changes for a couple of laps after the pit stops. But clearly that's not going to happen because we're not going to get this race restarted anytime soon. But technically we have 11 and a half minutes left to run of this race, but I don't think we're going to see those cars back out on track. No,
and we haven't stopped the clock, and I don't think we do at this event. The clock continues to tick. The race will be called in coming up to 11 minutes time, and then we may have a delay to the rest of the meeting getting underway. Coming out next will be, where am I? Groups C and D coming out next. This is the group that kicked off the event, remember. This is the group that we had the pleasure of having a chat to most of the drivers on our grid start, the grid walk. I hope all the fans here at Daytona enjoyed that opportunity to get very up close and personal to those cars. It's and one of the chaps that we were speaking to out on the campsites, he was saying that very thing. The access is phenomenal. It's not like any other sort of big race meeting, is it? I mean, you come to the Rolex 24, you have to have a special pass to certainly get in the paddock and get up close and personal to the cars. You come to any sort of IMSA sports car race, and now I suppose, that makes sense because of the amount of people that actually want to come and spectate at those big events. So what our HSR is able to do is open the access. We haven't got 50,000, 75,000 people here. We've got the numbers are manageable, aren't they? Yet that's the plan. Yeah,
but
50,000.
Jeff was saying a little earlier on today that it's not only that comparison, it's that go to a football match, go to a golf match, go to a tennis match, and you don't get this degree of access.
That's true. It's like walking amongst the players as they're warming up, isn't it? You know,
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, like running on the being allowed. All right, everybody in the crowd. I'm thinking British football, obviously English football, where the teams come out and warm up before about 15 minutes before kickoff, going about 7 minutes before kickoff. So it's like having the crowd allowed on the pitch.
Yeah, or
just having a bit of a chat,
or a snotty kid with an
Yeah.
ice cream walking through the dressing room.
yes, yeah.
It's,
And me, Joe Bradley, down there with a microphone and a camera crew, just having a chat,
Yeah, it's all those things.
So yeah, and especially historic race meetings are all about the cars. They're all about the cars.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, there's people behind the cars, but the people here have come to see the cars that stirred a passion, the cars that were the very embryo of the passion that became, an interest that sort of takes over your life. Motorsport, doesn't it? It's
oh goodness, it's taken over mine.
Yeah, it did mine. It did me
so far.
Yeah, it did me.
Haven't finished yet.
Yeah, you haven't. No.
But it's clock's still ticking. 8.5 minutes. We've seen a few of the cars that were involved, or the vehicles that were involved in that recovery, breaking away, and they've gone probably back to their stations, I think. There's still quite a lot of recovery vehicles on site.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a tricky clear-up job. We'll leave that to the experts. Okay. All right, we're just checking the safer barrier. So he from that, Tim, it looks like the car has hit the wall out of NASCAR 4 just before the. That's got a name, hasn't it? Is it the short chute or something? The tunnel turn, right? Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it did definitely hit the wall. I saw it happen.
Right. Okay.
So it definitely hit the wall. And as it hit the wall, I knew it hit the wall because A, there were sparks, and B, all the lights at the front went out. So it was in that order. I hasten to add.
Yeah.
So
let's. So coming up next. All right, we've just checked it. So the checkered flag has been flown. So that calls an end to the second segment for Group B. So coming up next on the live stream, Groups C and D, this will be our last race coverage of the night. We will we'll then take a bit of a lie down, I think, boys, in a darkened room.
Yep.
We will. The meeting goes on, of course. The meeting goes on throughout the night, and the 11 o'clock segment is for Group E. The midnight segment, Group F. I heard you guys explaining the clocks going back, fall back. We gain an hour, don't we?
We do.
We gain an hour, but we will be back tomorrow morning at 6:45, where I'll be down there on the pre-grid, or the collecting area as we prefer, Paul. And we'll hopefully grab a couple of words with some people down there. They'll be in their pajamas, if they've got any sense.
One thing, just making it really complicated about these clocks changing. Therefore, if you're in the UK, we will be back at 11:45. And if you're in Europe, we'll be back at 12:45. So, because their times in Europe and the UK have already changed. The pit lane being cleared now that the checker has flown and we know the direction of this race.
Right, Paul, we're just sourcing a result sheet from the first segment for groups C and D. And we'll be able to start refocusing on the next race coming up, the last race of the evening on our live stream.
Yep, I have my copy in front of me right here.
All right.
That we will be seeing Lars-Erik Nielsen will be at the front of the queue this time round with his Porsche 962C, and that next to him will be Mike Jordan in the Porsche 996 Cup car.
The gaps, Paul, the Jordans are 7.7 seconds behind the Porsche 962. I mean, there's a massive disparity there, isn't it? A 1990 962C, which is effectively a top-level prototype. The Jordans did very well indeed to keep the gap down to 7.7 seconds in their 996 GT3 Cup car from 2003. Phenomenal effort there. The Steve Dunn car number 111, Steve Dunn in his 996 from 2004, finished right on the tail, and that was a race-long battle, wasn't it? Over, considering 42 minutes with a 3-minute pit stop. Those cars were absolute, and it was Andrew at the wheel, I believe, wasn't it?
They changed. They
changed at the pit stop.
Andrew
Right.
did the first stint, and then his dad did the second.
Right. Well, those two cars, though, they were side by side for quite a lot of that 42 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, phenomenal to finish there, just 0.4 of a second behind. They had a bit of a gap then to almost 26 seconds to Simon Evans in the number 99. That's also the 99 being a 2001 Porsche 996. They've got a little bit of a change of mark, so only 7/10, so right on the tail of Simon Evans was Ray Bonthron and Darren Brassfield, two drivers that we managed to speak to. That's that beautiful Ford Mustang that started on the front row of the grid, the 5.7 litre Ford V8 car, right in the mix there and right on the tail of Simon Evans' Porsche. Off the lead lap, the first car off the lead lap was Nicholas Cannangellen in his 997 Porsche from 2008. He had a 5.2 second gap to Theo Rouge and David Hinton down to drive the Porsche 993 from 1997. John Higgins in the Porsche Fab car. Sorry, my eyes are letting me down. So John Higgins, 7th place.
And just to interrupt you there, Joe, that we need to pay particular attention because this is the last ever race meeting for that Porsche Fab car. That it's going to be retired after this weekend.
Yes, and of course, it maybe pays to mention that Lars-Erik Nielsen, his offspring's no slouch, is she? Christina Nielsen,
yeah,
of World Endurance Championship fame. Obviously her father's genes.
Yes, runs in the family, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
The track just going through a bit of a clear up. They're obviously happy with the safer barrier on the outside of NASCAR turn 4. A little bit of clearing up to do actually on the roadway itself, which is happening right now, and then hopefully we can move on with our program. But for now, if you are in Group C or D, then you need to get down to the collecting area really sharpish, because we'll be starting that race in just 20 minutes time. So if you're in Groups C or D, then can you make your way to the false grid area now?
Yeah, that's the Chevron being recovered back to their garage now. We can just see that over in the paddock. Tim's going to get the binos out and see if you can use them. Yeah, hard to see where it is, and that is an absolute shame that that car has finished its probably likely to have extensive damage after hitting the wall in what is the fastest part of this track, arguably, out of the Le Mans chicane all the way through NASCAR 3 and 4 down towards the tri-oval. They're hitting maximum speed there for a long time, aren't they?
They are, and let's hope all is well in that part of the paddock. So just a bit of inspection happening on track, but just to remind everybody that if you are in groups C or D and you are intending to race in the next race, you need to make your way down to the false grid area now, please. I've been wondering why the David Agresalis car was parked in pit lane, minding its own business, and it's actually the flatbed truck has just turned up to tow it back into the paddock, because quite clearly it couldn't get there under its own steam. So that's being towed on a flat tow. That will clear the pit lane, which is obviously what we need to have.
Paul, we had several cars that were unable to take the start in Group C and D. We heard Doug Smith talk to us on the grid, and he was, very, very dejected after having pulled the Jaguar XGR7, the Group 44 Jaguar from 1985. That car not able to take part. We also lost the 71 Porsche 996 of Gino Manley and Mike Gorman. That car unable to take the start as well. We lost the Lola B2K. Not sure what happened to that. Something at all weekend? No, they haven't run it all weekend. And then Stefano Speck and Ivan Reggiani in the 964 RSR. We lost that car, didn't take the start. And then the Porsche 944 Turbo with Stanley Fulton and Terry Miller. That car didn't take the start of this race. Terry Miller, though, still took part in his Porsche 944 Turbo from 1986. He had a problem, though, after 3 laps. He had a problem. 18 laps down off the lead there. Not showing any laps.
Wasn't it great to hear that, although Doug was obviously very dejected not to be running the Jaguar, that he still had it out on the grid for the grid walk.
Yeah, fabulous.
Had it parked there and talked to people from up here. We could see him talking to people about the car. He talked to you about the car.
Yeah.
That it would have been only too easy for him to sit in the paddock and sulk, which is probably what I would have done. But
well, I think he heard about Ryan West being down there with his camera.
Yes.
Our trusty cameraman Ryan West, who we've been working all day bringing in, and I hope that works well on the live stream. Did it bringing that grid walk to you wherever you are in the world? And I hope that you've enjoyed our live stream coverage, and bringing you some trackside cameras to enhance the PA commentary, which is basically what you're hearing sat at home, and keep an eye on what's happening with these wonderful historic race cars. It's something that we've been keeping to ourselves since 2014. I've been coming to this event since then, and I coined the phrase the HSR time machine. It really is. When you see the likes of Lola T70, Chevron B26s, the Di Tommaso Pantera, now we get the chance to once again look and watch the Cadillac DPIs go to war around the Daytona Motor Speedway. It's just a fabulous thing that we've been able to keep to ourselves. But now we can bring it to you. You know, we'd like you to be here, but
do you want some good news?
Go ahead, call it.
Just had a message from Derek Drinkwater. We have found a car with the part 2 hours away, so we may be back in the game with Le Monstre.
Unbelievable.
Isn't that fabulous?
Yeah, it really is. Sorry? You knew that, Tim. You knew that, did you? And you didn't tell us. So what's the point of you being here? Just explain that one. Can I borrow those binoculars? Because I just want to see in the garage there. You know what? Where am I?
We've had
really hard to get a location, isn't it? Yes, I got it. Right. Yeah, Le Monstre is sitting there in its pit garage. There's nobody there, and the reason is they're all in the car driving off 2 hours away to get that front hub.
We also had a message from Martin Short saying, watching my old Pescarolo doing rather well.
Did he get a mention? Did he hear the mention I gave him?
He didn't. He hasn't mentioned that.
All right, yeah. I did say that the Pescarolo that Butch Leitzinger was sat in was his old car, which he campaigned at Le Mans, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Why isn't Shorty here in something then? Martin Short should be here with his two boys.
Yes.
Morgan and Marcus should be, doing very well with some racing at home in the UK.
Actually, by this time next year, they should be just about ready to do this.
Oh, they're ready now. Yeah. Oh, they are ready. I'll tell you why he won't bring them.
Because they're faster than them.
Yes.
Yeah.
The challenge is there, Martin Short. You should be at an event like this. It's a great family holiday as well, even if you haven't got anything to compete in. It's Florida here, on the Atlantic coast of the Florida Peninsula in November. Some beautiful weather that we've had today. It's going to actually be hotter tomorrow, boys. It's full sunshine tomorrow.
Is it?
Yeah, the cloud has kept the temperature down somewhat, and we've been getting a bit of respite from the blazing sun from quite a lot of cloud. Well, tomorrow there's no cloud at all. So the temperature's going to be towards 29 degrees is the forecast I've seen. So that bodes very well. Some great pictures on the live stream to log on for.
Right, I've just had Derek Drinkwater has just sent me a photograph now of him picking up the part. So he's got his wheel bearing.
Well, share that to me. I'll send that to Brendan, and he can get it on the Driver's Eye Live Facebook page as well.
Right.
Because that is very typical of Derek Drinkwater. Anybody with an ounce of sense, for want of a better term, would have just called it a day and gone off to the hotel and sat by the pool or sat at the bar. Not Derek Drinkwater though. No. Let's source a part from a 1950 to 53 Cadillac. I mean, where do you find that sort of thing? Is he explained where he's found it? Is it often?
He's in a shop which seems to say Racing and Recovery. S&S, Racing and Recovery.
So the story is, how did he locate it? And did the live stream announcement help do that?
Well, I will speak to him in the morning, or you can speak to him in the morning when you're over there.
Yeah. That's what I've just been saying to Ryan West. Him and I are going to be prowling the paddock with our roving camera and picking up on the stories that develop overnight. Sorry, Tim? Oh, yes, and my able assistant, Patsy, here.
Oh, your glamorous assistant.
Yes, my glamorous assistant, Tim Pendergast, whose job it is to count me down time-wise. And what I do find when I look across to see if how many minutes Tim's telling me we've got, and he's standing chatting to somebody invariably. And not even paying attention. There's a reason you haven't got a headset on right now, so you can't defend yourself. Yeah.
And that's why you're attacking him, because he can't defend.
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah.
But some things never change.
No, it's not bullying though.
No, it's not. No. It's fact.
Jeff, are you still on the official channel on the radio? Is there being anything said about when we are? Have we got an okay track? Yeah, we have a good track. We're just waiting, counting down the minutes for top of the hour. 9 minutes away from the start of the Group C and D race. So leading Group C is the 962. Leading Group D is the Mike and Andrew Jordan Porsche. So quite a gaggle. C2, second, I should say, in C2 is John Higgins in the Porsche Fab car, the GTP L 3.6, the 1985 car. That's the car that is here for the last time. It's going to be retired, did you say, Paul? And is it going into a museum or?
I imagine so. I don't know, but again, it's something that it's a message that we had on the Historic Racing News Facebook page that they said. I will tell you. Just give me a minute. I'll tell you who it was.
Right. So everyone, just talk amongst yourselves while Paul checks out who it was that informed us of that.
No pressure then.
Yeah. What are you finding out, Tim? You've got your fingers. Your fingers are rattling across the your phone there. You're messaging Dale Oakes, aren't you? Yeah. Dale's running that car, isn't he? Yeah. If anyone's going to tell us, it's Dale.
Right. My message came from Facebook from the IMSA Camel Lights Class 1985 to 1993 Facebook page, and they said, please pay attention and do a piece on the historic IMSA Camel Lights car, the number 42 Porsche Fab car, and they sent us a picture as well. It will be retired after this weekend. It has had the same owner and driver since 1986. So thank you for that information. I've told them that we will be mentioning that on our live stream, so I'm doing that right now. So thank you everybody at the IMSA Camel Lights class 1985 to 1993. Thank you for all the comments and information that is coming in.
That's incorrect information, which is what I already knew before I even sent the text to Bill.
I can only say what I'm told.
Right. So because Tim hasn't got a headset, he can't hear what he's saying, so we'll repeat what he's saying. That's correct, Paul.
Oh, good.
Is that what you said?
No, it's incorrect.
It's not correct. The car's not being retired.
That's why you don't get information off Facebook.
Where on earth did we hear that? So the car's not being retired, so we're talking absolute rubbish. That 1985 Porsche Fab car GTPL currently in
So how do you know it's
second place. Because
Message the guy that is the crew chief on the car.
Fine.
so Dale Oakes is here running that car. Dale Oakes is here running that car with John Higgins. So yeah.
He sold the car to a Porsche dealership called White Allen, which was the sponsor of the car.
So let's have a look at the grid then that we're about to release from the collecting area. We're 5 minutes away from the final race that we're going to bring you on the live stream, Group C and D. Lars Eriks Nielsen, we mentioned in the Porsche 962, he's got a gap of 7.7 seconds to the Mike and Andrew Jordan Porsche 996 car 771, currently leading Group D. Remember, 2 races in 1 here for this race. Steve Dunn, 3rd overall, 2nd in the D group in his Porsche 996. He's 8.2 seconds off the lead, but he's only 0.4 of a second off the second place Jordan Porsche. 25 seconds behind Steve Dunn is Simon Evans in his Porsche 996, and then right on his tail is the Ford Mustang, the Trans Am car from Ray Bonthron and Darren Brassfield, car 96, currently 4th in the Group D classification and 5th overall. We then go a lap down off the leader for Nicholas Karangelen in his Porsche 997. Just 5.2 seconds back is the Porsche Fab car we've just been squabbling over. This is the car that's currently running second in Group C, 7th overall in the race. A further 27.5 seconds behind the Fab car is the Porsche 993. Theo Rouge and David Hinton down to drive that car, currently 8th overall. A further 37 seconds behind them is the Pontiac Firebird IROC. Randy Johnson and Ed Zabinski in that car, currently in 9th. 10th overall, 2 laps off the lead lap and 1 lap off the car ahead of them in 10th place. It's the Porsche 944 of Colin Doherty. And then we've got in 11th place overall, Jebi Rouge and Tom Massino in their 2003 Porsche 996. They're only 1.2 seconds off Doherty ahead of them in the 944 Turbo. Martin Lauber and Alan Turpins are in 12th overall in their Porsche 944, 26.5 seconds behind the 11th place car. And then we've got another lap down for Graham Edelman, which is actually the first of the retirements. That's the Ferrari 333 SP that was involved in that accident. That car will not be taking any further part. We've then got a bit of a row of war here with the Sharon Edelman, George McDonald Porsche. We've got the Daniel Mayer, Sebastian Koppel-Wallner in their 964 Porsche. That car is still going to be competing. Bill Heifner in the Camaro, he's currently 16th overall. Ray Schaefer and Martin Lauber, they're 17th overall. Terry Miller is 3 laps down from the car ahead of him, 18 laps down off the lead in the 944 Porsche. And then all the other cars in the classification did not take the start. We've got the cars out on track behind the pace car, Paul.
We have indeed, and keep an eye open. I think that we're going to see Lars-Erik Nielsen do what he did in the first race and pretty much run away with the front of the field. But after that, the battle for second in that first race between the 771 Jordan Porsche and the 111 Steve Dunn car, that is going to be one to watch. That's going to be very much something which is going to be nip and tuck at the front of the field. There's a few cars which were kind of out of position on that first race. And don't forget we had a caution period in that race as well, so that we can wait and see how this race is going to go. I predict there's going to be some good battles in this race.
Well, there's certainly going to be a stonking Porsche battle, because Mike and Andrew Jordan, they were battling pretty much nose to tail for the whole of the 42-minute first segment. They ended up finishing in second, third overall, of course, behind the Porsche 962 of Lars-Erik Nielsen. They're in a different race, of course. They're in Group D, whereas the 962C is in Group C. Quite aptly, there's a reason we did that. The pace car has just come through the Le Mans chicane. The rest of the field just trailed through there, lights ablaze from the whole field. And it's a very, very fast entry. That it's not as fast as the top speed. You do have to brake and down a couple of gears in most of the cars here this weekend. But the car needing to change direction left, right, and then sort of transitioning through the second apex of the right-hand part of the Le Mans chicane into that very fast exit and slamming across that exit curve. That'll always get you a 1X on iRacing, that's for sure. Just coming out of NASCAR for now, and the pace car will peel off into the pit lane, and we are racing. Another 42 minutes. This is the second race segment for Groups C and D.
And we have exactly the same as happened in the first race, which is that it's the Mustang that goes into the lead first of all. He said he was intending to do that when he talked to you on the grid earlier on today. And it's the Mustang from the Porsche 962 as they go down into the International Horseshoe. But the Porsche is going to go around the outside. It's going to try and go around the outside of the Mustang. Doesn't make it stick. And now the grunt of the Mustang is going to pull away, but the Porsche is right with him as they go down towards that left-hand kink and towards the
west hairpin they're at now, Paul, and the Mustang hanging on to the lead. The 962 just slotting in behind. He's got his mirrors full of pesky 911s though, hasn't he? As they come out of the hairpin now and head towards turn 6, which is a left-hander that leads out onto the banking.
Yeah,
Just coming through that transition now.
Lars-Erik Nielsen doesn't need to rush this. He has got the fastest car, and he's tucked right up behind the Mustang as they go onto the high banking. But and again, the sheer power of that Mustang pulls him away. They're going to go down at one of the fastest parts of the track, down towards the Le Mans chicane. Under braking, I think this is going to be very, very close.
Not close enough though. The 962 right under the rear wing into the Le Mans chicane, out of the Le Mans chicane, and it's a sprint race all the way around to the tri-oval. Now this is a bit of a longer stretch than from turn 6 round to the chicane, and here we have the 962 Porsche almost alongside. It's taking the low line round NASCAR 4, and this is where he will show as the leader. The 962 just edging ahead of the Mustang, but the Mustang's not giving up. But he has to because he just has not got the top speed. This is the optimum speed area into turn 1, Paul, and the 962 certainly showed what it was made for.
Absolutely, and that exactly what we saw in the first race was that those two cars nip and tuck, but once the 962 had got into the lead, slowly but steadily pulled away. Now, on that time they crossed so close that it was hardly measurable. It was actually 0.3 of a second between those two cars as they crossed the line in front of us, but that's already gone out as the Porsche makes the best use of not having that pesky Mustang in front of him. Third place we have Steve Dunn in the number 111, and then Nicholas Karangelen in his Porsche behind that. Let's go down to 5th place now for the Mike and Andrew Jordan car that was right up there in 2nd in the first race.
Yeah, nothing in it though, Paul, is there? Those 3 Porsche 911s really are battling it out, while the 2 more powerful, what is effectively a prototype, certainly the Porsche 962 is, and the Trans Am Ford Mustang is almost a prototype. When you look at the technology on the car, those cars are absolute beasts to drive, like driving a Firework is how I had it explained. But behind them, that's where the battle is, isn't it? The 3 Porsches just coming down. There's the lights behind the 2 leaders there, and 3 absolutely nose to tail through the Le Mans chicane now. And I get a feeling it's a bit of a high-speed game of chess from these 3, because there was no sort of closing the gap into the braking area. They're all sort of gauging one another. But I think there's no change in the order, Paul. Steve Dunn, Nicholas Karangelen and the Jordans coming through, still nose to tail, and I suspect they're going to be all the way to the flag for this second segment.
I think this has all the way to run. We know that with the Jordans, they are actually changing driver in every one of these segments. So my guess is that that's probably Mike in there now, Andrew's dad. So he's very, very capable driver. Andrew's probably just a little bit faster. So he's going to have to hang on, and that's what he's going to do. And in fact, he's going for that 4th place.
Has he gotten by before the King, Paul? Was that him just getting by there? So Mike Jordan, are you saying you know that it's Mike Jordan?
No, I think it's
all right, okay. All right, we'll speculate. It's the Jordans Porsche, which they're both blooming quick though, aren't they? You know, you can't really pick much between them. So a change of place then, 4th place overall, and Nicholas Karangelen has to give better to the ever-advancing Jordans, and with 2 laps completed, this is their 3rd lap. I think this is where the tyres have come on the Jordans Porsche. It usually takes about 2 or 3 laps for the tyre to come in and optimise itself with regards to the pressure and the heat. It's a cooler night now. Certainly the ambient temperature will reduce the track temperature as well. So that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, still not that far away as they all 3 go through the Le Mans chicane. Now seemingly spacing out, Paul, and giving one another a bit of a breather.
They are, but we know only too well that races are never won on the first 3 laps. It's where you are on the last 3 that count. But those 3 Porsches, yes, they have given each other a bit of space. They're going to come up and cross the line now, but it's going to be 1, 2, 3 as they cross the line there. Steve Dunn is a massive 1.1 seconds ahead of Nicholas Karangalan, which is 1.7 seconds. But the Mike Jordan car, the number 771 in 4th place.
Yeah, now
1 seconds down.
yeah, it was Nicholas Karangalan who was 1.7 seconds behind the Jordans, who were 1.1 behind Steve Dunn, Paul. So the question is now, can the Jordans Porsche catch Steve Dunn? This is the car that finished second to the Porsche 962. I can't remember exactly what happened to the Ford Mustang in the first race, Paul, and why it ended up quite a substantial amount of time behind the 962, because by the way the car is going now, the gap well, I might as well call that 7 seconds at 6.9. So a 7 second gap between the leading Porsche 962 and the Ford Mustang Trans Am of Bonthron and Brassfield.
Yeah, but certainly going well in this portion of the race. If you remember, there was a bit of bravado on the parade grid.
Yes, there
when
was.
They were talking to you about
that
he may be first into turn 1, but I'll be first on the way out. Was what I think Lars Erik said, and that's didn't quite turn out that way. But nonetheless, we saw a bit of very, very friendly banter between those two, which continues now. Yeah.
So crossing the line, 4 laps completed for the Mustang. We wait for the Porsche battle to come through now. Just coming off NASCAR turn 4.
The
4 laps completed now as they've crossed the line through the tri-oval. The 3 Porsches onto the infield as the rest of the field stream through the Le Mans chicane. Lights ablaze. Daytona under the lights has that special feel, doesn't it? I mean, yes, you still need headlights on your cars. It's not daylight out there. It's not like a football stadium, but it's certainly a lot better for the drivers than maybe the pitch black conditions of the Nürburgring or circuits like that. It's great to race on under the lights here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, I quite agree. And Jeff and I were talking earlier on about, I can remember when I first went to Le Mans that was nearly all in pitch dark. That there were lights at the start-finish line, but that was all.
That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah, and one of the things you had to learn as a spectator was the headlight patterns of the various different cars, so you could tell what it was. And to this day, I can look at that Porsche 962 and say, yeah, I know that's a 962 because that's the way the headlights look.
Yeah, fabulous. Last time through, Steve Dunn, personal best lap time, 1 minute 54.679. The Jordan Porsche, 156.628, slightly quicker, slightly narrowing the gap by literally thousandths of a second. The leaders are through. Let's have a look back at the NASCAR Turn 4 for this. What has developed now, it's evolved into a 2-car battle. There they are, just coming off the banking now, heading towards the tri-oval. Let's see what the gap is. Steve Dunn through, crosses the line. Oh, gap's out at 1.7. So the Jordan's just falling back ever so slightly off the tail of that Steve Dunn. Both in Porsche 996s, by the way.
And I can see down on the pit wall, and that is Andrew putting his crash helmet on. And he's putting his crash helmet on now, so we may be seeing a driver change fairly early for that car. But I'm sure that's without the aid of binoculars or anything else. I think that's AJ.
Well, we are very much in the early stages of this race, no question, Paul. Just over 10 minutes of running. So when do we think? You said there, Andrew Jordan getting all suited, ready for his dad. Could you tell it was Andrew, by the way?
I thought it was, but he's a long way away.
Yes, he is. Got Tim with the binoculars. He could have a look. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think we'll. I don't think any of the three of us would have made a tank commander.
Is that the pit garage 20 pit apron 24, Paul, where the Jordans are?
Yeah.
Yeah, 24. See if you can identify 23.
Yeah.
All right, there he is, 23. Yeah, that looks like Andrew, doesn't it? Yeah. His dad's a little bit slightly taller, isn't he?
He's his dad.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for trying, though. Thanks for trying. Yeah, it's kind of like a multicoloured thing, isn't it? Andrew's helmet.
Predominantly red, whereas Mike's is orange, very much an orange colour. I don't think that's an orange.
Right, gap out. The gap has reduced to 1.6, and 2 fastest lap personal best from both of those Porsches. It is Mike Jordan confirmed. That's Andrew. Right, listen to what I'm about to say. It is Mike Jordan at the wheel of that car.
Oh,
he's such a pedant, isn't he?
Sitting in the booth with a couple an elderly married couple.
I've only known Tim over 20 years, that's all.
Yeah.
So you can get away with that. So 156.592. Let's put some professionalism back into this broadcast. Mike Jordan, 156.493. They've been trading fastest laps, these two. It's the battle of the Porsche 996 Cup cars. Mid-2000 spec cars are the order of the day. Now Nicholas Currangellen has dropped away to 6 seconds off the back of Mike Jordan. Simon Evans also joining in with the 996 Cup battle. Simon Evans down to 6th. He's dropped back 32 seconds in 6th place. And then in 7th place is the Pontiac Firebird, the IROC car of Randy Johnson and Ed Sabinski, further 15 seconds. John Higgins in the Fab car, he's only 2 seconds behind in 8th, and that is a personal best lap time for him. That's the battle for 6th and 7th, isn't it? Yeah. So they're just going through the kink now if you're out on track. Meanwhile, where's this Mike Jordan and Steve Dunn battle out on the circuit? Is that them through the Le Mans chicane? Hopefully our producer will get a location for him. We've got 2 cars coming across the tri-oval now, and it's the battle we've been looking for, just into turn 1.
And Mike
we managed to find him. Yeah,
right up against the
from 1.6 seconds he's now right on the bumper, going towards that pit stop time where he will hand over the car to Andrew. I think Mike's objective here, Paul, is to get ahead of Steve Dunn before he hands Andrew the car.
And he's done it. He's done it on the way into the International Horseshoe. Beautiful move down the inside, under braking. And yes, there's a bit of pride going on there, which is okay, lad. Here you are, do your best.
Well, it is a bit, but I also think it's a bit tactical.
Yeah.
What you saying, Tim? Marginal differences between these 2 cars, aren't they? I mean, there's a reason why the Carrera Cup and Porsche Cup across the world has become so successful. And if you go back to the mid-2000s where these cars are from, this is the reason why, because they can race so closely.
And we've now got Lars-Erik Nielsen has a 16-second lead over the Ray Bonthron Darren Brassfield car. In 2nd place, the number 96 Mustang. He's comfortably off there. We have a car now coming into pit lane. A couple of cars coming into pit lane. And the one of those is the is the number 80. Martin Lauber, Alan Turpin's car. That's the Porsche 944 Turbo.
Right, into the pits. Mike Jordan will pull up to the pit apron. He's just handed that third place back to Steve Dunn. And he might even drop down another... No, he's clicked by the timing beam, so he hangs on to... No, he doesn't. He does drop to fifth as Nicholas Carangellen comes through into fourth because Mike Jordan has indeed brought that car into the pits. The gap between first and second, the 962 Porsche of Nielsen, now has almost 20 seconds on the Bonthron and Brassfield Mustang. And then that Porsche battle ensuing behind has been sort of split up a little bit. Mike Jordan got his helmet off. He comes back to the car. Plenty of time to start telling Andrew what the foibles, the characteristics, the personality of the car is out there. But it's certainly got the pace, Paul, because just before Mike handed that car or brought that car into the pits, he was up to third place and leading the Porsche Cup race part of this.
Do you think that he said to Andrew, you can get him through White House, he doesn't like it?
Yes, from the movie Le Mans, that, isn't it?
That's one of those conversations through the Nomex face mask. But that's Andrew back in the car, and as I say, Andrew is marginally faster. He's marginally faster than his dad, so we're promised a very, very good race now. We're waiting for Steve Dunn to think about his time.
Right, Paul, we've got a little treat here. We're going to experiment with a bit of an action replay. When you're ready, Brendan, here we go. So we've got coming into the International Horseshoe out of turn 2. Oh, and that car went straight on. It's the Gulf liveried Porsche. Managed to keep it off the barrier. Had a bit of an excursion. You know what? How many times, boys, have you done that on iRacing? Hey, you've gone in deep at that very corner and done exactly that. I wish I had $1 for every time I've done that on iRacing. Yeah, yes, that's what usually happens in real life. The Jordan's still static. In fact, as I look down, Andrew moves off the pit apron and will get back into this race.
Right, so that car's best time so far is 155.9. So he's going to have to pedal pretty hard for this last 23 minutes of this race.
Interesting. It's going to be interesting. You got some info on the Le Monstre there, haven't you, Paul? It was still on the either on the road there or on the road back with the hub. They're on the way back with the new hub for the Le Monstre,
which is brilliant. Yes, and this is from Scooter Gable.
Yeah, running a Mustang.
Yeah, and the message is that he called a few local friends, one of whom knew about the car on Marketplace. Brilliant.
So have they bought the whole car? Of course they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they did. Yeah. We'll find out. We'll speak to Derek in the morning when we come back. Right now, we've got about 22 minutes of this race, probably about 25 minutes of broadcasting for you on the live stream. Driver's Eye Live, bringing you these pictures from the trackside, just adds to the atmosphere of being able to bring you this coverage for the very first time in its history. The Classic 24 at Daytona being available to a global audience. I mean, it's been a well-kept secret by me, but now we're going to spread the word to the world. We want to see you come here and visit. November for Florida is an ideal time of the year. Not too hot, not too cold. Bring a coat though. It can be chilly at night, as we're finding now, Paul, and that track temperature is definitely coming down as we are seeing the cars perhaps finding themselves in a situation where we're going to see the fastest laps of this event taking place now in the dark hours.
But don't just come as a spectator, because we'd love you to come as a spectator because it's such a great event. But bring your race car as well. That if you've got a car that's eligible, bring it along, because we've got classes that will fit pretty much everything, and HSR are particularly good at if you come and say this is what I've got, they'll find a place to run it.
Yeah, we heard Colin Watson talking about the Classic and Sports Car Club in the UK bringing a contingency across, and you know the logistics aren't unrealistic to bring the car out from there, I should say. We've still got the leaders staying out on track, Paul. We've got about 8.5 minutes before that window slams shut. The regulations don't allow you to then take your pit stop.
No, and there are hefty penalties if you don't do that. Pit stop area is full of mouse traps if you're not careful. There's that you must take it within the first 29 minutes, mustn't do more than 35 miles an hour down the pit lane, and you must make sure that you are in for a minimum of 5 minutes from pit in to pit out.
I thought it was 3 minutes.
3 minutes, sorry.
Right.
Five
is
minutes was the HSR races.
So 19 minutes remaining. We've just ticked by 22 minutes, so still a bit of time left for pit stops to take place. John Higgins in the Fab car has found a bit of pace. He's just been a personal best lap time there on lap 10 as he's just clicked through. 2 minutes 3.4. He's got 25 seconds to make up to get anywhere near Simon Evans, but he has driven away from Colin Doherty, who has just gone through. Simon Evans, 19 seconds to catch Nicholas Carangellen, and then the John Higgins driven Porsche Fab car, the 1985 car, I think has just gone on to lane. He has, yeah. So John Higgins brings the car in. It's not, it's 962. Right, so the lead is in. Lars Erik Nielsen bringing the 962 in for its mandatory stop at the 23-minute mark.
The battle of the 911s is rejoined with Andrew Jordan in 8th place, a massive 0.618 seconds ahead of Steve Dunn, who has rejoined as well. So those two cars now back nose to tail, 8th and 9th currently, but with cars in front of them who are owing us a pit stop.
So we're going to really put Andrew under pressure here. So Mike's time was a 55.9. Let's get it down to the thousands, 59.931. And that came on lap 7, which was Mike's time. Let's see what Andrew can do then. It's car 771. Andrew, 2013 British Touring Car Champion. Paul, have I got that year right?
Yes.
Yes, I have, yeah. Oh, there's all these laps, yeah. Okay.
So 55.9, fastest lap of that car so far.
Into the lead because of that pit stop from the Porsche has gone Ray Bonthron and Darren Brassfield in the Ford Mustang. They've taken the lead. So that'll cycle through when we get out of the pit stop phase. We've got about 4 minutes of the pit stop window remaining open, so the lap's ticking by for the cars to be able to take their mandatory stops. And there's the 99 of Simon Evans into the pits. Simon in from second place.
Yeah, that's the 996 Porsche, which, as you say, coming in from second place. That's a bit of a false picture, though, because obviously many of the other cars are now going to pass him and and go back up the leaderboard.
Well, he was third behind the Mustang, Paul, so he's leading the Porsche Cup race, isn't he? Oh, and there's the Bonthron and Brassfield car in. The Mustang is in.
And the Porsche 962 passes him in the pit lane, so it's really a pit stop that is between those two, which shouldn't be that much, should it?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Andrew Jordan pops out in amongst that Porsche Cup battle that we've been talking about. We are very, very soon going to be into the final 15 minutes of this race.
And really, the whole of the top 8, 9, 10 cars is due for a shuffle.
Well, the Jordan's Porsche only had a gap of 0.4 of a second over Simon Evans. So Simon Evans at the moment has overturned that position in the overall standings, going towards the conclusion of the second segment. Oh, there's the lap, 55.916.
Okay.
That's a 55.931 for Mike Jordan, and Andrew Jordan has just beat it. I'm sorry, Mike, he's just beat your fastest lap, 155.916. Not by much, but it does count.
And Mike will be delighted. I can promise you that. But,
are you being facetious?
No,
then?
not.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. But Mike will be delighted that.
Yeah, I think Mike's sensible enough to realise he can't catch his son. You know, he's. I love watching Andrew in those historic Porsches at the Goodwood members meeting.
Yeah, the short wheelbase.
Oh man,
yeah,
what a driver!
Yeah, well, I mean, really, that started a fairly major part of the Jordan Racing Team business, because they ended up looking after many of those cars for customers in the Peter Auto series in Europe.
Ah, yes. Yeah,
so they were looking after at one stage loads of them, but we continue now to wait for this shakeout. That currently the timing screen showing a bit of a false dawn, because it says that Ray Bonthron was in the lead. That's now changed as Lars-Erik Nielsen crosses the line. So we're back to where we should be, but we're waiting for the Mustang now to come back to give us a timed difference between those two cars. The Brumos look-alike Porsche comes into the pits, but it's going to be now the Mustang back into the fray, gets towards the pit out line, and away he goes.
155.5. He extends that fastest lap even further, does Andrew Jordan, and consolidates the position in third. So those two very, very fast laps. He's done the undercut, as you like to say, Paul, on Steve Dunn. The gap there, 0.8 of a second last time by. So still all to race for into the last 13 minutes.
And look at the gap between second and third, because that's an interesting one.
It is, yeah.
Seconds.
Only 3.2. Where has that disappeared to?
So that's the gap between second place, the Ford Mustang, and the Jordan Porsche 911. But there may be just a bit of difference, because the Mustangs only just come out of the pit, but nonetheless, let's give it a lap and see where we are, because we've still got 12 minutes left to run in this race.
Well, we'll see what lap times the Mustang continues to put in. The fastest time so far came on lap 3, a 55.3. So slightly quicker than what Andrew's capable of. There's the Porsche just going through underneath us, while the rest of the field through the Le Mans chicane there. So we wait to see what the Bonthron Brassfield Mustang can do.
He can do nothing about Lars-Erik Nielsen's car.
No, I'm not expecting that, but what I'm thinking, Paul, is can he stay ahead of Andrew Jordan's Porsche? That's the question. There's the through into second. So the Mustang's gone missing. Jordan and Steve Dunn putting in a personal best of 55.4, still 6/10 behind, and the Mustang has gone missing. So the Mustang now down the order.
Only just come out of the pits. That was his out lap. We're scanning the track to see if we can.
It's just gone through. It's gone through in 4th place according to this. 22 seconds now behind that Porsche Cup battle between Andrew Jordan and Steve Dunn. So Bonthron and Darren Brassfield through in 4th place.
There must have been a long stop for
So no, we're going to find out now. We've got a nice little action replay for us. And here it is. This is what happened to the Mustang. It's at the Le Mans chicane. Oh, he kicks up a lot of dirt, doesn't he? And that's really slowed him down. So it was just basically going in too fast and finding himself on the right, through the left, and then he used all of the curb and a little bit more. That may have cost him time.
Yep, it may have done, but what we now have is a very, very strong lead for the Porsche 962. Of course we have, but then great battle for second between the 771 Jordan Racing Team JRT 771 Porsche and Steve Dunn in his 111 Porsche. Very similar cars, these two.
They are. They were very similar in period, weren't they? Running in the Porsche Cup classes. The Andrew Jordan through, and look at that, a 1:55.491, fastest lap for that Mike and Andrew Jordan Porsche. I don't know what's happened to Steve Dunn there, Paul, but the 56.6 has put him 1.8 seconds behind Andrew Jordan. So Andrew really is getting his foot down. There's the Mustang losing time again, 23.6 seconds now the gap to that 3rd place Porsche.
Is that cause or effect? The replay that we saw there at the Le Mans chicane, was that him going off which cost him time, or is he having trouble with tyres or brakes? Is he running out of one of those?
Well, it's just down to lap time, Paul. I'm not sure what order of driver of that, Ray Bonthron or Darren Brassfield was lapping. This lap slightly quicker than one another, and Nicholas Carangellen 37 seconds behind the Mustang, lap in the 2 minutes 1. So Carangellen at current pace is not catching the Mustang ahead of him. There's a personal best for Simon Evans, a 2 minutes 0.801. And that's the fastest time. That's the red, white and blue Stars and Stripes liveried Porsche out there, car 99.
That was one of Jeff's favourites, I think, is that red, white and blue car. We're very much on the countdown now, just under 8 minutes left to run in this race.
That's the car there, just going into turn 1 on the live stream. The red, white and blue car, 99. Simon Evans, not quite on the pace of the cars ahead of him. The Andrew Jordan's just gone through, gap out to 2.8 seconds, so another second he's put between himself and Steve Dunn in 3rd. So we just wait now. I think I can hear the Ford Mustang of Bonthron and Brassfield before I see it. There it is underneath us, that Ford V8 just wailing as V8s do.
It's funny how comparatively modern V8s sound completely different from those cars in the 60s that were big, rumbling, thumping, great things.
They're actual screamers, aren't they, these days?
Yeah.
They're actually got a bit of a scream to them. Not a shriek, just a sort of a throaty scream rather than like you say, a thud.
The 944 55.
That's Ray Schaefer and Martin Lauber. They are down the order in 13th. 14 laps completed, only 3 laps off the leader, the Porsche 962. Through into second, there's the number 23. We talked about the drivers of that car, Theo Rouge and David Hinton, sharing the Alex Job car. Theo delighted to put that car back to the spec that it ran, or a similar car. I think that's a continuation car or a replica car of the car that was run by Alex Job. But Alex Job very much involved in that number 23. That car's currently in 9th place.
Yeah, Theo was telling you on the grid that he bought the company, and this is part of what it was that he built that car as a tribute car. And that Alex still comes into the workshop a couple of times a week just to say hi.
So let's have a look as the clock ticks down to the final 5 minutes of this segment. Final 5 minutes of the live stream as well, what we're bringing you here for the very first time. The Classic 24 at Daytona. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage from today. I hope the trackside cameras have added to the atmosphere and created an ambience, along with the comms from Paul and Jeff. We'll be back with you in the morning after our broadcast finishes, starting at 6:45 with myself and Ryan West on camera down there in the collecting area to bring us the final segments of all of our groups and the conclusion of the 2023 event, where the BRM watches will be awarded to all of our group winners. Great footage of the bus stop there, isn't it? You can really see it. I like that wide pan actually, because you can really see the attitude of the cars through that sequence of corners.
It gives you a really good feel for just what that is at the bus stop, because it's not as the French would say, the piff paff. It's not a quick flick left and right. It's much more than that.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy brake actually, but you've got to carry speed through it, or else you lose so much time there.
Yeah, and we've seen some great overtaking, but we've seen cars closing in under braking or losing it because they don't get the power down quickly enough and carry the speed through the corner well enough. So it's a great little corner.
So Lars-Erik Nielsen has put in the fastest lap of the race so far, Paul. He hasn't settled for just stroking that car to the flag. 152.3, by far the fastest car on the track at the moment and leading Group C. The Group D leader is second overall, about 44 seconds behind in second place, and that's Andrew Jordan. He took over the car from Mike Jordan at the pit stop, and he's got a gap of about 3 seconds now to the third place Steve Dunn Porsche. And behind those two cars, also in Group D, is Ray Bonthron and Darren Brassfield's Ford Mustang, who did hold second place for quite a while. That car now running in fourth place. Nicholas Carangellen has just gone through. He's got quite a gap to make up of about 37 seconds to get on terms with the Mustang. Carangellen now in fifth place, just clicked by the timing beam. Simon Evans, that's the 99, the red, white and blue stars and stripe car, waiting for him to come through and cross the line to complete his 18th lap. With now 2 minutes on the clock, Paul, we can't be that far away from the white flag.
No, I would expect it pretty soon. There's certainly activity down on the gantry. White flag is readied. We're not going to get it quite yet, but Lars-Erik Nielsen will not be very far away. We just saw him go through the International Horseshoe a short time ago.
What I can tell you, Paul, if the gap between the Jordans and Steve Dunn out to 4.2 seconds That's going to be a 5-second gap that they take into the third segment if it finishes around this sort of area now, with only a couple of laps left to run. So 5 seconds is nothing, to be honest.
No,
absolutely nothing.
Of course it's not, because it's still, even after this race, there's still 80 something minutes of racing to go.
Yes.
In the two remaining races.
So I'm just keeping a wary eye on the starting gantry, and the white flag flies for Lars-Erik Nielsen into the final lap of the second segment for Group C, the Porsche 962. Isn't it great that Lars has brought that car out, and he's not just driving it round and round, he's actually on it there with, once again, purple sector, purple lap time there.
Oh,
1 minute 50.9. I mean, he's pushing all the way to the flag. Fabulous.
And without being unkind, he's not a young man. He's
No, he's not. No.
He's really stretching the legs of that 962.
We've completed more laps in this segment, Paul. We're going to be on 21 laps completed, whereas in the first segment we completed 18 laps.
Wow.
So we may have had did we have a short yellow?
There was a yellow.
Yeah, that's the reason why. So a clear run is scheduled for 21 laps from that Porsche 962. Gap out to 5.3 seconds. That'll be a 6-second deficit or more going into the third segment as Andrew Jordan continues to lap faster than Steve Dunn in third. But, let's try and find the leading Porsche 962. I think hard to see in the dark, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, almost
That's why
impossible.
they call it dark.
Yes. Is it why they call it dark? Because you can't see? Really?
I think the 962 should be out on the high bank.
So as we continue towards the checkered flag for Lars-Erik Nielsen, Tim takes a commemorative selfie. May the consummate pro never stop talking while he did it, posing for the photograph. There's the checkered flag flying then. Lars-Erik Nielsen continues to consolidate that lead. He came into this segment 7.7 seconds in the lead, ahead of the Jordan's Porsche. We just wait for Andrew Jordan to take the flag and complete his second segment. Still waiting. And I think we're going to see a bigger gap than 7.7 seconds for sure. And we'll see what the gap is in the Porsche Cup race too. The 996 Porsches of both Mike and Andrew Jordan and Steve Dunn battling it out there. They kind of had Nicholas Carangellen and Simon Evans getting involved as well, but they've dropped off a little bit of pace as we got into that race, as the Porsche then of the Jordans crosses the line. 21 laps completed. I'm just waiting for my timing screen to update, and I will give you what that deficit is between second and third.
6.2 between second and third.
6.2.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still waiting for mine to update. Paul, you might have to tell everybody what that is.
Right. So that's the gap between Andrew Jordan in second in the 771 and the 111 Steve Dunn car. Gap between those two cars is 6.221 seconds. And then the Ray Bonthron, Darren Brassfield car finishes 33 seconds behind Steve Dunn. And then we're going to have Nick Carangellen in the number 76 car will be finishing in 5th place. And that is currently showing a lap down because it hasn't yet crossed the line.
So Lars-Erik Nielsen will, taking that 53.5 second gap forward to the third segment, will start the third segment or about a minute up on the Mike and Andrew Jordan Porsche, who extend their gap from 0.4 of a second. They're going to be 6.8 seconds ahead of Steve Dunn. And Simon Evans will drop back off the rear bumper of that Steve Dunn Porsche. We'll bring you up to date, of course, with going into the final segments. We start back in the morning, 6:45 local time. I'm not going to work that out for wherever you are in the world. We come back, it'll be Group A, B, C, D, E, F, G in alphabetical order is how we finish this event. And we'll be able to be, after each and every race tomorrow, we'll be having our overall winners concluded, and we'll know who's going to be winning the BRM watch for all of our groups. And we'll be down there in the victory lane, just confirming what we called it here at Daytona there. Nearly said something else. So into victory lane, Tim Pendergast, myself and Brian West will be bringing you at least a post-race interview with our overall winners. That's what the plan is. I think, gentlemen, well done all. Our voices are a little bit strained. I can feel it. We're almost falling asleep. It's been a long day, but excitement growing. We'll leave you with, here at the circuit, we'll leave you with the rest of the group classes going through the night. Don't forget to turn your clocks back at 2 a.m. and we'll see you in the morning. Thank you and good night from Joe Bradley, Paul Tarsi, Jeff Wright, and all the crew at Driver's Eye Live. And we'll be back tomorrow, bring you live and direct. Of course I haven't forgot you, Tim. Where would we be without you? And a special thanks, to Tim Pendergast for making it all happen. Good night, folks. See you in the morning.